When is my check? When is my check? All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Judiciary Committee public hearing for March 11th. If I could have everybody's attention and quiet in the room, please. Thank you. All right. We are here March 11th, 2026 for the Judiciary Committee public hearing. Couple of ground rules to review with folks before we get started. First, we have a strict 3-minute policy on testimony. So if you have submitted written testimony, and I'm hoping folks have, please do not come up here and try to speed read your testimony to us. We don't need you to do that. We've got it in front of us on our laptops. It's preserved there, so the far better course of action is for folks to come up, summarize a couple salient points if you have them, and we'll open it up for questions from the members. We do have a relatively extensive sign-up list today, so in respect to all the members of the public who would like to testify today, I will ask the members to be judicious in their questioning. We're not going to allow repetitious questions. Members are supposed to ask questions that they don't know the answer to. We're not going to debate with the public. And we're going to try to get through the list as expeditiously as we can because that's in the public's interest. And also, it is Chairman Winfield's birthday. So before we get done, happy birthday to Chairman Winfield. There'll be no singing, but, and there'll also be no, yes, I guess you can clap. We'll get the clap out now. Once we get started on the testimony, remember, there's no clapping, booing, whatever. So, we'll just let folks testify and go from there. All right. Unless the birthday boy has anything to add, we'll get started. I've got Elizabeth Ryan first, who I believe is going to be joined by Gregory Lindbrock. So Elizabeth is number 1 on our list. Gregory is number 7. As a reminder for folks, we actually encourage you, if you're signed up to testify, feel free to come up as a group. You'll get the 3 minutes together. Happy birthday. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for baking a cake. People are allowed to come up and testify together and share their 3 minutes, and then they can collectively entertain questions, and that'll help us get to everybody before it gets dark outside. All right, with that, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Safstrom and Winfield, and happy birthday. My name is Elizabeth Ryan. I am Policy Counsel at Everytown for Gun Safety.
Chairman Safstrom, Chairman Winfield, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of this legislation. My name is Greg Lickenbrock, and I am Everytown for Gun Safety's Senior Firearms Analyst. Before joining Everytown, I was a gun magazine editor for 10 years. I tested hundreds of firearms, attended media events and training courses, and worked with dozens of gun makers. This bill is a smart, targeted approach to dealing with the surge in semi-automatic pistols converted into fully automatic machine guns using devices known as Glock switches. These weapons can fire 20 rounds per second and have been used in at least 20 mass shootings across the country. They've also been recovered in connection with criminal activity right here in Connecticut. Machine guns and the conversion devices used to create them are already regulated under federal and state law, but switches are difficult for police to intercept because they're small and easy to 3D print. Instead, this bill targets the pistols that are so uniquely easy to convert with switches in the first place. Yes, other semi-automatic pistols can be converted into machine guns, but only through extensive engineering outside of the average person's capabilities. Only Glock pistols and those made by other manufacturers who have copied Glock, such as Ruger, can be quickly and easily converted using switches. In fact, it takes less than a minute to install one. That's because Glock-style pistols use cross-shaped or cruciform trigger bars, and I've included images with my testimony to show that provide surface area for a switch to contact. Each time the gun slide returns forward, the switch impacts the trigger bar and causes the gun to fire. As long as the shooter depresses the trigger and the gun has ammunition, it will continue firing. Other pistols, including those made by Beretta, CZ, Smith & Wesson, Sig Sauer, Springfield Armory, and many, many others, are simply incompatible with switches. They do not use Glock's once patented cruciform trigger bar design, and their trigger mechanisms are broken into smaller, disparate components shielded from interference. You cannot add a switch to the back of these pistols and create a machine gun. In other words, this bill gets at the root of the problem without impacting the vast majority of the pistol market today. It also would not affect any of the guns that people already own or sales to law enforcement. It is simply an effort to get a few gun makers to change their designs and fix this problem, and I hope you support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee, starting with the ranking member, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Nice to see you both. When you referenced this bill quite a few times, am I to assume we have more than one bill on our agenda here today? You're here testifying in support of 5043?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. You said that switches are not easy to intercept. Is it your opinion that handguns are?
Yes, it is my opinion that it is much easier for law enforcement to track and collect handguns versus tiny quarter-size switches.
Okay, those switches are already unlawful.
That is correct.
Okay, so, you know, it seems like the analogy that's been at least put to me is motor vehicles cause deaths. Motor vehicles cause injury. Motor vehicles, sometimes people use motor vehicles in an intentional manner, run somebody over. So government decides to ban gasoline. So you can't drive cars, which is akin to the banning of the switch. And now it seems like it's not enough, and the next move is to ban the car. Can you tell me one police force that's, I reviewed all of the written testimony. I've looked at the list. It doesn't appear that any police force in the state of Connecticut is going to be coming out in favor of this legislation. Can you refute that?
We can't speak to whether law enforcement is going to support this legislation. We can only testify for every town.
Okay, which is, I mean, it's a bit concerning. I mean, I understand there are goals of certain groups to, let's say, you know, ban all guns, which I used to be one of those people years ago. But if law enforcement is not supportive of this initiative in Connecticut, why is it good public policy?
If I could respond to that, I would say that Hartford police themselves recovered 6 modified Glocks in 2023, I believe, and 45 in 2024. That number is going to keep going up. I believe police don't want to stop someone during a search or perhaps a traffic ticket and face someone with a machine gun. This would protect police, and so I think most police would actually be supportive of this, and this bill does not affect sales to law enforcement.
Okay, well, I will note, well, and probably for good cause, you know, I am aware of, you know, Hartford Police Department finding not only firearms that have been modified, but the Glock switches themselves. So in those particular instances, they didn't find it to be difficult, and nobody from law enforcement is testifying in support. Looking particularly at the language, do you have the bill in front of you?
Do you have it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Line 31 through 32 talks about a common household tool, and we put that together with if a common household tool can easily convert, which I guess is subjective, one of these firearms into a fully automatic, is a paperclip a common household tool?
No, sir, not under this definition.
Okay. Can you tell me why it wouldn't be under this definition?
So the reason that this definition is included is because Gen 5 Glock pistols and Gen 6 pistols have a small notch, or I'm sorry, tab at the rear of the frame that can be cut away with clippers. Nail clippers could do it on a Gen 5 pistol because they're plastic. On a V series or Gen 6 Glock, there's a little metal embedded in that tab. But that's why that language is included. Someone could drill it out, somebody could Dremel it out. With Gen 3 and Gen 4 Glocks, you don't need any tools. You just have to remove the backplate and install the switch. And there are millions of those in circulation.
And the implements that you've described are traditional contact filing sort of items. But then I question, and just for the record, it says common household tools includes but is not limited to a screwdriver, hammer, chisel, file, or crescent wrench. So sort of like on Sesame Street, like, you know, a bunch of these things go together and one is, you know, one doesn't. Crescent wrench, right? Mm-hmm. Doesn't go with file, chisel, arguably screwdriver. How does the crescent wrench fall in here?
So this is using a common household tool definition that's found in other laws. We simply wanted to have parity here. And the whole point of this is to show that these are readily convertible. You just need these tools, any of them in that list. If you have that, you have a switch, you have a Glock, you can easily convert it.
So what about needle nose pliers?
Those would count, yes.
Okay, although not listed. So,
We would recommend adding that.
okay, what about locking pliers?
We recommend just using the term pliers.
Instead of a crescent wrench, or you would add that in addition to crescent wrench?
We could get rid of crescent wrenches if you would like.
Okay. In section 3, we talk about if I own one of these firearms lawfully, which for the record I do, I think I have 2 of them. And I want to go, you know, as a lawful gun owner, owning an instrument of personal self-defense in my home. I'm not going to train in my kitchen or my basement or my backyard in my particular case. I want to be able to transport that to the range where I can go bang, bang, bang and transport it back home. It appears that in section 3, I would be breaking the law. Would you agree with me or disagree with me?
So we would have no problem with carving out an exception for individuals who currently possess these weapons. As you know, the bill has nothing to do with possession. Transporting to the range is a perfectly legal activity. Our concern here is upstream. Our concern is getting to the manufacturers who are continuing to manufacture these pistols and sell them in the state, knowing that they can be so easily converted into machine guns. Our concern is not with the people who lawfully own and possess these weapons.
So are you aware of how many people in the state of Connecticut own these firearms?
No, we don't have any data like that.
Okay, so then I would assume that you don't have data on the amount of people that allegedly convert these firearms into illegal machine guns.
ATF has recovered 31,000 machine gun conversion devices in the past 5 years. We have some sense of how many people have converted them. We have, as I mentioned, a record of over 20 mass shootings with modified Glocks. We don't have individual numbers on how many gun owners have Glocks or have modified their Glocks. That would be unconstitutional.
Well, not necessarily, but we'll stay away from that for a moment. You said 31,000 conversion devices. The firearm is not a conversion device, right? So a sear is a conversion device. And 31,000 is ATF recovering in the country or Connecticut?
In the country.
Okay.
And that they do not distinguish between whether it's on the gun or if it's separate.
That's right, because by federal law, me having the sear is illegal.
Yes.
Whether or not it's in the gun,
Correct.
right? So that's part of the problem here. So the next word that I'd like to ask you about is imports. Now, if I buy a box of tea from Amazon, am I importing tea into Connecticut? No, right?
No.
You would agree with me?
Yes.
So if I, through gun broker, purchase one of these firearms, go through an FFL, it's the process in Connecticut presently, am I importing? Am I not?
No.
You as the purchaser are not, there's no punishment associated with you as the purchaser. The import would be the restriction on the manufacturers and the sellers, the FFLs.
Okay, so it'd be the FFL who receives the firearm through stream of commerce, let's say out of state,
Yes.
would be the importer.
It would also be a sale. That would come down to if there was a
Well,
transfer
well,
between.
we can stay away from sales right now because we deal with sales separately in this paragraph, right? I'm just focusing on importing because there is no definition in this statute as to importing. And I'm just trying to figure out what the minds were thinking. Moving on to the next, keeps for sale. I have no idea what that means. Can you please explain that to me?
Keeps for sale would be offer for sale. And it does,
Well,
those are spelled out, the keeps for sale, offers for sale, exposes for sale. Again, that's our core concern, is the sale, the transfer. So having it for sale, advertising it for sale, I think that that is the core. Getting into exactly what words can serve that, I think obviously is open to discussion, amendment. It's that core sale of by manufacturers, by FFLs.
Okay, but basic statutory construction, every word is intended to have a meaning, right? So the clause that we're dealing with right now, it says keeps for sale or offers or exposes for sale, right? So they have to all have separate meanings. So keeps for sale, at some time in my life, I'm probably going to divest myself of my firearms. Probably going to sell them. Right now, I'm keeping my Glocks, right? At some point, they're going, how is that not keeps for sale?
No, sir, in terms of federal firearms licensees, keep for sale means they have it in inventory and they're keeping it on shelves. They're displaying it for sale.
Okay,
That's generally what keep for sale means.
Okay,
In terms of what a federal firearms licensee would interpret that to mean.
assuming that to be true, right? We have the box, keeps for sale. It has to be distinguishable from or offers or exposes for sale. It has to have a separate meaning. Basic statutory, otherwise you just wouldn't have the clause. So I'm just trying to figure out what that means, and in my mind, keeping something for sale is keeping something that you may sell at some point. I'm just looking at the language that's presented to us.
I would say again, our concern here is with licensed manufacturers, licensed FFLs, who have to abide by certain federal rules to keep their licenses and state rules to keep their licenses. And in that context, the term keeps for sale does mean hold in inventory. But again, our core concern here is the sale.
Okay. Last but not least, section 4. So we've established that these implements are illegal already. It appears that section 4 takes a step back from that because it talks about pistols that are equipped with a pistol converter, right? So under this legislation, right now it's illegal for for this to exist, right? You've got a lawful firearm, you got this. Section 4 requires there's no violation until you actually take this and put it in the gun, because it says pistol that is equipped with a pistol converter, right? So you're not equipped until you put the two together.
So it's two separate things. The switch, the pistol converter on its own is still a violation to possess. If it is attached to a pistol that is converted, that is also, under this definition, would also be a machine gun and therefore a separate crime.
But it's already illegal. Whether it's in the gun or not, it's already illegal. But you're not making, you know, sometimes we create laws up here that are mirrors of federal law. But you're taking a step back. You're saying under Section 4, it is legal under state law for them to be separate. It doesn't become illegal until the two go together.
No, it doesn't take away anything that's in current law, and current law says the switch itself is illegal on its own to possess. This basically increases the seriousness of the crime if it is attached to a pistol and therefore functioning as a machine gun rather than a separate part that could convert something into a machine gun. That is already in law. This doesn't change that.
Right,
So-
correct. If I might, the definition is simply expanding machine gun to say that convertible pistol is also a machine gun. So you have the switch is a machine gun, Glock with a switch on it is a machine gun. The pistol itself is a machine gun, so that it cannot be transferred from a dealer.
You know, maybe I'm being dense, but if the switch is already illegal, why would we, I understand why we would care, so I don't want to say it that way, right? But whether it's in the gun or not, it's still illegal, right?
Yes.
How does now making it a requirement for it to be in the gun make it, you're not increasing the crime?
It's not, the thing on its own is still illegal. Whether or not there is a gun with it or not, it is still illegal. That can still be charged if somebody is found with a switch and no gun. But this is creating now this is creating an expansion of the existing prohibition on machine guns to say, if you have a pistol that is equipped with this switch, that is where the switch is not separated, is made into part of the pistol, that becomes under this definition a machine gun. That becomes a separate thing. It doesn't change the fact that the switch is still illegal. It makes it more serious if it is attached to the pistol and therefore ready to be operated as a machine gun.
How does it make it more serious if it's not an enhanced crime?
It can be, well, the transfer of machine guns, again,
Right.
we're concerned with the upstream here. So the transfer of machine guns by FFLs is prohibited, except under very specific circumstances, has been for a very long time. This would make it if a pistol is converted already, it then becomes a machine gun and has the penalties associated with that if they were to sell it.
All right, so if I have a sear right now, it's illegal. If I have a sear in the gun, it's illegal because I'm in possession of a sear,
Yes.
right? I don't know. You
Representative,
guys write this stuff.
if I might, the point here is that this is a design safety standard. That's what we're trying to improve in the state. So it's, to go back to your car analogy, it's a car without seatbelts. That's what's being sold right now. And then the companies are saying, well, what about drunk driving? That's what we're trying to fix here. We're trying to say that guns should have certain standards, and that means they should not be readily convertible with switches in less than a minute.
I understand your position. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Winfield.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't always do this, just once in a while. You know, it was put forward that the police aren't here to testify for the bill. I just want to be clear because I think perception matters. They're not here to testify against it either. And as a matter of fact, on Monday, some police chiefs participated in a press conference that was in favor of this bill. It was Chief Reddick and some other chiefs, and in that press conference, he said that this bill would provide a hedge of protection for all of us. So I just want to be clear, we should not take the presence or absence to necessarily mean anything until they actually opine on the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I'll also just remind folks, just as a way of commercial, obviously we continue to accept written testimony on this bill after today, as we always do. Next, we'll turn to Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that you've brought what I believe may be a firearms expert, maybe not in court, but appears to be, and an attorney. Thank you for that. And I guess on a follow-up to that, if you don't know this, I am a police officer, been a police officer for a very long time, and I've had many police officers contact me over the last couple of weeks who aren't in favor of this bill, but I'm not going to represent their position. I currently, as it sits, am against it, and I am in law enforcement since we're talking about it. But I want to go back to something that you said about what we'll refer to as a Glock switch for purposes of conversation, and you said it could convert something into a machine gun. I would argue that it is specifically designed to do that. So, would you agree with that? You're shaking your head. You're nodding your head.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So, and I make that distinction because I think there's a distinction between something that is designed to do something and something that could do something. And I use the example of a baseball bat. A baseball bat is designed to hit baseballs on a baseball field, but it could be used to bludgeon somebody to death. But that's not its design. And that's why I support the idea that the mere possession, manufacture, sale of I'll call it a Glock switch, or any device specifically manufactured to turn a pistol into a fully automatic pistol should be a felony, it should be illegal. We already have that. We've covered that. And I think you said that Hartford Police has made several arrests for individuals who are in possession of those convertible pistols. Do you know what the disposition of those arrests are?
No, sir.
No.
Okay. I don't either. I didn't know if, and perhaps those cases are still pending for the last year or two. I just know historically, the gun laws that we have are under-prosecuted when you look at the charges themselves. Now, I recognize that generally they're part of a bigger case, and the case is prosecuted, and that particular charge is dropped. But it does lead credence to the fact that perhaps we don't need new gun laws. So that's the only reason I was curious about the disposition. We talked about common household tools, and I appreciate the ranking members dive into the language. I'd like to stay conceptual if we can. A hacksaw, common household tool?
Yes, sir.
All right, so under current law in Connecticut, 53A211, a sawed-off shotgun is illegal, a barrel less than 18 inches. Couldn't you make a pretty good argument that you could readily convert a legal shotgun into a sawed-off shotgun with a hacksaw?
Do you want to do that as?
It's a different issue, I would say.
Well, it may be a different, sorry. Are you done?
You want to address sawed-off shotguns?
Yeah, I would say that this is something that Congress dealt with in 1934. Yes, it's an issue where people can modify guns. This is a very specific, targeted approach to dealing with a very specific issue that police are dealing with across the country, that communities are dealing with. Yes, sawed-off shotguns are a problem. We have not seen a bill that is trying to prohibit, the analog here would be prohibiting the shotguns themselves, not the hacksaws.
Correct.
I also want to be clear, though, that we're not prohibiting the pistols themselves. This is about the sale of them and the upstream sale. It has no effect on possession, current possession, use. It is about, again, looking upstream. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of models that Greg could speak to that are not easily convertible. And this is a small subset. It's very targeted. The manufacturers know which models are easily convertible. This is absolutely not applicable to all, even most, vast majority of handguns that are on the market
Today. Correct. So I appreciate that the contemplation of the sawed-off shotgun is not in this piece of legislation. I bring that because you said it's analogous to banning the sale or manufacture of shotguns because they're readily convertible into something illegal, right?
I would further say that the analog here would be a shotgun with a line or indentation or grooves in the barrel telling you where to cut. That would be a much closer analog.
Okay, so
than
let me ask you
the
another
amount of
question.
work required to cut through a barrel.
I'm sorry. So would you consider a tape measure a common household item?
not under the language that we would suggest for common household tools.
Okay, well,
Because it is not used to convert a Glock into a machine gun.
the point that I'm driving at is, I think more people have tape measures in their house than they do some of the other tools here. And to your idea that the notch or a line, what I'm driving at is, and I appreciate it's not in here today, but I also know how this building operates. 8 months ago, we had a policy to ban masks in courthouses. And then it went to sidewalks, and now we have legislation for the entire community. And that's within 8 months. So things go quickly. My concern with this piece of legislation, as it sits, is that by going after a firearm that could be converted, not one that was designed to be converted, is the distinction I make. The ranking member talked earlier about how he owns Glock pistols, and he may want to sell them someday. And I will share with you, I own several Glock pistols, none of which obviously have been converted, but at the end of this month, I'm going to buy 2 more, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm a detective, so we get issued 2 firearms, right? A patrol one, which is a full frame, and then a smaller one for detectives. I have 2 sons. You can see where I'm going with this. I'm retiring in 18 months. I want to purchase those firearms. I'm going to have them engraved so that my sons can have a keepsake. Because despite living in Connecticut and the things they're told, they're proud of their dad and what he does, all right? So that's something for them to keep. My concern becomes I won't be able to transfer that to them when they're a bit older. What I'm driving at to you folks is this. I appreciate your testimony, and I appreciate your work, and in large part, I agree with what you're saying. I, as a police officer, care about public safety, and I don't want fully automatic pistols on our streets. But do you know, Greg, or I pose to you, I think you might know, correct me if I'm wrong, the Glock pistol was designed somewhere in the early 1980s, and a couple years later, the Glock switch was designed. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Do you know that the Glock company switched to the V pistol, and within a couple of weeks, somebody put a switch for that?
Yes, it was days later.
Days later. So that's the whole point. So in the 1980s, when Glock was originally manufactured, it took several years for somebody to make a device that turns into a fully automatic pistol. But with modern technology, human ingenuity, and AI and 3D printers, it is my belief, because a firearm is nothing more than a collection of moving parts, right? That while it may be the cruciform trigger bar today, and probably the V tomorrow, going forward, we are setting a framework to outlaw the sale of pistols in the state of Connecticut. And as soon as we get there, we'll go right to the hacksaw and shotgun thing. I'm giving you my commitment today in front of all these people, and the next 79 people can come up here and criticize me for this. I will support any legislation that makes it a felony to manufacture, sell, possess a switch that is specifically designed for that purpose. But to go after a legal firearm because it could be, I think opens Pandora's box that is extremely too far for me. I'll give you an opportunity to respond to that.
So first, I just want to say we have no objection to a carve-out that allows you to transfer, sell your personal weapons that may fall under this category to your family. I cannot emphasize enough how much that this is about the industry. This is about the manufacturers who know that their pistols are convertible this way, that know there is a way to design them to make them resistant to this, and yet continue to sell them. There are plenty of models on the market that are not designed this way, that function exactly like regular handguns for the purpose that they are made for. That is I just want to emphasize that is our core concern here.
So can I ask an honest question then? If the bill passes as it exists, and manufacturers change the way they manufacture it, and as we've seen, weeks later, somebody smarter than me, has a 3D printer, comes up with a way, are you going to come back and try to outlaw the sale of those pistols? Because that would seem to be the next step.
If I could respond to this and also your last comment about
Sure.
the V series, because these are actually related. Glock did not update the design to stop a switch. As we saw days after the V was introduced, someone had made a switch for it. They continued to use that cruciform trigger bar design. I know many gun proponents here will talk about how reliable that makes the gun. They're not talking about how cheap it is to manufacture the cruciform trigger bar. or the fact that it's carried over from the Glock 18, which was designed to fire fully automatically, and that's one reason why they went for it. But I will say that Glock has to do more, and other companies that have copied Glock simply have to do more to protect that cruciform trigger bar from common household tools. And if we all of a sudden start seeing 3D printed versions that are on the streets because of whatever design variation that these companies come up with to continue selling into states like Connecticut, we will have to address that at the time. We're dealing with what we have in front of us and what's taking lives around the country today. And if I could go back to the 1980s, really quickly here. The inventor of the switch invented it in 1987. He says that he met with the founder of Glock, Gaston Glock, in 1987. He reverse engineered the Glock 18 and said, you can actually do this to your semi-automatic pistols. He showed him the design, and he says that Gaston told him to stay quiet about it. He filed a patent for it. 10 years later, when that patent was published online after it expired, that's when people were able to reverse engineer his patent to make 3D switches, and he says it's the greatest regret of his life. But Glock, in my mind, still has culpability here.
Yeah, I agree with I saw the same documentation, so I think you're right about that, and thank you for sharing that with my colleagues as well. But I guess what I'm driving at is, well, I think we can agree we have far more technology now than we did in the 1980s, right? I mean, we produced excellent things in 1980, like me, for example, but we have much more technology now, and I think my concern is, and I use the shotgun as an analogy, and I appreciate your responses. I think you get where I was going with that it's, and my concern is that no matter what we do here today or in the next year, as manufacturers continue to try to make it more difficult, somebody will figure out a way to do it. Because at the end of the day, it's a series of moving parts, and it's a firing pin that's just going to keep on going, right?
I would say I agree with you that people will try, but so many other gun makers do not have this problem because Glock-style pistols have this very easy-to-exploit issue. It is built into the design.
Is it possible, Greg, that the other manufacturers don't have that problem now because Glock is sold more than anybody else, and theirs may be easier than others?
I don't believe it is related to the popularity of the pistols. I would actually say the convertibility has helped Glock's popularity among some populations. But Smith & Wesson M&P pistols are not convertible with switches. Those are a top competitor to Glock's. Sig Sauer P365s are considered the best-selling pistols today. You cannot modify them with switches. So it's not, to me, it's not a popularity contest, so to speak. It is the fact that the gun can be modified in less than a minute.
All right, so that goes to the other part of my question then. So if today, as we sit here today, the Smith & Wesson M&P is more difficult to convert, agreed?
Agreed.
Right? If it's more difficult, if Glock changes their manufacturing and makes theirs more difficult, do you think that would then cause a rise in the number of M&Ps that are converted? Because let me phrase my question a little better if I can. What I'm surmising, hypothesizing here, is that the reason that it's more prevalent in Glocks is because due to current manufacturing, Glocks may be easier than the others. But I think we're in agreement that the others are not impossible. And I think it's just human nature that they're going to, if you want a fully automatic pistol, you're going to find the one that's the easiest. So if we go with Glocks today, and they say, okay, we heard you, Connecticut, we're going to remanufacture, we're going to put concrete in our trigger assembly. It's a joke, obviously, right? So that you can't do it. And then now Smith & Wesson becomes an easier one. Those who are 3D printing these things are now going to go to Smith & Wesson because it's the easier one. Is that a fair theory on my part?
It's fair in that that is always a possibility, and I'm not going to discount human ingenuity, but the way the Smith & Wesson's designed, the way that so many other pistols that I've looked at are designed, they're not as vulnerable to switches because of the trigger mechanism itself. You couldn't simply have a disconnector push into the gun the way that it does on a switch. Someone could theoretically do it, yes, but I would argue that if someone has to take a day or a week to modify a gun and learn all the engineering they need to be able to do it, there will be fewer of those on the street.
And no less dangerous. They're equally as dangerous guns, though.
Yes, fully automatic firearms, all of them are equally dangerous.
Okay, I appreciate your time. To the chairman, happy birthday, Chairman Winfield, and I appreciate that time as well. And just, to your point that you don't discount human ingenuity, I don't either, and that's my concern, and I hope you understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for being here, and thank you for the technical explanation. I certainly don't possess it, and it's been really helpful to me. I share one of Representative Howard's concerns, but probably for a different reason. I was appreciative of your attempts to draft this bill with a level of specificity to make it very narrowly tailored to, a problem that you identify here. I am also concerned about human ingenuity, and that the minute this one particular issue is resolved, there will be another design that will create the exact same problem that you're here today trying to address, when the real underlying issue is the criminal activity of the conversion of the pistol, correct? So in your opinion, would it be preferable to narrowly tailor the language to go after the conversion itself, the criminal activity of the conversion itself, in order to allow for that human ingenuity which will step into the space? It will just invite it. The minute we outlaw this, if it were to pass, there will be another creative solution to the problem you're bringing before us, right? Which appears to be a serious problem based on the numbers you told us here today. So what are your thoughts about whether this is in fact too narrowly drafted to address the concern you've identified?
So as you've identified, we did draft this to be very narrowly tailored. We do not want this to bring too many things into the definition. That's why it is not just a convertible pistol, it is a readily convertible pistol, and we have defined those terms. I think that the problem that we're getting at, obviously we have no objection to the prosecution of the actual conversion of these pistols. We are looking at, again, the industry here and the industry's hand in enabling these crimes. And so when the industry continues to produce products that are so easily susceptible to something that is so deadly, the problem falls on the industry. You take a public health approach, you start upstream. It doesn't mean that you don't pay attention to what's downstream, but you try to prevent that from happening in the first place. And that is where the manufacture comes in. And that is where the sale portion of this comes in, rather than just the possession. Doesn't affect the fact that switch possession is still prohibited. It doesn't change the fact that the pistol with a switch would be still prohibited. But this is looking to try to reduce the number of times we even have to go there.
And through you, Mr. Chair, if I might, just one quick follow-up. Isn't the desire to address this at the manufacturing level, though, isn't your desire to prevent the manufacturers from almost intentionally creating a product that is easily converted? So it is the intention behind what is being manufactured, not the thing itself. If they are knowingly creating a product that is easily converted into this deadly weapon that is used in 20,000 or used in X amount of mass shootings, then isn't that activity not about the category that they're producing, not the level of specificity about whether it has this cruciform trigger bar or what have you?
I'm not sure I understand your question. I'm sorry.
It was inartfully phrased. I apologize. Isn't the problem the intent behind what the manufacturer is doing, not the thing itself that they are producing? I mean, the minute you get rid of cruciform trigger bars, you'll have some other thing replacing that, if the manufacturer indeed is doing this nefariously to profit from something that does that.
So this doesn't require any nefarious intent. It is a knowing situation where but it doesn't require that the sale be knowing. It requires that the design itself be changed. The thing itself, as you said, functions perfectly legally as an unconverted pistol. Everything on the market should be unconvertible. It should not be easily convertible into a machine gun. The problem we are seeing is that there are continuing to be these models that are manufactured and designed that are easily convertible. If the design is changed, they aren't easily convertible anymore under what we know now. And so it is not hard, it is not that onerous to change the design to match most of the other models on the market. That is our concern.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Further questions or comments? Further questions or comments? If not, Representative Javitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in. Now, your organization, can you just repeat what your organization is?
It's Every Town for Gun Safety.
Okay, and where are you based?
We operate across the country. Our main offices are in New York and Washington, D.C.
Okay, do you have an office in Connecticut?
We work in Connecticut. We don't have a physical location in Connecticut, but we do work here.
Okay, what involvement did your organization have in crafting the Governor's Bill 5043?
We advised on the drafting of it.
Okay, did you submit this language?
We submitted some of this language. It is not exactly reflective of what we proposed.
Okay, what was it that you proposed?
I don't have exactly what we proposed in front of me. I will say that it is substantially similar to what we submitted to the governor,
And to whom did you submit it?
to the office of the governor.
What models would be affected by 5043?
So the most Glocks today, the only Glock that would not be affected is a Glock 46 that's sold in Europe. It's actually not convertible because of how they made it. It's sold to German police units only, but that is an example of what Glock could do. Every Glock today, the Ruger RXM and about a dozen other companies sell Glock clones that use the same cruciform trigger bar and are just as easy to convert. We have evidence of them being converted. We see videos of people using them online, on Instagram, things like that.
Do you have a list of the models?
So I'm happy to share that after this hearing. I do have a sense of the makes and models. I don't have a complete list because these guns come out all the time. There are many different variations of each of them. The Ruger RXM, for example, there are 14 variations of it. So no, I do not have the full list.
Okay, so if I've got a pistol at home, how am I to tell if I have one of these banned guns?
So our recommendation would be to create what we would advise the state to do, either through regulations or through a less formal process, would be to compile one of those lists of the models on the market that currently would fit into this category and distribute those, make them available to every FFL in the state, which are already regulated. Connecticut has its own dealer licensing. So we would absolutely recommend making a specific list so that everybody is aware of exactly what models would be prohibited from sale under this law.
Okay, so it wouldn't be in the statute,
As of right now, it's not in the bill.
okay? And do you know what models are affected?
So it's a very simple test. Does the gun have a cruciform trigger bar, and can it be modified with common household tools? Every FFL in the state knows what a cruciform trigger bar is, I would hope. But state law enforcement can put out guidance that would help them with that, and then they would know, oh, I can't transfer that gun because it has a cruciform trigger bar and can be modified with a switch.
Do you know what models are affected?
Again, I'm happy to share that list. I can go through more examples for you if you'd like.
No, I don't need the examples. I'm trying to find out if there is a definite list that these are the firearms that are going to be banned, as opposed to a test that somebody has to take a firearm apart and try to analyze the internal workings of it. Is there a list of models that people that own firearms would be able to look at and say, I've got a banned gun or I don't have a banned gun?
So that list is compilable, and again, it is something that we would absolutely recommend be implemented as part of this. But I also want to be clear that this is not, it's not a ban on the possession in any way. It's not a ban on people who have these right now. This is about sale, and so the focus would be on the FFLs and who are already regulated under both federal and state law. But I can assure you, we absolutely would include or advise as part of the implementation a list of things that are models that are currently on the market so that they would know exactly what is included.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, and you did say earlier that you have no problem if I own one, you have no problem me selling it, but you just don't want FFLs to sell it. Is that right?
It's the industry, it's the upstream, the selling into the market rather than the ones that are already here, rather than the ones that are in personal possession. I
Okay,
have no
but-
objection to that.
But every firearms transfer in the state has to go through an FFL, meaning that if I own one, I cannot sell it because an FFL would not be able to sell it under this bill.
You could sell it to an FFL who could sell it out of state,
The
if you really wanted to sell
FFL would be prohibited from selling it to anybody, right? Under this bill?
it. No. They
So-
could transfer it to out of state.
Okay. So let's say I have so I can't, under this bill, I would not be able to purchase one at an FFL, right? Okay, so if I have a concealed carry permit and I think a Glock is the best firearm for my personal protection and the protection of my family, I would not be able to go to an FFL and purchase one, right?
No, sir.
Okay, but if I live across the border in New York and I have a non-resident pistol permit in Connecticut, I can buy one in New York and come across the border.
No, sir.
No.
That would be illegal.
Why would that be illegal?
An FFL can only sell handguns to state residents.
But I live in New York. If I live in New York and I have a non-resident pistol permit in Connecticut, I can buy a Glock in New York and carry it into Connecticut, right?
Ostensibly, yes.
Yes.
So somebody from out of the state would have a benefit that people in the state would not have.
Our focus is not on the possession. Our focus is on the sale. And although, yes, that is a potential way, we are hoping that New York will also pass this law, however. But it's the sale, it's the reduction in market as an overall concept. It's not about the possession of these weapons. It is about the sale and is about reducing them unless and until the market changes, unless and until the manufacturers take into account that some of their models can be turned into these horrifically deadly weapons so easily.
Okay. Now, you say you don't have in front of you a list of all the models, right?
I could start naming them for you if you'd like.
Okay. Are there approximately how many models are affected?
16 companies make Glock-style pistols today that can be converted with switches.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that there are dozens of models?
If you're including all of the variations of models, so if the grip is slightly smaller or it's a different barrel length or a different caliber, yes, I would say it's dozens,
Okay, and
compared to thousands of other guns available for sale.
and those dozens of models are pretty widely owned by people in Connecticut?
I would not agree with that. Of those 16 companies, I say 3 are large gun manufacturers. The rest are very small companies. I doubt that some Connecticut residents even have heard about them.
Okay, so let's focus on Glock.
Okay.
Glock is the most widely sold and most popular handgun in the country, right? I didn't hear you.
Yes,
Okay. And it has been for several decades, right?
correct.
And people, civilians own them and police own them,
Correct.
and military.
They are not officially adopted by the military, but some units do carry Glock pistols.
And all of them would be affected by this bill.
No. No Glock that is currently owned would be affected by this bill.
The bill
Okay.
also exempts sales to law enforcement and to military personnel.
Okay, so all of the ones that are owned by civilians would be affected in that they would not be able to sell them or transfer them under this bill.
So as written, that's correct. Again, I express that we have no objection to a modification and amendment affecting private sales. Our concern here is with the FFLs, with the manufacturers, with the dealers.
Okay, so just to clarify that, you're trying to ban the sale of new firearms, not already manufactured firearms.
It would only affect the already manufactured ones if they haven't yet been sold.
Okay,
It would
so
be at future sales going forward.
okay, so any firearm that's already been sold once would still be in the stream of commerce and still be able to be sold under your proposal.
It would, so as written right now, it prohibits all of the sales. So it doesn't carve out something that says, if it was manufactured before X, there would be an effective date, and that would be the date that the sale prohibition would be instituted.
Okay, and the civilians that own these, they use them for self-defense?
Yes,
Yes.
They use them for target practice?
Yes.
They use them for competitions?
Yes.
Do you have any idea how many, just numerical, that exist?
How many of these readily convertible pistols exist? We don't have that information, no.
Okay, is it more than a dozen?
Yes, I would say it's more than a dozen.
Okay, more than 100?
So I can say that it has been estimated that Glock has sold millions of guns in the U.S., but we don't know because there's no way of knowing how many people own what guns or anything like that.
Okay,
The only people who would know that would be gun dealers themselves.
okay, does the state have that information?
no.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, well, when somebody from the state comes and testifies, we'll ask them that, but you do know that every firearm purchase in the state goes through the state, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and they have a record of every purchase.
Yes, I don't think they will be sharing that information, though.
I will say that if they do have that, and again, I will leave it to somebody who represents the state, it is not public information. It is not subject to public records requests information like a lot of other records would be.
Okay. So if Glock has sold millions of these firearms in the country, would it be fair to say that there's at least hundreds of thousands in Connecticut?
Potentially, yes.
And without a Glock switch or some type of converting device, are Glocks known to be safe and reliable?
Yes. In terms of marketing, they are known to be safe and reliable. That was very helpful for them in the 80s and 90s. Many other pistols today are just as safe and reliable as Glocks.
Okay. But because other pistols are now also safe and reliable does not make the Glock design less safe and reliable, right?
Well, I would say that the fact that you can convert it into a machine gun automatically pulls it out of that safe category. That's just my opinion on that as a gun expert.
Okay, but if I owned one and I did not have a Glock switch and I had no intention of converting it to a machine gun, that handgun on its own is generally safe and reliable?
Yes, and your possession of that would not be affected.
Without a Glock switch, are Glock handguns designed to fire at a machine gun rate?
It depends on the model. The Glock 18 fires 1,200 rounds per minute. All other Glocks are semi-automatic, so they have this design problem that they're easily converted, but they are sold and marketed as semi-automatic pistols that fire one shot per trigger pull.
Now, you said that the police have recovered 31,000 conversion devices. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did they seize them from 31,000 separate individuals or all in one big bag?
So this is data from the ATF. They don't aggregate it. They don't tell us where they came from or anything like that. That is just a number of total seizures.
Okay, so we don't know if it was one guy who cranked out 31,000 of these things in his basement and had them all in one place.
We know that it is not one person, but this is a problem that does tend to, or well, these are things that are attractive to traffickers. And that is one of the reasons why we want to ensure that the handguns that are sold into the state are not easily accessible to traffickers who do have the nefarious intent to convert these, to sell them on the illegal market, to have them function as machine guns.
Well, I'll also add that from news reports, photos of crime scenes, things like that, we see one switch, we see 12 switches, we see 30, 60, they're all over the US. The ATF would not give us a 31,000 figure for one seizure like that and say it's around the US. So we do have evidence that it is not one person breaking the law.
Okay, and it's 31,000 across the whole country.
Yes.
How many in Connecticut?
Again, ATF does not disaggregate that data. We just know totals.
Does the state police maintain any records of that?
I bet they would.
You haven't talked to them about it?
We don't have that information.
You mentioned that by adding a Glock switch to a standard Glock, it can fire 20 rounds per second. Is that right?
Yes.
That's 1,200 rounds per minute?
Yes.
How many rounds per minute can a skilled shooter shoot a semi-automatic firearm?
It depends on the shooter. If you're talking about a competitive shooter like Jerry Michalek, it's very fast. I would say it also depends on the gun. With a handgun, I could easily say 30 rounds per minute, 60 rounds per minute, maybe if they're skilled. But you can see the difference here, right? Between
30
20
rounds per minute? That's one every 2 seconds?
Some shooters are very fast, yes.
What?
Or are you trying to say that's a slow?
One-
I'm saying
one-
if you're trying to shoot
I think I could
accurately-
do that with my toe.
All right. Stop. I've given some leeway here, but we got to let people ask a question and answer so we have a transcript. Also, the snickering, laughing, etc. in the room, if you can't control yourself, please find yourself outside and you can watch on TV. Representative Dubitsky, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My guess is you misspoke on that. How fast can Jerry Michalek shoot?
He's a very fast shooter. If you're including reloads and things like that, it changes. The point that I was making, though, with 30 rounds per minute, is that someone is making accurate shots, not just pulling the trigger as fast as possible. And the danger with switches and Glocks is that it is very inaccurate and endangers many bystanders. So that speed is just dangerous on its own. Somebody pulling the trigger intentionally with a semi-automatic pistol is not going to be anywhere near that speed. So yes, 30 might be arguably slow for someone to be firing a pistol, but if they're shooting with intention, they're shooting with any accuracy, they're going to take a little bit more time than, say, Jerry Michalek would.
Okay, would it be fair to say that Jerry Michalek could shoot at least 15 rounds per second with a semi-automatic
No.
firearm?
No. He would be slower than that even.
Approximately how fast?
Representative, I don't think he knows the answer to your question. Let's get back to the substance of the bill, please.
Well, I'm asking him if he does know.
I would say Jerry on a good day could probably shoot 3 to 4 rounds in a second, but he couldn't keep that up for much time after that. When you see videos of him shooting, it's for 8 seconds, 10 seconds at a time.
Was your organization involved in one of the other bills that was on the agenda today, 5436?
No, this was our involvement, the 5043.
Okay, are you familiar with 5436 at all?
I have seen it, yes.
Okay, are you familiar that it makes each of the major component parts of a firearm a separate firearm?
So I would defer any questions about that to some of my colleagues that are going to be speaking specifically to that bill later.
Okay, but are you aware of that?
I have read the bill, yes.
Okay. So if that bill passes and this bill passes, each of the component parts of a Glock, convertible Glock in your words, each of those convertible parts would also be a machine gun, wouldn't it?
No, sir. So my understanding of that bill is that the major firearm components would be considered a firearm. The barrel itself would be considered a firearm, but it would not meet the definition of a convertible pistol because it does not have a cruciform trigger bar, it's just a barrel, and it cannot be modified with a switch. So on its own, one of those component parts would not be considered a convertible pistol.
Okay, so for the purpose of designating it a gun, we will engage in the fiction of saying that it can fire a projectile, but for the purpose of determining whether that gun is a machine gun, we won't engage in that same fiction, and we will say that because it doesn't have a certain type of trigger bar, that it is not a machine gun, even though it is a gun.
Representative, respectfully, I'm not here to testify on that other bill, and I would argue that they're dealing with two different issues. One is a great way to crack down on 3D printed guns, and this one is a great way to crack down on readily convertible pistols.
Okay, if I had a 1974 Chevy Pinto that was entirely street legal, and I changed out the drivetrain to make it a hot rod that was not street legal. I'm making an analogy to this bill. You would now be saying, banning essentially 1974 Pintos because people can take the drivetrain out and put in something that isn't legal. How is
If I
this
could
different?
respond to that, there is a world of difference between adding a small component like a switch to the back of a gun and replacing the drivetrain of a vehicle.
Okay, so it depends on how hard or easy it is?
That is the point of the definition for readily altered in this language. That's the system that it sets up. That's the whole point.
I would also say that the automotive industry has taken extraordinary steps over the past several decades to institute safety features. Cars at one point did not have seat belts. They did not have a third brake light. They did not have collapsible steering wheels. They did not have reinforced windshields. The automotive industry has taken many, many steps to make those safer. The gun industry has not. And this is a step to make a design safer.
Okay. So the goal is to get Glock to change its design, right?
If they want to sell them in Connecticut, yes.
But they've just changed their design for this very purpose.
So as someone who has examined the V series, this changed design, they have not done enough. That's why 3 days after it was released, a person on Reddit showed that it still had a switch on the back of the slide. It's the same exact system for modifying the gun. They simply had to cut away one very tiny piece of plastic and metal, and that's why this bill includes the common household tools language. So
Okay,
they did not fix the design.
So if I was a lot more handy than I am, and I came up with a gizmo that could convert, that could make every semi-automatic firearm fire at a machine gun rate, every single one. I just slap the thing on and it turns into a machine gun. That device would be illegal, wouldn't it?
Yes.
What, do you know what crimes I would be committing by creating that device?
So the device itself would be considered a machine gun.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
The device itself would be considered a machine gun.
Okay, so I would be in possession of an unlicensed machine gun or unregistered machine gun.
Correct.
Okay, and that's a felony?
Yes.
Okay, so just creating that device would be a felony.
Yes.
Okay, and if I attach that device to a gun that I have at home, that would be another felony?
It's generally charged as the same felony, machine gun possession.
Okay, and if I made two of these things, that would be two separate felonies?
Correct.
Okay, and if that, and if I then, so if I had that device and it could turn every single semi-automatic firearm into a machine gun, would the state of Connecticut be able to ban all of those firearms?
No, because this bill gives a very specific definition of what constitutes readily convertible. If it is the item that is changing every single model, then that does not fall into the readily convertible as defined in this bill. If that is something that is invented somewhere down the line, that is another issue to think about. This is a very narrow, very specific definition of what applies to what we know is a massively deadly and dangerous problem right now.
Right, but every firearm would be readily convertible. With my
In this
device.
hypothetical, we're not dealing with every firearm. That's what my colleague Elizabeth is trying to say. We're dealing with real firearms that have different operating mechanisms. As someone who's looked at a lot of these guns and understand how they works, there is no one device that you could simply snap onto any firearm. We're dealing with problems that are affecting people's lives today. If there were such a device, yes, that device would be banned, and we would have to look at how easily it integrated into firearms at that point. But right now we're talking about guns that are 96% machine guns, and someone adds a little piece and then it's a machine gun. So we're trying to deal with that part of the puzzle.
Okay, well, it's true you're not trying to ban all handguns.
No.
Only the most popular handgun in the country.
It's not a ban, it would be a sale prohibition. Again, this does not affect possession.
Right, but it would be if I don't own one, it would be a ban for me, right?
You would not be able to purchase one legally. It is a prohibition on a sale, it is not a prohibition on possession.
Okay, well, I thank you for your answers, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I think we've probably exhausted on these witnesses, but are there further questions? Very briefly, Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate everyone's patience. Very briefly, my good colleague brought up the Ford Pinto and and you mentioned how design changes were made to the Ford Pinto. Why were design changes made to the Ford Pinto?
It was a dangerous vehicle.
And what happened when it was discovered what happened with the Ford Pinto?
I believe it was recalled. There were lawsuits. People died because of the vehicle, so they had to make changes.
And why aren't there lawsuits about, or what did the lawsuits do for the Ford Pinto? Or why did it make Ford change the design?
In general, there is a right to sue a manufacturer for a product that is unusually dangerous.
And I think that's important. I won't belabor this anymore, but suffice it to say, I'm sure we've discussed today, and we've discussed many times in this committee before, how there is special protections for liability for the gun industry. And while there is a products liability exception, it's very narrow.
Yes.
And basically what that means is that the gun industry is allowed to externalize the costs of the dangers of its products, like the ability to readily convert it into a submachine gun,
Yes.
onto the public, onto our emergency services, onto our public fisc, and that they do not have to take account for those dangers and the costs of those dangers to the public. And that's why we're in the position we are today. That's why you've put in, and why the chairs have put in so much effort into crafting this bill. And I think there are lots of folks with great expertise on these guns and the particularities of their internal parts and how they function. I won't claim to be one, although I am familiar with Glocks and how they work. But I don't think you need to be an expert to understand why this is a problem and why this committee is addressing it and why you're here discussing it. And I really appreciate you being here. And I appreciate it, Mr. Chair.
Representative Fishbein, briefly for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I take a firearm that I presently own, let's say a Smith & Wesson 9C? I have one of those. And can I modify it to accept a cruciform trigger bar?
Not that I know of, sir, no.
So it's a polymer body,
Yes.
right? Polymer is plastic,
Yes.
and you strip it down and you take out the insides. I don't know why I wouldn't be able to do that.
So just to get into some specifics here, the rest of the firing mechanism has to pair with the trigger bar. Glock had a patent on that cruciform trigger bar design for many, many years. It expired around 2015. And so if you tried to replace the trigger bar in a Smith & Wesson, you then have to replace the sear, then you have to replace the firing pin. You have to fundamentally alter the gun, and you're going to have basically reverse engineered a Glock in terms of how it functions.
And I also want to emphasize that the reason we have drafted the bill the way we have is that it does not require a level of gunsmithing or engineering expertise to change these pistols into machine guns. We have seen them in this state, all across the country, being manufactured by teenagers, being used by traffickers. These are not people with high engineering or technical gunsmithing skills. These are people who can take common household tools, perform a few minutes of basic procedures on a pistol and be able to turn it into a machine gun, which can fire in a horrific rate. That's what we're concerned about.
I understand the concern, but all of that you just talked about, already illegal. So already illegal. You can't say differently, right? So I heard through your testimony that an FFL would be able to sell one of these firearms out of state. Can you just point me, I read this language to not say that. If I am an FFL physically located in Connecticut, I can't sell the firearm. It doesn't say anything about sell out of state. I can't sell it. So I'm just trying to figure out where that's coming from. In particular, Section 3. If you look at Section 3,
It's the within this state.
No, 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 no. See, did a lawyer draft this?
There were lawyers
right,
that
okay,
worked on
hold
this,
on,
yes.
hold on. Representative Fishbein, as the ranking member, you know full well this bill was drafted by the lawyers who work for this committee.
Great.
So if you have problems with the drafting of this, we can certainly take that up in screening, as we always do with the lawyers on this committee. To accuse them of something like that, I think is inappropriate.
Okay.
Let's-
So what I heard was that they submitted language to the governor's office, right? So that's what the testimony is. So I have to assume, and then I heard that it's largely what they submitted. So cast no aspersions against our staff. What I heard was that they submitted the language to the governor's office. The clause within this state would not appear where it does in this paragraph if that was the intention, okay? It says that within the state distributes, transports, or imports into the state, keeps for sale. You would say sells within the state. You put the clause within the state at the beginning. If that was the intention, then you would have the clause after sell. You would say sells within the state, right? But because of where this clause is, it says you're barring within the state the sale of, which,
So-
yeah.
There are certainly adjustments that can be made to this bill to take into account things that have been referenced, things like private sales, things like FFLs being able to sell out of state where these are not prohibited. Our concern is the sale of these designs that are manufactured knowingly to be easily convertible into machine guns, selling them in the state to residents of Connecticut. We need to reduce the market and the availability of these weapons that can cause such extreme harm.
So if I owned one of these that I purchased from an FFL 10 years ago, would I be able to, if this language was to pass, to sell to my brother?
So in this language, as it stands right now, no, this prohibits all sales.
Okay. So the representation that my mere possession is not affected is not, it is affected.
Your possession is not affected. I understand what you're saying, that your choice of sale would be affected, but your mere possession would not be affected, but I understand your point.
Under this language, I can't even carry it for personal defense because that would be transporting it.
That's an arguable interpretation.
Okay.
It is, again, I hope that I have made clear that our core concern here is with the upstream manufacturing and not with punishing individual lawful gun owners.
Okay. Lastly, I just want to address the representation that there will be testimony coming from police. You know, merely because somebody stands up at a press conference, and I have no idea why and what they looked at before that press conference, representing as a member of law enforcement, they're in support of language. I would hope, because the process is that we review the language. We have a public, that's the reason why I have a public hearing. So the police representatives that went to a press conference not being respectful of the process is very troubling to me. Expecting me to believe because they stood at behind a microphone in support of legislation that has some imprimatur here is not our process. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I have one question, then we're going to let you guys go. So, Public Act 25-43 was the firearm industry accountability legislation that this body passed last legislative session. You guys are familiar with that legislation, correct?
Yes.
You, I think your organization testified in support of it, and I think helped on some of the
We
language,
submitted testimony,
correct?
yes, yeah.
Okay. That legislation requires firearm industry manufacturers, among others, to institute reasonable controls to prevent their products from being modified in a certain way that would render a legal product an illegal product, right? That's
Correct.
one of the things that
Yes.
legislation did.
Yes.
And if they don't, they could be subject to civil suit in our courts.
Correct.
Even if we don't pass this bill before us today, in your estimation, could Glock still be subject to civil suit in our courts based on that law that passed last year?
Oh, yes, and I think that this bill is the absolute logical next step to the industry accountability law that you passed last year. The fact that it specifically says that firearms industry has to enact reasonable controls to prevent the sale or distribution of firearms designed in a manner that promotes their conversion into an illegal machine gun is the first step. This would be the step to make that explicit. Would they still be subject under the existing law? Absolutely. This would be aimed at reducing the actual sales, the direct sales, but it fits seamlessly into the laws that you already have on the books.
Yeah, and in some respects, the bill before us today is a codification of what the expectation was under last year's accountability
Correct.
legislation.
It makes it explicit.
Okay, great. Thank you both for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Michael Chris.
Good evening.
Not evening yet. Feels like it,
It
but
feels
not
like
yet.
Thank you, members. I appreciate being here. I'm Michael Chris, First Selectman for the town of Harwinton, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm in opposition of Raise Bill 5436 and 5043. Public safety is a priority for all of us in Connecticut, but when legislation affects constitutional rights, I got to be clear, they have to be enforceable and they have to be directed at the people that are actually committing the crimes, not at the actual weapons themselves. Unfortunately, where there's a will, there's a way. We all know it. Everything can be converted to a weapon. Both of these bills raise significant concerns over those areas. First and foremost, both proposals expand definitions related to firearms and firearm components in ways that are extremely broad and in some cases based on hypothetical modifications rather than actual function. Governor's Bill 5043, for example, focuses on firearms labeled as convertible, meaning a firearm could potentially be restricted not because of what it is, but what it could become. The approach creates serious legal uncertainty to responsible firearm owners across the state. And similarly, 5436 expands the definitions of valuing firearm components and devices that may affect the rate of fire while addressing criminal misuse is important. Overly broad language risks compromising items commonly owned by lawful collectors, hobbyists, and reasonable gun owners. When laws begin regulating possibilities instead of actual criminal conduct, we risk creating policies that punish responsible citizens while doing little to stop individuals who are already ignoring the law. Second, many of the devices these bills seek to address, particularly illegal conversion devices, are already prohibited under federal law. The individuals using them are not obtaining these legally and are not complying with existing firearm regulations. Expanding the restrictions on additional firearms or components may simply add complexity for law-abiding residents without addressing the real underlying criminal behavior and how they're getting these guns. Thirdly, legislation like this can create serious enforcement challenges. Determining whether a firearm is convertible or whether certain components fall under an expanded definition may require technical interpretation and speculation about potential modifications. That kind of ambiguity can create confusion for law enforcement, firearm retailers, and citizens who are trying to comply with the law. And as we all know, laws that are unclear do not improve compliance, they create confusion. Finally, we should recognize that Connecticut already has some of the most comprehensive firearm regulations in the country, including strict prohibition on automatic weapons and devices that increase a firearm's rate of fire. If we want policies that truly improve public safety, our focus should remain on enforcing existing laws, disrupting illegal trafficking, where most of these guns are coming from, and holding criminals accountable, rather than expanding definitions that primarily affect responsible citizens. For these reasons, I'm asking and urging this committee to reconsider the bill.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Representative Trubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chris, for coming in. What is your background in firearms?
I'm a first selectman for the town of Harrington. I'm a firearm owner. I'm a handgun owner. Three of my cousins work for SIG, and I can tell you that the guns you talked about earlier, all are convertible at some point or another and can be converted. They test that stuff all the time at the factories, and where there's a will, there's a way. They can convert them.
Okay, you're not
I'm not an expert, no.
a gunsmith or?
No.
Okay, does Harwinton have a police department?
We have a state resident troopers.
Okay, do you know what kind of firearms the resident state trooper carry?
They have Glocks
They carry Glocks.
right now.
Have you ever heard of any problems with the Glocks that the resident state trooper carries?
No, have not.
In your town, has anybody, to your knowledge, been arrested for possession of a Glock switch?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, has anybody ever converted a Glock to a machine gun in your town?
No, sir. And we are the largest armed community our size in Connecticut. So there's a lot of guns in Harwinton.
Come east of the river, I think you'd have some competition.
Absolutely. We would have some competition.
But thank you very much. I appreciate your coming out. Your testimony was very, very informative.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Further questions or comments? Representative Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, did you just say that your town, Harwinton, has one of the town with one of the most guns in the state?
Yes.
What's the crime rate like in Harwinton?
Nil?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments from the committee? If not, thanks for being here.
All right, thank you.
Antonio Desimone? Is Antonio Desimone with us? Okay. Carlton Newell?
Good morning. Yes, I am here via Zoom.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, committee members, for your time this morning. As I mentioned, my name is Carlton Newell. I'm from Windham County. I have a bachelor's degree with coursework in criminal justice, constitutional law, and psychology. I also carried one of the pistols targeted by this bill at one point during my professional career experience. I now work in human services. Additionally, my sister-in-law was murdered 12 years ago by an ex who utilized a firearm to commit the murder. Therefore, I feel I'm well qualified to speak to this bill, Bill 5043. I am speaking to voice my strong opposition to House Bill 5043. Our state is known as the Constitution State. I would encourage committee members and our legislators to consider this when proposing and considering legislation. The Second Amendment clearly states that the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. As has been said by others, without the Second Amendment, all other amendments are meaningless. The Supreme Court has affirmed that commonly owned firearms are protected by the Second Amendment. Pistols such as Glock, which are being targeted by this bill, are among the most commonly owned firearms in this state and country and are commonly used for both sporting and self-defense, and therefore fall under the provisions of the Constitution and Supreme Court decisions. These are also among the safest and most reliable pistols there are due to the nature of their design. Due to the hammerless design, there's less of a chance of snagging as there are with some of the other pistols that have been mentioned this morning. Just because something has the capability to be modified and used for illegal purposes does not in and of itself give justification to outlaw its sale and possession. One of the greatest tragedies in this country, the Oklahoma City bombing, was committed by individuals who mixed diesel and ammonium nitrate to make an explosive. So by the rationale of this bill, we should ban diesel fuel. Previously, when passing the so-called assault weapons ban, many said, we're not coming for your guns. Yet here we are again today with legislation targeting another class of firearms. There are already existing laws prohibiting modifying these pistols, making them capable of full auto firing, as well as the plethora of laws existing regarding the crimes that modified pistols might be used to commit. I would challenge our lawmakers with two things. First, how many crimes have actually been committed using modified pistols outside of the fact that owning these modified pistols and the switches are illegal in and of themselves? How many crimes are committed by those previously arrested and then released? I would also challenge you to consider, if they're already willing to break these other laws, why would they honor these laws? As others have mentioned, laws such as this only target law-abiding citizens such as myself that want to live our lives free with minimal government interference. I'd also challenge our lawmakers to encourage greater enforcement and harsher penalties for existing laws, including existing gun laws, rather than proposing new ones which will largely only affect law-abiding citizens. Empower our criminal justice system to appropriately and effectively address crime.
Thank you, sir.
And okay, thank you.
That's the bell. Thank you. Like I said, not to cut you off, but we do want to make sure we get to folks and
I understand.
everybody. So we do have written testimony as well. Questions or comments? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. Jonathan
Thank you.
Roy.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson and honorable members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Jonathan Roy. I'm a resident of Hartford. I spent more than 25 years in public safety, and I'm the owner of Vital Defense LLC, where I train ordinary citizens in the safe and responsible use of firearms and in self-defense. I'm also a proud member of the Connecticut Citizens Defense League. I'm here today to respectfully voice my opposition to HB 5043 and HB 5436. Unlike many who you may hear from today, I've actually been shot at before. I live in a neighborhood in Hartford where shots fired is not an abstraction, it's an all too frequent background noise of life. For the good people I train, and myself, the firearms that we carry are not toys, and they're not political symbols. They are the tools that good people in places like Hartford rely on to survive the worst moments in life. This bill takes a very different approach. Instead of targeting the criminals who would seek to convert a gun, it effectively renders a huge number of ordinary semi-automatic pistols into machine guns. In plain language, that means the same striker-fired pistols that police officers, instructors like myself, and responsible permit carry holders carry today suddenly become treated in state law as machine guns. Since 2008, the U.S. Supreme Court has been clear that the Second Amendment protects arms that are in common use for lawful purposes. The pistols that are swept up in this convertible pistol definition are exactly that, some of the most common defensive handguns in America today. Machine guns are already unlawful both under federal and state felony laws. Someone who is willing to commit those serious felonies is not going to be dissuaded by adding a new label to striker-fired pistols that are already so common. This bill really just adds another burden on the shoulders of your constituents. The permit holder walking to his or her car late at night after a shift, the single parent in a rough neighborhood, the instructors like me who train good people in competent firearm safety. It tells them that the very tools they choose because they are reliable and common and affordable are now suspects simply because of how they were built. I'm not asking you to tolerate violence in any way. I'm asking you to focus your energy of this committee and this legislative body on enforcing the copious laws that already exist and make these immoral acts illegal. When we blur the line, we don't make Connecticut safer. We just make it harder for the good people of Connecticut to defend themselves. I respectfully urge you all to reject HB 5043 and HB 5436 and stop the continued legal assault on your constituents. Thank you for your time. I'm sure you have many questions, and I'm happy to answer them.
Questions from the committee? Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir, for being here. Were you here earlier when I was speaking with the first speakers?
Yes, sir.
Do you share the same concern that I do? As somebody who works with firearms, do you think that while perhaps Glock may be the easiest one today, human ingenuity can find ways to modify any pistol into a fully automatic pistol?
I am very concerned with that. I'm concerned this opens a Pandora's box or continues to pry it open as we've already started that in this state. I'm concerned that This is just a sliding slope of what's easy today becomes a different object tomorrow. I'm very concerned that students that I work with already ask often, how do we negotiate all the many myriad of laws that we have? And this just makes their job even harder. I deal with students who never wanted to own a firearm before, that never wanted to handle a firearm, but have, due to the world we live in, decided that that's a different option. And they get very concerned with how they stay lawful with the existing laws we already have. These aren't people that are out there committing any kind of crime. These are people that just want to live their life and do not want to be assaulted by other people and want to have the tools ready and their knowledge and their skill set. And when we add these laws on top of them, it just makes their life much more complicated.
And you don't believe one of those tools that they need to protect themselves is a fully automatic machine gun, right?
Absolutely not.
Right.
And that's already unlawful. That's not
Right.
anything that anybody I work with is seeking or has sought. I don't know of a person who's converted or attempted to convert a firearm into an illegal machine gun, and personally, they would not be friends of mine.
All right, so do you know a lot of people that own Glocks like this?
Myself included, absolutely.
And none of them have made any attempts to convert them?
No one I know.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you for joining us
Thank you,
today.
sir, and happy birthday.
Thank you. Appreciate that. David DeWallace. Is David DeWallace here? Thank you. Okay, let's try Brendan Hatley. When you approach, there's a red button in front of you. Hit that button, it will activate the microphone, and you have your 3 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Brendan Hatley, a resident of Newington, Connecticut. I'm the manager at Newington Gun Exchange and FFL in Newington. I am here respectfully to speak in opposition to House Bill 5043 and 5346. While I understand and support efforts to address violent crime, this proposal targets law-abiding citizens and commonly owned firearms rather than the criminals who misuse them. The devices that convert semi-automatic firearms into automatic weapons are already illegal under both federal and Connecticut law. Individuals who possess or use these devices are already committing serious crimes. House Bill 5043 instead focuses on restricting the sale of certain pistols based on the possibility that they could be illegally modified. The bill risks creating broad and unclear definitions that could affect many commonly owned handguns used legally for self-defense. Criminals who misuse these firearms do not obtain them through lawful transfers or replacement parts. This bill therefore targets a wrong population while doing little to address violent crime. The Supreme Court in District Columbia v. Heller and New York State Rifle and Pistol Association v. Bruin has already made clear that the Second Amendment protects firearms that are in common use for lawful purposes, particularly handguns used for self-defense. 5043 targets an ordinary semi-automatic pistols that are widely owned by law-abiding Americans and used for these purposes. These firearms are neither dangerous nor unusual, which discussed in Heller, and they are among the most common defensive tools in the country. So much so that Glock is often used synonymously with a semi-automatic handgun. Restricting access to these pistols because they could hypothetically be modified with devices that are already illegal conflicts directly with the constitutional protections recognized in Heller and reaffirmed in Bruin. As for 5436, it's presented as a technical change to firearm statutes, but significantly expands the definition of firearm to include individual components such as barrels, slides, and other parts that cannot function as firearms on their own. It imposes additional regulatory burdens on individuals who have already complied with the state's strict restriction and requirements for firearms and magazines. This expansion risks criminalizing routine firearm maintenance and creates legal uncertainty for lawful gun owners, retailers, and gunsmiths across Connecticut. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to reconsider House Bill 5043 and 5436 and focus efforts instead on enforcing existing laws and targeting criminal misuses of firearms. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you for joining us this morning. It is still morning. Okay, Ken Fayoro. Ken Fayoro, followed by Nick Gleason. Is Nick Gleason here? We have Fayoro. Or Nick, oh, I see him. Yep.
Good morning, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Nick Leeson, and I'm a resident of Connecticut. I'm submitting this testimony as a private citizen. The views here are solely my own and do not represent the views of the Connecticut National Guard or any government agency I may be affiliated with. I respectfully submit this testimony in opposition to HB 5043 and HB 5436. Outside of my professional responsibilities, one of my primary hobbies is competitive shooting. Competitive shooting is a structured and disciplined sport practiced by thousands of responsible Americans and many residents here in Connecticut. Like other organized sports, it emphasizes strict safety protocols, training, and responsible handling of equipment. Participants in shooting sports dedicate significant time to learning proper firearm safety, improving technical skills, and competing in organized events. Many of the firearms and accessories that are often targeted in legislation, such as these bills, are commonly used in lawful sporting and competition settings. Restrictions that broadly target firearm definitions, magazine capacities, or lawful transfers risk impacting responsible individuals who participate in legitimate sporting activities while fully complying with existing laws. It is also important to recognize that law-abiding gun owners already operate under significant regulatory oversight in Connecticut. Connecticut maintains some of the strictest firearm laws in the country, including permitting requirements, background checks, waiting periods, and other regulatory measures designed to promote responsible ownership. Unfortunately, individuals who commit violent crimes often do not obtain firearms through lawful channels and do not comply with existing regulations. As a result, additional restrictions placed primarily on responsible firearm owners may have limited impact on preventing violent crime. Public policy addressing gun violence should focus on strategies that directly target violent offenders and illegal activity, including illegal firearm trafficking, repeat violent offenders, and the root causes that contribute to violence within communities. As a Connecticut resident and competitive shooter, I respectfully urge the committee to carefully consider whether these bills will meaningfully reduce gun violence or whether they may instead place additional burdens on responsible citizens who are already complying with the law. I appreciate the committee's time and consideration of my testimony.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? There are none. I want to thank you for joining us this morning. Liddy Renner.
Hello, co-chairs Winfield and Staffstrom and esteemed members of the Joint Judiciary Committee. My name is Liddy Renner, and I'm a senior state policy manager for the Brady Campaign to Prevent Gun Violence. Brady is proud to support House Bill 5043, which provides a strong defense against the proliferation and dangerous impact of DIY machine guns throughout the state of Connecticut. House Bill 5043 will protect communities across the state from DIY machine guns by prohibiting the future sale of any pistol that can be quickly and easily converted into a machine gun by attaching an auto sear, commonly known as a Glock switch. This will help hold the industry accountable by requiring companies that design their pistols so they easily accept these devices to stop selling them to civilians unless and until they fix the problem. DIY machine guns are a growing threat to public safety. Fully automatic machine guns have been illegal under federal and Connecticut law for decades, but they can be made at home by attaching an auto sear, which is a tiny piece of metal, which we heard about earlier, or plastic, to a convertible pistol. Shootings committed with these modified, fully automatic handguns can be significantly more deadly, since they allow shooters to spray bullets with a single pull of the trigger, endangering bystanders. These DIY machine guns are flooding Connecticut communities because gun manufacturers have manufactured their pistols in a way that makes them uniquely easy to convert into illegal machine guns by attaching an auto sear. Because these companies choose profits over public safety, anyone with one of these pistols, an auto sear, and a screwdriver can turn their pistol into an illegal and extremely lethal machine gun in just a few minutes. The firearms industry has known about this problem for years, but has not taken responsibility and instead has refused to take serious action to fix their designs. As long as Connecticut gun dealers are selling pistols that can quickly and easily be turned into machine guns, this public safety threat will continue. House Bill 5043 solves this problem, and I urge the committee to favorably report on this measure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Where are you testifying from? Which state?
I currently live in Vermont, but spent 7 years in Connecticut throughout my teens, so appreciate the opportunity to weigh in here.
Thank you. Does Vermont have this law?
It does not.
So you live in Vermont, you don't have this law, and you're advocating for the law in Connecticut, is that right?
Yes, sir. I work on our state policy team. I work in over 20 states across the country, and we believe that our expertise applies in many places despite our residency, and also respect the importance of local voices, but wanted to share mine as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Question or comment from other members of the committee? Question or comment from other members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Craig Storrs.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good morning. My name is Craig Storrs. I'm the Deputy Director of State Affairs for the National Association for Gun Rights. We represent over 4.5 million members nationwide and thousands in Connecticut. I'm speaking today in opposition to House Bill 5043, the convertible pistol ban. This bill separately criminalizes the manufacture, sale, and distribution of a convertible pistol, regardless of whether any conversion device is present. In short, the state is seeking to ban a host of very popular firearms based purely on internal design characteristics before any conversion, misuse, or illegal configuration exists. And it targets very clearly a dominant and commonly owned category of handguns, in particular Glock and Glock pattern striker-fired pistols that use a cruciform trigger bar. As you may know, industry standards estimate routinely put Glock at roughly 65% of the share of the U.S. handgun market between civilian and law enforcement use. And Glock sells over 1 million pistols per year in the United States and has produced over 20+ million globally since 1982. Furthermore, the definition of pistol converter is extremely broad in this legislation and tied to interference with the trigger mechanism or increasing the rate of fire beyond what a person could otherwise achieve. While this appears to be aimed at auto-sear type devices, it creates the ambiguity that could be argued to encompass far more devices than just those, especially given how Connecticut already defines rate of fire enhancement. And even if that's not the stated intent, the way this bill is written places otherwise law-abiding gun owners and dealers in Connecticut in danger of violation of this law based upon interpretation issues due to the vagueness of the legislation. And that vagueness creates downstream enforcement and compliance problems. Furthermore, I heard previous testifiers state that this is just upstream compliance and that their only goal here is to ban the conversion devices. However, your neighboring state of Rhode Island just last year passed an assault weapons ban whereby they grandfathered out possession and allowed possession to continue. And just this year, they're revisiting the law to ban possession as well. So we're already headed down this slippery slope here in Connecticut. Furthermore, understanding Supreme Court precedent, the state of Connecticut may not enact gun control and it protects weapons that are in common use for lawful purposes. If a firearm is commonly possessed by law-abiding citizens for lawful purposes, such as self-defense, the government cannot ban it outright, and this bill currently seeks to do that. This has been standing precedent since DC versus Heller in 2008 and under Bruin. Thank you.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for appearing. You mentioned that you thought that this bill was broader than the proponents had anticipated, and that it would cover a lot more firearms than it seems to be indicated by the plain text. Can you expound on that a little? How do you think this could be expanded in interpretation?
Sure. Well, so we've seen this problem across the country with states that have specifically tried to enact Glock switch bans and other conversion device bans, where they include definitions like common household items or something of that variation. And we see this where it can encompass something as simple as a paperclip or as simple as, like, I believe it was Representative Howard mentioned, a hacksaw or something like that, where things downstream just get criminalized that ordinary people have. So that's our objection to how vague this is. And yeah, that's our objection.
Got it. Now, are you a firearms expert by chance?
I am industry. No, I am a firearms owner, and I have used fire. I am a former corrections officer and have used Glock style firearms throughout the course of my service as a corrections officer.
Okay. So if I asked you about the internal workings of the cruciform trigger, would you be able to answer that authoritatively?
Authoritatively, no, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm sure somebody else during the day will, but I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Question or comment from other members of the committee? Question or comment? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
David Townsley. Good morning. You may testify when you're seated.
Thank you, committee. I believe in the self-evident right to life, that it is a right to self-defense. About the beginning of last year, I received a specific death threat that at the time I believed was credible. And out of safety concerns for myself and my family, I decided to exercise the Second Amendment right that I thought that I had. But I didn't have any practical right to defend myself or my family, at least at that moment. So that day I started jumping through hoop after hoop of paperwork, applications, classes, multiple trips to government agencies, more paperwork, and more procedures. And as soon as I heard that I'd cleared one hoop, I would immediately schedule or take whatever the next step was to complete the next hoop. And it took over 2 months before I could complete the last hoop in a long gauntlet that had been preventing my practical right to defend myself and my family. And this was in the face of a specific threat of violence. Because of this, the more hoops that we add to the procedure, people who do face specific threats have no practical ability to exercise their Second Amendment right. While both the federal and the state constitution have specific language to the right to bear arms, in behavior, the state of Connecticut demonstrates weaponized incompetence toward a right that she says we truly have. Connecticut seems to have a toxic relationship with her responsible, law-abiding citizens by saying that she cares for us while breaking the trust a government should have with her people by discouraging anyone from embracing their rights. I believe that this bill is another episode in Connecticut's "I love you, but I'm going to avoid responsibility of allowing you to defend yourself." Now, what do you do in a bad relationship? Some people leave. I've never heard of another state that has as many people as Connecticut talking about how they want to leave so they can find a state that actually loves them and their Second Amendment right, not just that they say that they do. Relationship experts also tell us to set clear boundaries, and that's what I and many, many others are doing today, especially in the written testimony. So please stop the state abuse of the 1818 Connecticut Constitution, which says in Article 1, Section 15, that every citizen has a right to bear arms in defense of himself and the state. Please don't set up yet another so-called common sense gun restriction hoop like the 3 proposed bills before us that limit people's actual self-defense. So please return Connecticut to the Connecticut state, the Constitution state, and allow constitutional carry.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question, Representative Dubisky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your coming in and testifying. I know there are a lot of people who are who have been driven out of the state by the policies that affect them, including the difficulty in exercising constitutional rights. I would just ask that you not leave. We need you here. Stay and fight.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I plan to.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chairman.
Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Richard Souza.
Good morning, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Richard Souza. I'm from East Hartford. I'm testifying today in opposition to HB 5043 and HB 5436. With respect to HB 5043, it's already illegal to convert a firearm from semi-automatic to automatic mode without federal licensure. 10 years in federal prison for each offense. By criminalizing mere ownership of a Glock-style pistol, an action in itself that does no harm to anyone, this bill violates the presumption of innocence, the principle that ensures that government honors the liberty of its citizens until their deeds convict them. This bill effectively presumes that all who own Glock-style pistols are no better than the criminals who install illegal switches to convert them. And that reveals the ugly truth of this bill. The people who support this bill seek not to prosecute real violent criminals for the crimes they commit. They intend to disarm the general public as much as possible and leave them defenseless. American patriots should consider their motives for doing so. When you tried to convince people in 2019 that a solid block of metal sitting on a shelf in my workshop should be classified as a firearm and have a state-issued serial number on it, I thought we had reached the highest level of stupidity. I was wrong. With HB 5436, now people must believe that a barrel or a slide or an unfinished frame or receiver, a piece of metal or plastic that is essentially a doorstop, is now a firearm. Does this mean that I will also have to get license plates for my car's steering wheel and for each of the 4 tires because they can now be classified as motor vehicles? If I leave a barrel in my car, will it need to be secured like a firearm so that it doesn't go off and kill someone? How about at home? Does Ethan laws apply? If I mill a custom slide in my workshop now, will that be considered contraband? We know you're just trying to make firearm ownership as onerous as possible, burdening citizens with more background checks and expensive transfer fees. We won't give up this right that was bought in blood and lives by those who went before us. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the Representative Dubisky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in. Are you a firearms expert by chance?
No.
You're not?
No.
Okay.
I'm just a hobbyist.
Okay. Well, hobbyists have Second Amendment rights too, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming in. Your testimony is very important. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Question, Representative Howard.
Thank you, sir. I want to thank you for your testimony as well. Thank you for the analogy to the cars. I would just caution you and others, the representation that they could then have you register every part of the vehicle. They'd find a way to tax it too, so I'd be careful you say that too.
Yep.
Thank you, Representative. Question or comment from other members of the committee? Question or comment? There are none. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
Mark Pelkey.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Pelkey of Stafford Springs. I am a member of CCDL and also a Glock owner. I'm here today in opposition to House Bill 5436, expanding definitions of firearms, as well as 5043, convertible pistol ban. So my biggest concern with this, in speaking with Mr. Matt Blumenthal outside, is the likelihood that operational definitions may be changed in the future moving forward, although intent may be good with this bill. I think it's disingenuous at its core. It is already illegal, as many have stated before, to convert one of these pistols to fully automatic. Quite simply, you could go to Home Depot and buy a bunch of things and fire more than 1,200 rounds by building a bomb or similar device. So realistically, if anyone has ill intent, then they can certainly do that by any means possible. I am unaware of any past or current instances where a fully automatic Glock has been used in the commission of a crime. If it has been, I'd be happy to hear about that. But I think the end goal here is to, quote unquote, make people safer in society, and I think this does nothing to address that. I think it's an exploitation of the Second Amendment and how that can be used to apply an umbrella to many semi-automatic pistols in common use. As for the definitions of firearms, to break it down piece by piece, component by component, this really to me is death by 1,000 cuts. By making it harder and more costly for Connecticut residents to maybe replace a barrel that's worn out and no longer working as it should. And again, where is the safety part in this? Like Representative Howard stated, just another thing that can be taxed, serialized and taxed. So I really see no benefit to public safety on any of these measures, realistically. Had there been issues with problems with people converting Glocks into fully auto, stepping back, then clearly we would have heard of that. It's not a Sandy Hook type of a tragedy where something serious happened and then we were reactive to that. So moving forward and in closing, I would say that for these bills to go through, it really runs the risk of being expanded upon by changing the operational definition of these words, therefore how it is applied to Connecticut's constituents.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Representative Howard.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. You drive a vehicle that has a big screen in the front of it?
I do. Yes, sir.
Are you aware there's a device that allows you to stream TV from your phone to that screen?
Absolutely, yes. It's easy to get. Amazon, I believe.
Do you think it's safe to do that while you're driving?
Absolutely not.
Do you think Connecticut would be upset if we banned those screens in every single car?
I think many vehicles wouldn't be able to operate. That's the whole user interface for the car.
So do you think people would be upset if we did that?
Absolutely, without question.
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Question or comment from other members of the committee? Question or comment from other members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you. John Westlake.
Good afternoon, co-chairman and members of the committee. My name is John Westlake, Sergeant First Class, United States Army Infantry, retired 1977 and 1998. Highlights of my career include combat during Operation Desert Storm, duty as an infantry drill sergeant at Fort Benning, Georgia. I oppose all bills being looked at today. Concerning House Bill 5436, Connecticut officially outlawed bump stocks and other rate of fire enhancement devices October 1st, 2018, signed by Governor Malloy. Public Act 1829. It prohibits the sale, purchase, possession, and manufacturing of devices that increase the rate of fire for semi-automatic weapons. A person who violates this provision shall be guilty of a Class D felony, and the law currently describes 3 different types of rate of fire enhancements. Beginning on line 155 of House Bill 5436, it adds 2 new examples of rate of fire enhancements to include the Glock switch, bringing the total to 5. There are other methods to increase the rate of fire enhancements of different firearms, one being a lightning link for AR-15, and we can go into that after I conclude if you'd like to. It would be best just to omit the specific types of enhancements, otherwise you're going to revisit this bill every year or 2 to tack new ones on. It's already federal law against this type of thing. The ATF considers auto sears and Glock switches as machine guns themselves, making their possession, transfer, or manufacture illegal even without being installed on a firearm. Possession of a switch is a felony punishable up to 10 years in federal prison. Using this train of thought, and this was brought up earlier, every shotgun in circulation should become illegal, as it can be readily made more lethal by shortening the barrel. Randy Weaver comes to mind. There's no need for a new redundant law, period. These 2 bills should not even be considered. The fact that Connecticut lawmakers are not familiar with these laws already on the books is disturbing. This example of lawmaking is haphazard and reckless. I ask that you cease and desist all further infringements on my Second Amendment rights, and rather vigorously enforce the laws that are currently on the books. Please stop treating me and the other 350,000 lawful Connecticut gun owners like children. Thank you for your time. Subject to your questions or comments, this concludes my testimony.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for coming in. What is your experience with, are you a firearms expert?
Well, it depends. 20 years in the infantry. I made my living with an M16.
Okay.
As a drill sergeant, I taught civilians how to hit a man-sized target at 300 meters in the chest. I taught them how to disassemble and assemble that rifle, blindfolded. Once I retired in '98, I started my own personal collection of historically significant firearms, and I do own a Glock. I don't know, what makes a person an expert, but I'm pretty familiar with a lot of firearms stuff.
Okay, are you familiar with the internal mechanisms of a Glock?
I am not. I've disassembled and assembled it, but I always have to refer to a YouTube video in order to do it because I don't do it often enough to get good at it.
Okay. The bill that we're talking about has a definition with regard to the trigger assembly. Are you familiar with the trigger assembly of a Glock?
Not specifically, not, each individual little component, no.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your coming in. Very important that you that come in and testify, and thank you for being here in person as opposed to on the screen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Question or comment from other members of the committee? Question or comment from other members of the committee? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Elizabeth Drysdale.
Good morning. Thank you for your time and attention. My name is Elizabeth Drysdale. I am the Secretary of CCDL, Connecticut Citizens Defense League, and I am really nervous. I am not good at this, so please bear with me.
You'll be fine.
Thank you. I'm a firearms instructor, and I have been for over 10 years. I started shooting at the age of 9, and I really enjoy the sport tremendously. I provided written testimony on House Bill 5043, and I just wanted to say that after the first speaker this morning, I really feel like quoting one of my favorite movies from 1978, Double Secret Probation, because you can't make something more illegal than it already is. That aside, I really wanted to talk to House Bill 5436. And what I don't understand is how wearable parts and components can be determined as a firearm. If you look at anything in a pile, be it a bolt of material and thread and buttons and zippers, there's no way you could call that clothing. If you look at the springs and gears and hands and face in a pile, there's no way that'll tell time. It's not a clock, it's not a watch. So to say that any part of a firearm that is a wearable piece, be it the barrel or the cylinder or the slide, that can be replaced because of wear and tear, how then is it an independent firearm? I really feel that the only way that those could cause injury or damage is if somebody were to hurl it at you. That's it. I just don't see the logic behind it, and a true bag of parts should not be considered a firearm, because one of the fun things about firearms and handguns in general is that you get to customize them to whatever your needs are, because my hands aren't the same size as, say, a 6'6" man, and you can customize the various different components to have it do what you want it to do. And they don't all come from the manufacturer the way that you want it to be in the end. So I would urge you to vote no on both of these bills. Everybody's going to talk to you about the governor's bill, 5043, but the other ones are just as detrimental, and they allow for an expense, a cost. I mean, they're not even addressing how you would replace the components. So do all the firearms that have the same serial number have to stay together? That's not discussed. If you switch it out, do you then have to re-register it somewhere? It's just logistically doesn't make sense. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You did okay.
Thank you.
Question or comment from members of the committee? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in. You did fantastic.
Thank you. You're so kind.
Now,
you're all very kind. I appreciate it.
You seem like a reasonable person.
Rumors have it, yes.
Do you consider yourself a reasonable person?
I do, in fact.
Okay, and you have read this bill?
I have.
Okay. As a reasonable person, do you understand what would be required of reasonable people under this bill?
I do not. That's why logistically it doesn't make sense to me. Okay. I do not understand it. I'm not sure, you know, like I said, if you have a firearm and its components all with the same serial number, can you mix and match? And then what happens to the records? Who keeps those records? Do I keep those records? Do the FFLs keep those records? You know, and then what are the costs associated with it? And what do you do when a barrel is damaged or to the point that it can no longer be used? Right now, it goes into recycling. You know, or it gets remanufactured into a different style, depending on the caliber.
Well, I guess my question is from the standpoint of a reasonable person. If you have a firearm in your hand, you have one firearm. If
Correct.
You now take it apart to clean it, do you now have 4 firearms?
That's what it seems like, which doesn't make sense to me because it's still, they can't operate alone.
what is the process now of acquiring a firearm in Connecticut? Are you familiar with that?
I am. I bought a few. In fact, I bought a Glock.
Okay.
Since that's the hot topic of the day. But mine is really cool. It's got the American flag on it, so it's really pretty.
Okay, so it involved going to an FFL?
I went to an FFL in Southington. I saw it there. I filled out lots of paperwork for the state. I filled out lots of paperwork for the federal government, and I had to present my permit.
They did a background check on you?
They do a background check through the state system, so the FFL had to call and make sure that, yes, I was who I am, and yes, I am as legitimate as I purport to be. And once that all came back, I paid my money. Not only did I have to provide my permit, I had to provide a second form of identification to verify that my permit with my picture that looks like me was in fact me. So 2 forms of identification. And then, yeah.
And are you familiar with any delays that sometimes happen with regard to
Sure.
permitting?
People with common names, I mean, my name is less common than some, but people with common names, common first names, common last names, do run into problems. You know, you've got a Sean McDonald, everybody knows a Sean McDonald, or a John Smith. You know, so oftentimes it takes several days for those particular individuals to clear up, that's not really me, this is the me, which of the 7 names that are all the same on the list is really you. So yes, it can delay.
Okay, so if you've got a broken part on your firearm, for example, under this bill, you would need to go through that entire process?
Absolutely. You would have to go through that entire process. I can't even fathom what gunsmiths are going to have to go through, because they keep those elements in stock so that when you're, I'm not a gunsmith, I'm never going to machine my own barrel, but I would go to the professional, and that professional would then say, oh, I have this in inventory, give me a couple of days, I'll fix it for you. And then with this proposed new idea that a barrel is a firearm, I don't know that all smiths are FFLs to do the buying and selling. So it triggers a lot more than just how many pieces are a firearm, but what does that do on the federal level to the Connecticut import-export, if you will, or the A&D book for FFLs? Are they suddenly now in inventory 4 times as many because they can carry components? I mean, this is just, it's like it was written by somebody that doesn't understand firearms.
You're not an FFL?
I am not.
Okay. I'll save my question for when an FFL
I know they're
comes up.
coming up.
I'm sure they are. Well, I thank you very much for your responses, and thank you for coming in and testifying.
Thank you, and thank
Appreciate
you for making it easy for me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. It should, just want to check first, but question or comment from other members of the committee. Representative Veach, and I remembered today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say hello to Elizabeth, and thank you for advocating for such a worthwhile 2A.
Oh, you're very kind to say that. Thank you.
And you did a great job.
Oh, you're so, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. You did. Question or comment from other members of the committee, question or comment, and we do try to make it possible for folks to come and testify, whatever side of the issue they're on. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. I appreciate your kindness.
Have a great day. Hyde Harmon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Hyde Harmon. I'm from Voluntown. I hope you can hear me. I'm almost deaf.
I think we can hear you fine.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity to give my feelings on a couple of the bills, specifically HB 5436 and HB 5043. I personally am in opposition to them because I do feel they're both a infringement on my Second Amendment rights. As far as 5436, I'm trying to think of how many background checks a person can do in a year. For 55 years, I've carried government clearances. To this day, I carry a secret all the time, and when need be, a top secret. And we don't go through that every time I work on a particular part. Yet, every time I go to buy another gun, and perhaps now a part of a gun, I'm gonna have to go through another background check. It just seems to me that these are parts, and that's all they are. And as the lady just said, what do you do with the part that you wear out? You're not gonna take a gun that you wore out and just throw it away. So that becomes a real issue. And I honestly feel this bill is just a burden for law-abiding citizens, nothing else at all. And as for 5453, we're gonna punish thousands of Connecticut residents and prohibit the sale of so many very many models. It's just unbelievable. For something that's already illegal. Like lot switch is simply illegal. And as the gentleman, the first guy who was up here said 20 rounds a second. That means if you have a legal magazine, you've only got a half a second when you pull the trigger. So if somebody would use one of these devices, obviously would have an illegal magazine as well as an illegal Glock switch. All of this seems to me just compounding illegal things to punish people who would never do that, law-abiding citizens. I do believe that law-abiding citizens in Connecticut have one problem for sure here, and that's any way we can get our two-way rights diminished. It seems like that's what Connecticut is after. And it's short and sweet, and I thank you very much again for the opportunity. I really do.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Thank you very much for joining us today.
Good? All right. Thank you.
Did you? Oh, okay. The representative extends his greetings to you. David Mancini. David Mancini. Followed by Harold Crevier. You may come up. When you're seated, you may testify.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I come here today, I'm strongly opposed against HB 5043 for an assortment of reasons, mostly because of the outstanding fact that it does nothing to curb crime, does nothing to infringe the criminals. By the nature of being a criminal, they're not going to adhere to any of these laws. They never have, they never will. As a law-abiding citizen, as the laws have changed, most notably for me was the, in 2013, SB 1160 bill, when I had to go to a gun dealer and ask them, okay, this is what I have, this is what I own, am I in compliance with the new law? Not a gunsmith, I'm not a gun expert, sporting guns, etc. A couple of handguns for target practice and home defense. So, am I legal or not? And they cleared me on everything. Again, as a law-abiding citizen, if 5043 were to be passed, okay, I could not tell you what's going on inside my gun. I can pull it apart, I can clean it, I can put it back together. I cannot honestly speak that this is or isn't going to be in violation. Again, I'll have to go to a gunsmith and say, hey, what have I got here? As far as how this state was formed, the men and women that formed this state were God-fearing, Bible-knowing individuals. And they stood upon the principle of biblical principle. It tells that you have the right. You have the right to, in Exodus 22, it tells you you can defend your home, you can defend your family, to the point of in that defense, taking somebody's life under very specific conditions. Jesus himself told his disciples they were going to be traveling to Jerusalem on a very dangerous road, and he asked them, sell your tunics. If you need a sword, get one. And they said, we have a couple of swords. I researched that particular word for sword. In the Greek word, it is for a Roman short sword, which was used in close combat, which was used for self-defense. His position on it was that, yeah, you can defend yourself under very specific conditions. These bills, 5436, 5043, are infringing upon our God-given right to defend ourselves. I thank you for your time, appreciate it, and happy birthday.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Representative Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate your testimony. Now, you sound to me like a reasonable person. Do you consider yourself one?
Yes, I do.
Okay. As a reasonable person, I want you to, I'm going to read a line from the bill, and I'd like you to tell me, I'd like you to answer a question after it. It's line 31 and 32. Which is the definition of common household tool. And it says, common household tool includes, but is not limited to, a screwdriver, hammer, chisel, file, or crescent wrench. Did you read that in the bill?
Yes, I did.
Okay. As a reasonable person, does that include pliers?
It should, yeah.
What makes you think it includes pliers if pliers are not listed?
My home, my buddy's homes, my family's home, you can get a pair of pliers.
Okay, would it be reasonable for somebody to interpret that paragraph or that definition, which does not include pliers? Would it be reasonable for somebody to conclude that pliers are not included?
Well, the way it's written, yeah, it's very finite on particular tools, but just by saying common household tools, you just opened it up to, I don't know, dozens and dozens of possibilities.
Right. Would you consider a drill press to be a common household tool?
No.
Okay. Would it be reasonable for somebody else to consider a drill press to be a common household tool?
I imagine it could be.
So you can't really tell what's included and what's not, can you?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you. You are a eminently reasonable person. I appreciate it. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Question, comment from other members of the committee? Question or comment? There are none. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Prashant Samudrala.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
members of the committee, Chairman. My name is Prashant Samudrala. I was born in the state of Oklahoma, and I moved to the state of Connecticut at the age of 1. Today, I stand in opposition of Bill number 5043, which would effectively ban some of the most common handguns in America. I find the terms convertible pistol and readily converted to be baseless. I also stand in opposition against Bill number 5436, which would categorize parts as firearms. I also find the terms large capacity magazine and assault weapons to be baseless. The absence of firearms in our community would leave wrongdoers fearless, without the need to account for any immediate obstacles or immediate consequences. When it comes to senseless violence and killings in the wake of those disasters, I don't believe that is the time to become a weapons tech. Maybe we should ask ourselves as a people how we failed by letting those individuals slip through the cracks, for them to be driven to a place to act out emotional instability. Endorsing legislation like these sends a message that the government does not find its citizens fit and deems them not to be trusted. Perhaps the same could be said about the government. It was once said by a well-known politician when referring to gun control, American independence, and tyrannical government that F-15s and nuclear weapons would be needed. They then proceeded to quote a few words by Thomas Jefferson about the tree of liberty's natural manure being the blood of patriots and tyrants. Statements like that make a mockery of the spirit that America is built on. They're inflammatory and could be viewed as threatening. I'm not sure if the Founding Fathers wrote the Second Amendment with the advancement of weapons technology on the forefront of their minds, but perhaps Thomas Jefferson made that statement because it is in our human nature to seek out more control. In a polarizing society where values are subjective, where jealousy, envy, corruption, collusion, racism, discrimination, and hate run rampant, may we be a capable people, not a dependent people. I believe there are stable, law-abiding citizens among us. Instead of testifying anonymously, I want to go on record saying I support freedom of speech and I support the American people's right to defend themselves in whatever capacity that might be. Instead of barring off the people of Connecticut, I implore you, at the very least, create a system with thorough background checks and trial periods where law-abiding citizens that have been proven stable and responsible over a period of time, along with training certifications, could be eligible to purchase a wider range of firearms. Thank you.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee. Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir, for coming here today.
Thank you.
To testify. You did mention something that's near and dear to my heart. You know, I was reviewing the testimony last night. I noticed that most of it was submitted anonymously. You know, I can't wear a mask up here. I would never do that anyway, right? I am who I am. And it's very difficult for me to take with credibility testimony that's submitted to this body for me to consider if it's under the mask of anonymous. So I do appreciate you being here today. I do want to say that, not related to your particular testimony, but I've been provided with a document that represents to be testimony from the Chief of Police Association, arguably in support of the bill. And I do point out that it talks about increased penalties, and I do recognize that there are no increased penalties in the bill. So I doubt whether or not the police chiefs have even read the language that's before us. So thank you. Thank you once again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? There are none. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Moores. Jeffrey Moores. To be followed by Niels Christensen. Niels Christensen. To be followed by David Puccino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earl Bloodworth will join me together. Is that okay?
Yep. Still within your 3 minutes. And Earl, although we've seen you multiple times, if you do answer a question or speak, identify yourself for the record. You may begin.
So, sir. Good, well, it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, chairs, ranking members, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Earl Bloodworth, and I serve as the Executive Director of Connecticut Against Gun Violence. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of Sections 1 through 3 of HB 5436, while encouraging the committee to revisit language related to the transfer of large capacity magazines across Connecticut. We are witnessing rapid and troubling changes in firearm technology. Over the past year, law enforcement agencies in many urban communities, Hartford, New Haven, Bridgeport, and suburban communities like West Hartford, have recovered ghost guns and firearms equipped with conversion devices capable of dramatically increasing their rate of fire. This is not an issue confined to our largest cities, It is a statewide threat, one that cuts across geography, socioeconomic background, and political affiliation. And it poses a real risk to families in every community. In one New Haven case, police recovered a Polymer 80 ghost gun equipped with a 30-round magazine and a Glock switch, a device small enough to fit in the palm of a hand, yet capable of converting a handgun into the functional equivalent of a machine gun. Section 1 through 3 of HB 5436 addresses these evolving threats by updating Connecticut's firearm definitions and closing the technological loopholes that allow individuals to evade existing safeguards. The bill modernizes the definition of rate of fire enhancement to clearly prohibit devices such as autosares, Glock switches, and forced reset triggers, mechanisms that significantly increase the speed at which a firearm can discharge, making weapons far more lethal and difficult to control. When you pair this automatic firing capability with an environment of police officers and innocent bystanders, it is a recipe for unspeakable tragedy. The bill also strengthens Connecticut's ghost gun laws by modernizing the definition of unfinished frames and receivers and by expanding the definition of firearms. These updates are essential because manufacturers have increasingly exploited technical gaps in the statute by selling components separately and allowing purchasers to assemble ghost guns that evade tracing and background checks. They do not criminalize responsible gun owners. Rather, they equip law enforcement with tools necessary to address ghost gun trafficking and prevent dangerous machine gun conversions before they escalate violence. For more than 30 years, Connecticut Against Gun Violence has worked with lawmakers to craft and advance common sense gun safety legislation that is carefully written, constitutionally sound, and capable of withstanding legal scrutiny. These proposed updates continue that tradition. At the same time, we encourage the committee to revisit and strike section 4 through 6 regarding large capacity magazine transfers to ensure that final legislation remains clear, enforceable, and consistent with Connecticut's robust public safety framework. By creating a market for LCMs, these provisions weaken and undermine the purpose of our state's large capacity magazine regulations. Ultimately, HB 5436. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Pacino, we've had a very good exchange, I think, last year. Did you want to add anything to what Earl had to say?
I think I would just emphasize kind of one major overarching theme here, which is that this bill is intended to update definitions under Connecticut law. It's not meant to antagonize or to burden any law-abiding gun owners in the state of Connecticut. It's an attempt to address some loopholes that are being exploited by some extreme members of the industry. The ultimate goal is about safety and security for Connecticut people, and I think any work we've done on this bill has been towards that end.
Okay, thank you. You folks are here testifying on 5436 exclusively, is that fair?
That's right.
Okay. So we have safe storage laws in Connecticut. You're aware, you're supposed to keep your firearms in a securely locked box, stored in a manner a reasonable person believed to be secure, carried on your person, or as close to you so you can readily retrieve and use the same. That's our standard. So when we expand what the definition of a firearm is, aren't we then expanding what would need to be safely stored?
That's right, sir. And I think the reason for that is that obviously the most important thing when we're talking about safe storage of firearms is about access by children. That's the most important thing. But it's not the only reason why it's so important to safely store firearms. The other aspect of that is firearm theft, an increasing problem. And the harm that can come from access to some of these major components by gun traffickers who have access to all the other major components are substantial. So the expansion of the safe storage laws to encompass firearm components would go towards that risk of theft aspect.
Okay, so a Smith & Wesson 9mm compact, which is a convertible handgun, I can have multiple barrels for that. I can shoot 9, shoot 40, depending upon the magazine I put in there, the barrel that I affix. The barrel and the magazines would have to be securely stored, although not addressed specifically by the bill. It's an implication of them now becoming firearms. correct?
Yeah, I think just those components, they live in your gun safe.
Okay. Not necessarily. I mean, I have 2 magazines sitting on a gun bench
Sure. So-
right now.
Sorry, I should have been clear. I think what this bill, in its implication, would be is that those components should be stored in your gun safe.
Okay. When is a block of metal, or even plastic, when does it become an unfinished frame or lower receiver under this law?
Two different aspects to it. The existing aspect is largely similar to existing Connecticut law about when the component would be classified as unfinished frame or receiver. It's when it reaches a stage of manufacture that can be readily finished, readily converted, readily changed. That's a standard that's used under federal law and that was recently blessed by the Supreme Court. We would add a second definition here. So in addition to that functional definition based on the stage of manufacture, there would be a marketing-based definition. And what that would look to is how the seller is characterizing the product. The reason for this addition is because there are companies that have been looking at laws in states like Connecticut that have regulated the ghost gun industry and have set terms under which these products can be sold, not prohibited them, but required them to be treated like firearms, and said we can innovate around this. And so there are products out there now that are designed to look just like a block of metal cut to scale. This is a product called the AR00 from a company called Defense Distributed. And the scheme is they sell you these blocks of aluminum cut to scale, and they also sell you a machine. And if you put the block of metal in the machine, out comes a receiver. So the goal here is to capture that product that is designed for the purposes of being converted into a gun and also marketed and sold for the purposes of being turned into a gun. If you're selling that, you should abide by the laws that we have around selling guns.
So you've referenced an AR00, which is not just a block of metal. It's got some tooling to it, right?
Actually, it's designed so that there is no tooling beside the cutting to size. So aside from getting the dimensions down. And that's because the machine that I referenced is a CNC machine, a honed CNC machine. It's called the Ghost Gunner that this company sells. And its purpose is to take those AR00s, as they call them, it's a block of aluminum, but cut to specific size and scale because its purpose is for one thing, to turn it into a functional frame receiver.
Okay,
Now,
so if I buy a whole case of AR00s, and I have them sitting in my garage, they can't fire a projectile, right? So because they can be finished into a functional firearm, that is merely what is being sought to be precluded here.
Sir, I see the point that you're making, and it's a really good point. I think there are interactions and intersections between our existing ghost gun law and this proposed update to the firearm definition that are important to consider. I have a thought about how to address the problem that you're raising here, and what I'd like to do, if it's acceptable to you, sir, is when I submit my formal written testimony, I'd like to include some proposed S amendment language that would address that concern.
Okay, so those things are in my garage, and I do finish them into functional firearms. Is that lawful or unlawful in Connecticut?
So currently, if you had those products in your garage and you finish them into firearms, you'd have to apply for a serial number, serialize them. If you've done all those things and you're not otherwise prohibited from possessing a firearm, that is legal.
Okay. So being in possession of something that you can finish into something that is legal, you're looking to restrict here. Doesn't that seem like it's the intermediary step, but even if you complete the step, it's still lawful because the illegal gets to you've completed it and you haven't serialized it. I mean, and that's a crime already. I'm just trying to figure out, once again, no police force anywhere in the state of Connecticut chiefs of the police didn't stand up at a microphone and, you know, touting this one. What law enforcement is looking for this for public safety in Connecticut?
The change that this language would bring about is really going back to that old ghost gun issue. So we have solved the problem with ghost guns that existed in 2018. The problem with ghost guns as it existed in 2018 was there were several companies, one company in particular, that would sell you 80% frames, receivers. They would do the machining on the product, and they would sell you the almost complete receiver, and they would sell you a guide that you would use and some tools and parts, and then it would take you 15 minutes to an hour, you'd finish the thing, and then you'd have a functional receiver that you wouldn't have been able to buy if you were a felon. And you wouldn't be able to buy without a background check to see if you were a felon. We addressed that problem by saying you can't sell those products in Connecticut anymore. If you're going to sell an unfinished frame or receiver, you have to treat it like a finished frame or receiver. So you have to conduct that background check before you sell it. It's a firearm. You have to treat it like a firearm. What happened next is some of the companies that were in this space, extreme companies, not any mainstream gun manufacturers, said, well, okay, they've been very clever. They've prohibited the 80%. What if we go a little lower? And it's this kind of race to the bottom that these extreme actors have been pursuing because their business model is, I want to sell guns without doing background checks, without abiding by gun law. That's a business model that appeals very well to traffickers who are buyers. And that's why the ghost gun problem became so big so quickly, is because a lot of traffickers bought these products. So that's something that can blow up very, very quickly. The intent of this legislation is to address those companies who are just starting to introduce these loopholes before it becomes 2018 again. And it's not an effort to affect anyone who is a law-abiding hobbyist. If the joy you get in your hobby is to be taking these products and then producing firearms out of them, you can do that, but you have to pass a background check. You have to legally be able to possess firearms and should have a serial number on it.
Okay, I don't know that that answered the question, but I'll go on. In line 147, the word readily jumps out at me, and that appears to be wholly subjective. And I haven't practiced in this space in particular recently, but my recollection is that readily itself does not appear in the federal law, and that ATF has issued guidance as to where that line is, right? Because somebody's got to make the determination. So, first of all, if you recall, does the federal law, is it in line with this, or is this subjective and we'll figure it out once somebody gets arrested and the courts figure it out?
So the term readily, that is in the federal statute, and then ATF has done regulations to explain what does that mean, what does readily mean. And ATF has enumerated factors like the amount of time it takes, the kind of tools that need to be used, the kind of expertise that need to be used. And so is there some subjectivity in that standard? I think that there is, and the reason for that is because what we're talking about here is proverbial hunk of metal to finished receiver. What stage along the line does this one thing become the other? And Justice Gorsuch wrote about this, I think, really compellingly in his opinion. The case is called Vanderstock, and it was evaluating ATF's rule where they promulgated this guidance about readily. And he was looking at the kinds of products that are being sold and the kinds of questions that are being raised and said, this is a tough problem, but this is not a tough case because I can see this thing, and this thing is obviously meant to be turned into a gun. So while there might be tough kind of use cases out there, that wasn't what was before the court. And I don't think that's really what we're looking at in the real world here. The companies that are selling these products are not, it's not an ambiguous thing. It's not like there are hundreds of companies out here selling to the public different gradations of receiver that can be turned into something else. These are companies that are focused on one thing, which is selling guns to people who don't want to buy guns through regular means. Some of them legitimately as hobbyists, some of them illegitimately to be gun traffickers because they're criminals. How do we resolve that? Well, I think we should treat these products the same way we would treat finished firearms, so the hobbyists have access to them if they're legally allowed to possess firearms, and the criminals don't have access to them.
Understood. I just, I see no reference to the federal law, and what's before us is subjectivity, which you recognize, I mean, readily is subjective. You know, before I came up here 10 years ago, I thought, and I was, you know, actively litigating in the space and all of that stuff, I really thought, because I come to the table as a former anti-gun person, I thought all guns should be banned, all that stuff. I believed that anybody who created a firearm at home was doing it for illegal purposes. And then I happened to have a client, and I've told this story before, he's a preeminent cardiologist at a hospital here in the state, who, as a hobby, would build AR variants. Beautiful guns. I knew that he was a lawful person, and I learned. I mean, this whole state was built on, you know, gun manufacturing, and, you know, historically, and all of that stuff. So, you know, all of that ghost gun stuff, it's scary, right? You know, bad people with something that can kill my family, scary, but already unlawful. So I have a lot of problem with the subjective line. But then we get to line 149. Is marketed or sold to the public. So when we put subjectivity together with commerce, I don't see the link. So now you're saying to someone who, let's say, manufactures something in anywhere in the world, Australia, let's pick on Australia, and it's sort of like FIRA, right? We had last session about the Firearms Responsibility, Manufacturers Responsibility Act. This does not require that they intended to market into the state of Connecticut, right? The language doesn't appear here. It just says is marketed or sold to the public anywhere in the world, right?
But so this is just the definition of the term. The term unfinished frame or receiver, the only place that's going to operationally apply is to sales into the state of Connecticut. So it is true that if somebody had a product that they were marketing in Australia as this is the way to make a receiver, and then they sold that same product in Connecticut saying this can make a great doorstop for you, that would be something that would be actionable. But I think that that's the right outcome, because in that case, the doorstop is obviously pretextual.
But if they market it in Australia, and it's a far-fetched, I'll give you that, right? I rarely do far-fetched, but you know, I'm on vacation in Australia, I pick up a magazine, and there's the ad here, and I purchase the thing when I get back here, or perhaps I even bring it into the country because it's not a banned item to bring into the country, right? So, you know, I come in through, you know, some airport, Rhode Island. I mean, we're extending it to that situation.
Yeah, so, sir, I think, again, you make a really great point here. And I think this was when I mentioned earlier that I thought that there were problems with the intersection between the ghost gun law and this proposed language. This is the exact thing that that kind of stuck out to me from your previous comments. This should apply only to the folks who are selling these things. This shouldn't flow through to possession. And so that's something that needs to be made clear in the bill. And I think my idea about how to do that, which, as I said, I'd love to submit along with my testimony, would be to have that firearm definition not flow through to the ghost gun law. So major components, unfinished frame and receivers, those kinds of additions to the firearm definition wouldn't flow through to the ghost gun law. So in other words, you buy these products, you bring them back to the United States. If that's all you've done, no violation. If you're a felon, different story.
Well, actually, no, because a felon can be in possession of, arguably could be in possession of a firearm that, you know, is non-fireable. Our Connecticut Supreme Court has said that, right? So in order to convict, the firearm must have been functional. I think that was in the last 2 years. Somebody was convicted and it went up on appeal, and they said, well, the gun wasn't fireable, so you can't convict him of possession of a firearm if it's non-functional. So under the scenario that you just posed, the thing is not a firearm, right? It's an unfinished, so it can't fire a projectile. So a felon can be in possession of it. That's just the simple fact of the matter, because it's not a firearm. The major firearm component that's dealt with is line 131, 132. Under this bill, would we have to serialize those components?
I think there's a reading of the intersection of the ghost gun law with this that would require it. That's obviously not the intent. I shouldn't say obviously. In case there's any concern, 100% not the intent. And so I think that would similarly be addressed by exempting the ghost gun bill from this component reform. And I think that same language that I've been talking about would address that concern. But to answer your question more succinctly, certainly not the intent, and I don't think that something like that should be enacted into law.
Yeah, I think it extends more than just the ghost gun. I mean, I know of individuals who buy a handgun off the shelf, and they do IDPA competitions, and firearms are modular, right? You can change out barrels, you can change out triggers, you can, scopes and lights and all this stuff. So if I buy an alternative barrel for my firearm, and I'm not creating a ghost gun, right? I just have an alternative barrel for this firearm, or, another trigger, because triggers have different pulls. I think this legislation is requiring registration, serialization, and those kinds of things, even though that trigger is not going to be ever used in a ghost gun, right? Isn't that what this language says? Because the trigger is a firearm.
The trigger wouldn't be a firearm. The major components are going to be the slide, the barrel, cylinder if it's a revolver, and then the frame or the receiver. But I think your point is taken, which is if you have a firearm that also has components that are modular, you buy a separate component that's one of these things, would it have to be registered? I think that under the registration for pistols and revolvers, no, it wouldn't, because it wouldn't be a pistol or revolver, though it would be a firearm.
It would be a firearm. So because of the intersection with the ghost gun bill or ghost gun law, even though you have no intention to ever utilize that in a ghost gun, you would still have to follow that process.
Okay. So that intersection, I think, is a problem. I think you're absolutely right to point it out, and I think it should be clarified that that is not the case. Certainly not the intent of the bill to require the separate registration and serialization of components. And the language that I've been talking about, I think, would clarify that. I'd be open to other language that would clarify that. Of course, I think that our goal here is absolutely not to require serialization of individual parts, and the interaction between these two is something that should be clarified, so that's clear that that's not the case.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments? Representative Howard.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate the clarification. I was going to ask similar questions. When you change the definition of something, it has widespread effect throughout the statutes, as I think you and the ranking member sort of vetted out. So if the intent was not to require a serial number on all the components, let me just ask quite simply, and I think you sort of said it in a bunch of lawyer terms in there, what is the intent?
The intent is to require somebody who's selling gun components to be licensed as if they were selling firearms, and to prohibit possession of these gun products by people who wouldn't be able to possess the resulting gun. The reason for this, the motivation behind it, there are two different innovations by extreme folks in the industry that I think need to be addressed in order to prevent the evasion of our gun laws and the acquisition of guns by criminals. So one of these is the advent of 3D printing, and in particular enterprises that will sell you all the components you need to make a gun, except for the frame receiver, and then tell you, go download that on this website, our website, as it turns out, and then put the whole thing together. You have a functional frame, or you have a functional firearm. There's an enterprise called the Catalog right now that does just that. What they do is they will scan and upload the 3D printed file for the frame or receiver of a firearm, and then through an affiliated entity, they will sell you a kit with all the other components. So once you 3D print that frame and you buy that kit, you just put together the firearm. But you've had no background check. There's no serial number or other registration, because under federal law, only that frame or receiver, the thing you 3D printed, is treated as a gun. So the point here is to say, you can't just sell this bag of components, because those major components that we've identified, that are identified under federal law, that's 18 U.S.C. 922P is where this language comes from, defining major component. If you're selling those, you're selling a firearm, so you have to follow all the laws for selling a firearm.
And it also goes into storage, right? Within the effect of safe storage. So I think you were here earlier, and I'll say it again because I'm very proud of my boys, and I love my family and the relationship that we have. They've grown up in a law enforcement family. They've grown up around, firearms and whatnot. And you heard me say earlier, if you were in the room, my intent at the end, when police departments transition new firearms, oftentimes they allow the officers who carry those firearms to purchase them at the trade-in price from the vendor. And because I'm issued 2 and I have 2 boys, I'm going to buy both of them and have this slides engraved. This legislation passes, those boys can't take that slide, which is a piece of metal, and put it on a shelf in their room and say, that was my dad's, right? You're prohibiting my sons from doing that, right?
Until they're old enough to possess the firearm.
And get a permit.
Yes.
Right, so you're prohibiting them from saying, we're proud of our dad because he's a police officer.
Well, no. I mean, other
You are.
components, you could do it with other components of the firearm, not the slide, but you could do it with other components of the firearm. You could do it with many other devices. These are particular components of the firearm that are unambiguously for use in firearms, and that have high value to gun traffickers. When we're talking about a gun, as Representative Fishbein said, we're talking about modular products. You could buy and swap out certain components. So in a world where there's a universe of components being thrown at somebody, some of which you can 3D print, the only way to address the problem of criminals getting guns is to look at those other components as well. Now, I think, to be clear, no intent here to kind of frustrate what sounds like a really beautiful tribute to your children, recognizing your important career in law enforcement. And I don't want to suggest, obviously, anything otherwise by that. But I think the goal here is to address the way to regulate the modern market, a modern market in which firearms are sold in component parts, and where criminals exploit those market realities to obtain firearms that they should not possess. And so the goal is to figure out a framework to be a step ahead of the criminals for once.
What is the, speaking of criminals, because you mentioned them several times, do you know what the prosecution rate is of the individuals who are found and arrested and charged with these crimes?
I don't, sir.
Would you be surprised to know it's very low?
It would trouble me. I think in circumstances, and I should be clear, there are kind of 2 kind of fact patterns you could imagine here. The one is the unknowing person who is in possession of these things, has no criminal intent, might not even be in knowledge of their possession. You expect prosecutorial discretion in some of those instances. Certain of those cases would not be brought forward. Versus the other fact pattern is trafficker who's intending to source guns and then illegally sell them on the street. It would really trouble me if there was under-enforcement of that latter scenario. But I don't have those facts.
Well, let me pose this question, if I can, to Mr. Bloodworth. Mr. Bloodworth is the executive director of CAGV, which is a pretty powerful organization in this building, right?
Well, thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. You work hard, and I'm happy to say that. Does it trouble you that the prosecution rates of our gun laws when people are arrested is very low?
I would say yes. If somebody has committed a crime, then they should be prosecuted. Again, everything being equal, you're going to have some prosecutorial discretion, as my colleague here just said, depending on the circumstances. But I don't know any of the rates of I can't verify what it is that you're saying.
Well, you can. There's an OLR report on it if you want it. But the reason I asked the question is because you've heard several testifiers before you say today. They're legal gun owners. They are frustrated that every single year they need to come up here, they need to fight for their rights. They've committed no crimes. They've committed no act of violence. For them to own their hobby or their self-protection or whatever reason they want to own firearms or firearm components continues to become more arduous and more expensive for them, while the people who are committing these crimes is largely being ignored. That's their frustration. That's what I've heard this morning. That's what I've heard every year for the year that I've come up here. So I'm asking you, what is your response to them as an organization that is against gun violence as to why that organization continues to lobby in this building, bills like this, to further limit their rights, but doesn't even take the time to acknowledge and look up the lack of prosecution and do something about it? What is your answer to them?
Well, I would say, it's not my aim or the organization's aim to frustrate anyone that is acting lawfully under the statutes of the state of Connecticut. But what we have here in this world that we live in today, we passed, or there was legislation passed for ghost guns in 2018, 2019. But again, technology has steadily outpaced statutes. And what we want to do is close any loopholes that would allow people to further take advantage of laws that are just out of date.
I didn't hear you answer my question, so I'm going to ask you one more time. What is the answer to the people who are frustrated that gun laws that exist are wildly under-prosecuted in this state while their rights continue to get restricted? What is the answer to them?
I don't necessarily have an answer for them, but what I would say, if these are woefully under-prosecuted, then we need to be doing a better job of getting the folks that are breaking the law or breaking the laws that we have or outsmarting the laws that we have prosecuted.
Thank you for that, and I will submit to you, Mr. Bloodworth, that I will wear an orange tie every single day in this building if CAGV and I can come together and work hard to continue to make sure that people who violate existing gun laws go to jail. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Look forward to that partnership and collaboration.
Further questions or comments? Representative Bith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen, for coming in. I appreciate it. What was your, now you're here testifying about 5436, right?
Correct.
And not 5043?
Correct.
Okay. What was your organization's involvement in the drafting of 5436?
My organization drafted the bill with assistance from additional organizations like Giffords.
I'm sorry, like who?
Giffords, the Giffords Foundation.
Okay, so your organization with a couple others drafted this bill?
Correct.
Okay, and how did it come before this committee? To whom did you submit it?
I believe we submitted it to the Judiciary chairs.
Judiciary Chair,
Chairs,
okay, so
yes.
you wrote the bill, you gave it to the Judiciary Chair, and we have it now before us.
Correct. I did not actually write the bill.
Sure.
Yes.
Understood. Under the bill as written, each major firearm component would be a separate firearm under these definitions, right?
I believe that my colleague here was addressing that there's some edits that we'll be adding on to this legislation, an addendum.
Right, but as written, as we have it before us today.
Correct.
Okay, so each barrel, slide, cylinder, or frame or receiver would each be a separate firearm.
Correct.
Now, I heard in your discussion with the good ranking member that you're stepping back from that and you don't think that that's a good idea anymore. Is that correct?
The concern and the change that I have been discussing and would like to propose would be to separate any intersection between that proposed change and the ghost gun law. So that is what I had discussed. I think I should say more broadly, the goals for this change, for the component reform, were as I laid out, which is to prevent criminal acquisition and to require the sellers of these products to treat them like firearms and to abide by the same laws as folks selling full firearms. If there are other issues that relate to this change in the definition, I think those are things that we probably would want to resolve. And a great thing about these open hearings is to be able to identify and address them.
Okay, I must admit I'm confused. So are you stepping back from the proposition?
Representative Trubisky, let me step in and try to clear up your confusion, because I think we had a pretty lengthy dialogue on this between these gentlemen and the ranking member already, so I want to make sure we're not getting repetitive on our questioning here. I think what they said is, as the bill is currently drafted, yes, that registration requirement is there. I think what they're saying is that when the bill was drafted, it probably did not the initial draft probably did not adequately compare the draft with the ghost gun legislation that's currently on the books, and they're willing to propose S language, as we do all the time on this committee, and that if this bill is voted out, that it would be voted out in a form of S language, is I think what they're asking us to do, and I think I heard that colloquy with the ranking member, but I'll let them confirm that I'm correct on that understanding.
That's right, Mr. Chair, that's my view.
Okay,
Correct.
great. Further questions or comments?
Okay, so I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. I'm still confused. So I heard the discussion with the ranking member, and I heard the chairman's interpretation of that discussion. I'm still trying to find out, are you still pursuing the proposition that a major firearm component would be a barrel, slide, cylinder, frame, or receiver, and that each of those would be considered a separate firearm?
Yes, though not for the purposes of the ghost gun law, but otherwise, yes.
Okay, so not for the purpose of the ghost gun law, but still those would be separate firearms?
Yes.
Okay. How does that work? So if I want to get a barrel for a firearm that I already have, am I buying a new firearm?
Legally, the barrel would itself be a firearm, but that wouldn't impact your ability to buy the barrel.
Okay, but if it's a firearm, I would need to get it at a FFL?
Yes.
And I would need to go through a background check?
There would be the process under which you would get a barrel would depend, I think, on the length of the barrel. If it was under 12 inches, that would be characterized as a pistol. And so, yes, you'd be going through the process. You have your license for that.
Okay, so I would need to have go through the entire process of filling out the forms, getting a background check, having my identity and everything called into the Special License and Firearms Unit, SLFU, and waiting for a response from them?
Yes, it would be the same process as buying a firearm.
Okay, and so if that is going to happen, don't each of these separate firearms need to be separately serialized?
No, the only requirement for that separate serialization is in the ghost gun law, which, as noted, that shouldn't be the case. There shouldn't be additional serializations of every one of those components, and that, with the language I'm suggesting, would address that issue. So the short answer is no.
Okay, so I can then have unserialized firearms in my possession?
Yes, those components would be unserialized.
Okay. I can have unserialized frames, receivers, slides, barrels, and cylinders at my house.
Slides, barrels, and cylinders, yes. Frames or receivers under the ghost gun law need to be serialized.
Okay, none of those things have to be serialized.
The barrel, the cylinder on the slide, no, would not have to be serialized.
Okay,
Should not have to
isn't,
be, I should say.
isn't the receiver typically a serialized part?
Yes, so speaking to the barrel, the cylinder, and the slide, not to the frame receiver.
Okay, and where does it say that in the bill?
It does not currently. That is the proposed S amendment language that I would suggest to resolve the issue about the intersection between this bill and the Ghost Gun bill.
Okay, so which receiver has to be serialized, the upper or the lower?
Depends on the model of firearm. That's a question under federal law. In some instances, federal law requires the lower. That's most AR platforms, it's a lower. There are some models where it's the upper. And that's a determination that's been made by ATF under federal law and was recently addressed at length in a federal rule that was upheld by the Supreme Court last year.
Okay, so Connecticut law does not say which of these different firearms needs to be serialized.
First of all, this language would not change that at all. That's an existing feature of Connecticut law, and Connecticut looks to the federal law to determine which component is going to be the receiver for the purposes of serialization. That's my understanding.
Okay, so only the part that federal law requires to be serialized would need to be?
Yes.
Okay, we're not adding another part that needs to be serialized?
No, that would not be my intent. And if there's an unintended effect here beyond what I've already, well, I think there is the unintended effect, the unintended reading in the bill as drafted. We're going to draft and submit some S language that would address that concern, which wasn't the intent of the bill.
All right, so I want to go out and buy a frame, receiver, barrel, slide, and cylinder and I don't need to have any of those serialized, but I need to buy them all from an FFL?
Yes.
Do they each require a separate background check?
They've purchased together one background check. You fill out each item on the form when you're submitting the Form 4473. You list out an itemized list of all the products you're buying.
Okay, now, I put them all together into one gun. Do I now still have 6 firearms?
So to the extent the concern is the kind of linguistic oddity about, well, this component is a firearm, but then you put it into the thing and it's also a firearm, I get that that is a little weird. That's what federal law does. A receiver is a firearm under federal law. If you put it into a AR-15, that's going to be a functional firearm. If you buy a frame and you put it into a Glock, the finished Glock is a firearm, the frame is itself a firearm. Those are not, I think, atypical in other areas of the law where you have what seem like maybe a little counterintuitive. But I think at the end of the day, that strikes me as more of a rhetorical as opposed to functional point. Functionally speaking, yes, if you're selling any of those individual components, you treat it like a gun. If somebody builds a gun out of it, they have a gun. Both of those things should be treated like the firearm under the law.
Okay, so if a person who is a disqualified individual, not allowed to have a firearm, if he is arrested for carrying a firearm without a license, is he now carrying 6 firearms?
I think he's carrying one firearm if it's assembled and together. Under the precedents for this are under federal law. As I said, the frame is defined as a firearm. The overall firearm is defined as a firearm. If somebody's carrying firearms, a handgun fully assembled, and they're unlawfully in possession of it, they get charged with one unlawful possession. So I would look to that federal law precedent. So
Right,
the
but
answer is it's assembled, it's one.
But under federal law, there is only one firearm, and it's the part that's serialized. Under this bill, each of these major components would be a separate firearm.
Under federal law, the frame is a firearm, and the finished firearm, the finished gun, the functional gun is itself a firearm as well. Those are both firearms.
Right, but there aren't 2 of them. Once you put it together, it's still only one.
Right, and once you put all the components together, it's one firearm.
Okay, so I've got 6 firearms sitting on my counter. I put 2 of them together, now I have 5 firearms. I put another one on, I now have 4?
I think that's correct.
Okay, and where does it say that in the bill?
bill defines firearm mirroring the federal law definition, in which you have a definition of firearm that includes the completed firearm as well as specified component. So it's just within the definition, and that treatment under federal law would be akin to the treatment under state law.
Okay. Well, it would seem to me that if this is a criminal statute, this is a criminal statute, right?
Yes.
Okay. It would need to be written in a way that a reasonable person would understand it. And despite what my wife tells me, I think I'm a reasonable person. And since it doesn't say what you just said, I'm having a hard time understanding how a reasonable person would divine that type of reasoning from the language of the bill. Now, there's a where is it? Oh, on lines 170 through 173. This is dealing with rate of fire enhancement.
Yes.
One of the things that is considered a rate of fire enhancement is a part that is unnecessary for the function of a firearm, and that when built into, installed in, or attached to a firearm increases the rate of fire above the rate at which a person could otherwise fire such firearm. What is that rate?
The language here is about the increase. So the question is about the ability to increase the rate of fire. So obviously, individual people have different rates at which they can fire a firearm. This language reflects that reality, because what we're really concerned about here are devices that are effectively converting semi-automatic weapons into automatic weapons. Devices like the Glock switches that we've been discussing earlier in this hearing. And the reason for that, of course, is because automatic weapons are much more dangerous, much greater offensive capacity, much less ability of the shooter to control them, so much greater carnage and collateral damage.
So if I have a device that, if I have a firearm that can reasonably be fired at 1 round every minute, and I attach a device that makes it 2 rounds every minute, that's a rate of, that's a rate of fire enhancement?
Yes, that's right. So this language is akin to language that's been enacted in 8 other states. The idea here is maybe is reflected by the fact that we have this existing law in Connecticut, which is 1 through 3 of this rate of fire enhancement definition, enacted after concern of the 1 October shooting in Las Vegas, in which bump stocks were used in the most deadly mass shooting in the United States. That was a device that a lot of people had not heard of until it was used in that mass shooting, and obviously its offensive capacity and dangerousness became very apparent after that shooting, and so it was banned in Connecticut, as well as many other states. When that law was enacted, we didn't ban Glock switches as well. And why was that? Because that public safety threat hadn't been so obvious, hadn't been so apparent. We didn't ban forced reset triggers. These are devices that convert semi-automatic pistols into effectively automatic weapons, can fire 700 to 900 rounds a minute. Why didn't we do that? Well, that one, either not invented yet or not at a level of public salience. After these products are banned expressly, after we expressly ban force reset triggers, and as laws across the country banning Glock switches are enacted, new devices are going to be developed. And so the purpose of this sub 6 is forward-looking. It's to say, you can't get us with one new innovation, one weird trick to sell a new bump stock. We know what we're talking about here, which is devices that are designed to mimic automatic fire. We know that that's dangerous and it should be prohibited.
Okay, so talk about like a revolver. Revolvers very often have very heavy triggers. So with any given revolver, let's say I can fire a revolver at 5 rounds in a second, but my wife has much smaller, weaker hands. She can only fire it maybe 1 round per second. So if I replace the trigger to allow her to fire closer to what I can fire with her lighter, smaller hands, is that now considered a rate of fire enhancement?
No, because a trigger is necessary for the function of the firearm. This only applies to devices that are unnecessary for the function of the firearm.
Okay, so if I put so if I've got a semi-automatic pistol and I'm having, and it seems to be clunking along, I add a little bit lighter spring and a little bit lighter slide, and it moves faster. Those weren't required. Those aren't necessary for the function of the firearm. I could have left the heavier spring and the heavier slide.
No, a slide is necessary for the operation of the firearm, therefore it wouldn't be covered.
Okay, so no matter what I do to that slide or that spring or those triggers, that doesn't count.
That's right. So those
No
kind
matter
of
how
routine-
fast I race it up,
Yes, those
doesn't
kinds of,
count.
That's right. Those kinds of routine modifications that are made for individual users for comfort and ability because each individual shooter has different capacities. Those are things that this language is expressly designed not to capture. What we're worried about here are aftermarket products that are designed to convert semi-automatic legal weapons into illegal machine guns or their functional equivalent. So that's the kind of thing we're worried about, not the kinds of modifications to allow for a gun being used more comfortably and effectively by individuals.
So the problem I have with that part is the rate at which a person...
Representative, this has been going for some time, and I just caution, we appear to be getting away from true questions on the language into debating with the witness. So if you have questions on the bill or the language, feel free to pose questions on the bill, but we do have a lot of members of the public who would still like to testify today, so I'd ask you to try to ask pointed questions to the witness rather than engaging in an extended debate. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My problem is with the language, the rate at which a person could otherwise fire such firearm. So I know you told me you couldn't give me what that rate is, but how does one, under this language, how does one assess the rate at which a person could otherwise fire the firearm?
I think the key word here is increases. So if you have a semi-automatic pistol, you pop a Glock switch on the back, you can now, very obviously, the rate of fire is increased. If you take an AR-15 and you install a force reset trigger on it, then similarly, you're going to have a much greatly increased rate of fire. Just in the same way that if you had taken a semi-automatic rifle and put a bump stock on it, you would have a much greater rate of fire because you're taking something that is semi-automatic rate of fire. Each time you pull your finger, one shot is fired, and moving to automatic fire, machine gun fire. There's not ambiguity between those two things. Now, there is ambiguity in between how fast I can shoot versus how fast Earl can shoot versus how fast you can shoot. And so this language is looking at the increase of fire, not at the overall rate of fire, because overall rate of fire depends on the user. And what we're worried about are the devices that are designed to increase it, materially increase it, substantially increase it. Take it from one shot for each trigger pull to I empty my magazine, I dump my magazine into a crowd.
Okay. And who is the person in a person? Is it a skilled shooter?
It doesn't matter. For the purpose of this language, it doesn't matter.
So anybody, no matter what it is, if it increases the rate of fire at all, it's covered.
Yes. And I would just emphasize again, this language, equivalent to this language, has been enacted in 8 states. There has been no kind of parade of horribles about individuals being unable to make modifications to their guns. What it has done is prevented the sale of new and dangerous conversion devices.
Okay. Now, you have no testimony on the other bill?
Correct.
What is it, 5043?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments briefly for the second time, Representative Fisher?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief. I'm trying to figure out what's a barrel under this legislation. I mean, a zip gun utilizes a piece of pipe, right? So what is a barrel as anticipated under this language?
Yeah, that's a great point, sir. Certainly not the case that we'd want to be covering kind of typical hardware that could be used in an improvised gun, like a zip gun. On the other hand, we would want to be covering a barrel that was in use, for a traditionally manufactured firearm. I think having a specific and tighter definition of barrel makes a lot of sense in order to resolve that potential ambiguity around the kind of, improvised gun, ghost gun sort of space.
I appreciate that admission. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further questions or comments? If not, Ms. Pacino, I know you said you're working on some S language for us. Sounds like there's some drafting on this that would need to get done. So if you could do that and get it to us, that would be appreciated. So.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. All right, I'm going to use a slight bit of prerogative, and I'm going to ask Elizabeth Ruocco to come up so that she can take her child home to bed at some point today. Yeah, and for those following at home, this is number 57. I'm using a little prerogative to take out of order.
Dear representatives, my name is Elizabeth, and I'm a mother, a disabled woman, and a survivor of sexual assault. And I respectfully urge you to oppose HB 5043 and HB 5436. I live with a congenital disability, a shortened left forearm, and absent left thumb, which requires me to operate a firearm one-handed. The physical limitation means that not all firearms are accessible or safe for me to use. After extensive research and hands-on experience with multiple models, I chose a Glock pistol because it allows me to safely manipulate the firearm with one hand, including chambering around while protecting my child, and I'm able to maintain the firearm independently. HB 5043, as currently written, would effectively prohibit the sale of Glock and Glock-style firearms in Connecticut. While the bill may not explicitly prohibit the possession of these firearms, banning the sale of one of the most widely used and accessible handgun platforms places a substantial burden on individuals like me who rely on specific equipment to exercise our right to self-defense. For many people, firearm choice may be a matter of preference. For me, it's a matter of physical accessibility and personal safety. As legislators, you are undoubtedly aware that the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution states that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The United States Supreme Court has affirmed that this protection applies to an individual's right to possess firearms for lawful purposes, including self-defense. Any policy that disproportionately restricts access to firearms that disabled individuals can safely operate raises serious concerns about equitable access to constitutional rights. For those of us who cannot rely on physical strength or mobility to defend ourselves, access to an appropriate firearm is often the only practical equalizer against violence. For individuals with disabilities, especially disabled women with children, the right to self-defense can be even more critical. My physical limitations make it impossible for me to rely on traditional forms of self-defense. I cannot physically overpower an attacker. I cannot rely on two-handed defensive techniques taught in many self-defense classes. The ability to protect myself and my child depends on tools that I can safely operate with one hand. Legislation that removes access to these tools does not simply regulate firearms. It removes a critical means of self-defense for disabled individuals who already face disproportionate vulnerability to violence. As policymakers, I ask you to consider the unintended consequences of these proposals. Laws that broadly restrict common firearm platforms may appear neutral on paper, but they can have disproportionate impacts on people with disabilities, survivors of violence, and moms who rely on these tools for protection when they're out with their children. For survivors of violence, including myself, many have resolved to never be a victim again. However, this would guarantee more victimization because criminals do not care about laws. I respectfully urge you to oppose. Any questions?
Yeah, Thank you. Good job on the timing. Questions from the committee? Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Elizabeth. Thank you for coming here today. I know it takes a lot to come up here, to spend the time to wait for others. But I, for one, very much appreciate you putting your life story in perspective in conjunction with this proposed legislation. So, you know, but for you being here today, I wouldn't know those things. And I just wanted to let you know that it is of value.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions? Representative Trubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Elizabeth, for coming. Your testimony is very important because it gives us different perspectives than we've heard before. So the Glock is what you've settled on as the firearm for you and your family?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there something about the Glock that makes it particularly suitable for you?
It fits in my hand well, and because I have to shoot one-handed, my stance is different. So when I typically, when a gun recoils, when you pull the trigger, I have to be able to manage that recoil with one hand and able to turn my body to defend my child. And then also because it is so easy to take apart, I am able to do it, whereas any other model that I've tried, I've not been able to do so. So I can actually clean it without my husband's assistance.
So you've tried other models?
Yes, many.
And
Upwards of 20. Not necessarily, you know, different revolvers, different Glocks, different, and so I have one specific one that I use.
Great. Well, thank you. I'm glad you found something that works for you, and that you're currently able to protect yourself and your family.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Very much appreciated.
Further
Thank you, Mr.
questions or
Chairman.
comments from the committee? If not, thanks for being with us. Christopher Patel.
Alrighty. Oh, it's two microphones. Pull my phone here. Oops, sorry. Alrighty. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chris Patel. I'm from East Hampton, Connecticut. I was going to make this quick. Obviously, there's a lot of people here. I'm going to mainly speak on 5043. I'm asking the committee to oppose that. This essentially bans all Glocks. This is near and dear to my heart. I carry a Glock 26 often, especially every Sunday when I go to church. Real quick, there was a brief exchange with a legislator earlier about the Ford Pinto and the necessity for a lawsuit, as there were lawsuits for the Pinto. The fallacy of that argument, however, is that the Ford Pinto was sued because the design was flawed. Therefore, the car could not function properly. We all know the gas tank was too far back, the car would explode in a fender bender, and so on and so forth. The Glock functions flawlessly. The Glock is one of the greatest pistols ever created. Therefore, a lawsuit against Glock would be frivolous and should not be allowed because you're suing an action taken by a person, not the function of the device itself. Glocks in general, anybody will tell you, it is the most plain Jane firearm you will ever see. There is a lot more cooler, hotter guns to own. The slide looks like something like a thing of butter. There's nothing that looks great about it, but like I said, it's incredibly safe. Part of it is the cruciform trigger mentioned in the proposed bill. It's got a 3 safety mechanism that it's got an internal trigger safety on the firing pin block, and it's also got a drop safety. Recently, there were some issues with SIG 365, I think it's the number. Anyways, it's controversial with people. It doesn't happen with Glock. If you want a safe and reliable firearm that is just stock, ready to go, you get a Glock. They're very standardized. There's all different sizes. It is the most popular pistol for home defense, self-defense, and really anything. It's kind of unconscionable to want to ban it. I was kind of appalled earlier. I heard a couple organizations that their primary purpose is to prevent violence. And it seems like their biggest priority is having a guy take his bird barrel and put it in a safe. With that said, I also heard another legislator, make a point. I have not seen a lot of police chiefs here supporting this. We all remember Chief Perez before he went to jail. He came here, supported the ghost gun bill. I think that was a horrible bill. Vanderstock, I don't think was argued well. There will be another challenge, and I think the ghost gun bill will be thrown out. It's an unconstitutional bill, in my opinion, side note. But here's an idea when it comes to violence. I'll be quick because I know I'm at the end. How we thought about building more prisons. People break the law. People use things improperly. They go to jail. I have a friend who's a cop in New Haven. He chases 13-year-olds who are stealing cars all the time. People steal guns and they shoot people.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Questions from the committee, Representative Howard.
Thank you, sir. And thank you. Did you hear my earlier question to CAGV about?
Yes.
So can you just can you articulate to the committee quickly, because we do
Yeah,
have to
yeah,
keep moving
okay.
things, why you're so frustrated with that, with the lack of prosecution that goes on in this state, the fact that we have a state that appears to be more pro-criminal and you have to have your gun rights eroded. Can you just, in a minute or less, articulate that, please?
I'd love to, and thank you for the opportunity to do so. Like you said, and it goes even further than that. We can't even get to prosecution. Police aren't even allowed to do their job. And we all have friends that are cops. I mean, everybody here has heard these stories. Somebody breaks into your car. This happened in Brantford. My mother lives in Brantford. A neighbor, a good friend of mine, someone broke into his daughter's car, and he said to the cop, "I wish you were here." And he says, "Why did you wish I was here?" He's like, "Well, you could have saw the guy break into the car and go after him." He's like, "I'm not chasing anybody. If I get into an accident, I lose my house." My same friend in New Haven says he doesn't like to pursue people stealing cars. We're not talking about candy from a candy shop. Stealing a motor vehicle, he does not like to pursue them. Why? Because this legislature, specifically this committee, voted on and passed a bill that prevents the cop from pursuing criminals. And even if they do pursue them,
Sir, I'm going to ask you to back to the bill in front of us, okay? That's
Okay,
That's not accurate, and it's not what the bill.
Well, that is
talking about.
accurate,
So
but
let's-
I'm just responding to the
let's get
legislator's
back
question.
to the bill in front of us, all right?
Okay, no problem. So with regards to 5043,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
if a cop can arrest somebody with, now that their ability has been, for lack of better words, neutered, the prosecution, and this is not a new concept. I remember, and she's running for office, thank God again, Melissa Gibran was in office when she voted on the bump stock bill. Her point was, to this bill, is that the reason she didn't vote for it is she listed all the crimes that are nollied or not enforced. I saw a previous exchange with a legislator actually on the committee here, with a member of the crime organization, anti-crime organization, and she was saying that, well, if a juvenile has a firearm with a serial number filed off, I don't know if it should be really enforced. And it's like, I was a bad kid and I'm all for second chances, but when you break serious laws repeatedly, like you're smoking a joint, you're doing something that's fine. When you're stealing cars, you have firearms with shaved off serial numbers, that is a serious crime. And it's abysmal to me that we have a bill here that says, oh, you're going to get a 26-inch barrel instead of a 22-inch barrel. Well, we're going to have to do a background check on you. I don't understand it, and I know I'm not alone, and a lot of constituents in all backgrounds in all parts of the state are very frustrated. I'm sorry that was more than a minute.
Thank you. I just appreciate it because I think you represent the frustration of hundreds of thousands of people in this state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments? If not, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Holly Sullivan will be next. Representative Dubitsky, briefly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned the organization that you are with. Could you mention that again?
I'm a member of CCDL, Connecticut Citizens Defense League, but my comments today are speaking of my own opinions.
Okay. Are you a firearms expert in some way?
Depends on who you ask. I'm a hobbyist. I am a somewhat machinist by trade, so I can answer to that and to the best of my abilities.
All right. Well, you seem to know. Well, you testified about the workings of the Glock trigger. Are you authoritative in your description of what the Glock trigger is and how it works?
Sure. I have a general idea. I've taken them all apart and put them back together.
Okay. What is a cruciform trigger?
So as I understand the definition, they're talking about the bar inside is that it prevents the trigger pulls, and then it also works as an internal safety, and also it locks it so if the gun drops, it does not also go off. It's a very safe mechanism. The issue at hand is referred to as the Glock switch, which I actually had to Google to actually understand exactly. I saw exactly what's going on, and it just easily makes it easy to manipulate that.
No, I understand that, but I'm
I don't know if that answers your
specifically
question.
about
I'm sorry.
about cruciform trigger bar. If I had a Glock and I opened up the gun, I pulled the slide off and looked down, would I automatically see, hey, that looks like a cruciform trigger bar to me? Is that something that's obvious to the average person?
Not the average person, definitely not.
Okay.
I mean, I know what I'm looking at. I know what I'm looking for.
Okay. Before this bill came out,
Sure.
had you ever heard the term cruciform trigger bar?
I actually Googled it while I was sitting here.
Okay, so it's not something that's commonly known.
No, I actually
as
had
far
to.
as you know.
I had to watch a video on a Glock switch, which is kind of interesting, but it's silly. I mean, you can make anything into full auto. Like I said, I have a background in machining. I could take your Milwaukee brad nailer and make that full auto. I won't. One, because it's a waste of nails. Two, I'm not a psychopath.
Okay,
So
and with your background,
Sure.
you'd still never heard of a cruciform trigger bar?
not the official term. I have not.
Okay. All right.
I'm familiar with the mechanism. I just had never heard the official term.
Okay. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Appreciate
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments? If not, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Holly Sullivan?
Good morning. Respected Chairman and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Holly Sullivan, and I am very proud to be here today as president of the Connecticut Citizens Defense League. We represent real Connecticut gun owners and voters. We did not travel in from out of state, nor are we funded by any special interest lobby. We are entirely volunteer and as grassroots as it gets. We have members in virtually every town in Connecticut. Gun owners possess and handle firearms regularly and are indisputably immersed in real-world gun safety. Proponents of HB 5043 testified this morning that we have a problem here in Connecticut with converted pistols and that this bill gets to the root of the problem. But we must be clear that the individuals who violate current federal and state law are the root of the problem, full stop. Every Town for Gun Safety, the joint authors of much of this bill, testified earlier that their focus is getting to the manufacturers. We heard several times that this is about the industry. However, it isn't. It's about my members. It's about me and my family. The good chairman underscored earlier that perception matters, and I wholeheartedly agree. I have been doing this a long time, and when I first heard the term convertible pistol, I must admit that I had some questions. Watching information provided to the local media recently has been deeply concerning. The perception in media that there is a new scary type of firearm does the people of Connecticut a grave disservice. These firearms have been safely owned for decades and present no new dangers or risks. In fact, as a child in the 1980s, I grew up around Glocks. It never morphed into anything else, and I am very concerned that the public is not being given a realistic understanding of what these guns do and do not do. Every town states that HB 5043 does not impact those who currently own it, and that is factually incorrect. This bill, as written, affects me. I am a Glock owner. When I was in my first apartment as a young woman out of college, my father transferred one of his firearms to me, and I, too, am a mom. My daughter, who grew up in the halls of this building, will be a teenager this year and a young woman shortly after that. My Glock is a gun that I've relied on for self-defense, and being unable to pass that down to her is unacceptable. Glocks are also very commonly used in competition shooting, such as IDPA, of which many competitions cross state lines. This morning I heard it's not a ban, it's a sale prohibition. We've heard that this is the next logical step. We've been down this road in Connecticut before, and we know this game. These firearms are ubiquitous. These firearms are in common use. These firearms are used for the purpose of self-defense. These firearms are used for lawful purposes. These firearms are not particularly dangerous, and they are most certainly not unusual. These facts are not in question. And for the last 15 plus years, we've been told the Connecticut and the anti-Second Amendment lobby just want common sense solutions. Well, HB 5043 is indisputably not common sense, not even remotely. Conversion to automatic fire is already illegal. This bill is once again a de facto ownership ban for the real people of our state. Hearing today that it isn't the intent calls into question for me the anti-Second Amendment lobby's fundamental understanding of gun ownership. I urge you to reject these bills and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've obviously done this before, and you got in before the bell, and I appreciate that. Do you recall why you first purchased a Glock? Was there a reason?
You want my real reason is that it was really pretty. My Glock is teal, and it has really beautiful Western stippling on it. I found it in a gun store in Waterbury, and I said I have to own that because there's a kind of a trend in the firearms industry, teal for 2A. It's a women's thing, and seeing a teal Glock, that was my what made me buy it. But then I've come to love it. It is a little bit different, and I want to pass that down to my daughter.
Well, I appreciate that. For me, just because it's a comment or question, I think they're ugly.
Okay.
I think they're very boxy.
Not mine.
Well, they're very boxy. I hadn't owned one for many, many years, and then I went to an event and I shot a bunch of handguns, and damn, that gun was smooth, right? And I hit the target every time. It was clay pigeons up on a wire fence, right? And I hit each one of those, but every other gun I couldn't hit anything.
Yep.
So I went and bought and I still think it's ugly, but it's functional.
But accuracy is safety.
Absolutely, absolutely. So as I said before, I own at least 2 of these, and I appreciate you coming here and sharing your story. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Howard.
First and foremost, Holly, thank you. Thank you to you. Thank you to your organization. As you said, you're all volunteers. You work tirelessly to try to fight back against, what previous speakers have talked about. So I say that with great sincerity on behalf of hundreds of thousands of people, including many in my district, that appreciate the work that you do that make it frustrating at times. To the last exchange, I'll share with you my youngest son. He had a Glock 43 that he would shoot when we would go shooting, and he insisted he wanted a Kimber. So we bought the Kimber, and he put 2 rounds to it and said, I hate this thing, I want my Glock back, all right, because he's got smaller hands, he's a smaller guy. You know that you have a constitutional right in Connecticut to possess a firearm for self-defense, right? You're familiar with that.
Indeed.
Nothing about regulated militias in the Connecticut Constitution. It's simply about self-defense. Yeah. Is your opposition to this bill, well, let me ask you, I'll put you on the spot, I'm sorry. Is CCDL opposed to outlawing Glock switches and converting pistols to machine guns?
I think we have to be very careful about what any language comes before us. Being quite honest, being around this building for as long as we have been, I'd be very cautious to put our name on banning anything without seeing language, because it's a very slippery slope.
All right, fair enough. But CCDL certainly doesn't want fully automatic handguns on the streets in Connecticut. Is that fair?
It's already an illegal.
Right.
It's illegal to convert them. It's illegal to possess a fully automatic firearm without it being approved by the ATF. So we represent law-abiding gun owners.
Would you and CCDL be less offended by this bill if the convertible pistol language was removed?
I would certainly be less offended by it. Again, I'm wary, and I think that's with good reason. In this building, we see bills that come out that are longer than I can possibly imagine. If there was a bill that simply said that Glock switches are illegal, I think there's a conversation to be had. However, I'm dubious because as we've seen, particularly when we went through 5436, look at how much language is in there that realistically doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
And largely it doesn't make sense to the average gun owner because it impacts the average gun owner in a way that I don't think the anti-Second Amendment lobby understands at all.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments? Further questions or comments? Representative Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Holly, I just wanted to say thank you for coming up today. And I, too, have 3 daughters, actually, and every one of them carries a Glock. They feel comfortable with it in their hands. It's very accurate, and in my opinion, very safe for them to have and to carry and to protect themselves. And again, thank you for coming up again today.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? If not, thanks for being with us.
Thank you, and happy birthday, Senator Winfield.
Alfred Kritzman?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is E.J. Kritzman. I'm a Connecticut resident. a responsible firearms owner, and someone who takes both public safety and constitutional rights very seriously. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in opposition to House Bills 5043 and House Bill 5436 as an ordinary resident of the state. House Bill 5043 would prohibit the manufacture and sale of what the bill calls convertible pistols. The problem is that the definition appears so broad that it would capture an entire class of commonly owned semi-automatic handguns that millions of Americans legally possess today. These are the same firearms that responsible Connecticut residents rely on for the purposes such as self-defense, sports shooting, and training. While illegal firearms modification is already prohibited under both federal and state law, the bill instead targets the firearms themselves rather than the criminal misuse of them. This bill also raises serious constitutional concerns with regard to the Supreme Court's Heller decision. In that case, the court held that firearms in common use by law-abiding citizens for lawful purposes are protected by the Second Amendment. The court made clear that arms commonly possessed by ordinary citizens cannot simply be prohibited. Because the types of semi-automatic pistols potentially affected by HB 5043 are among the most common handguns owned in the United States today, banning them would appear to be in conflict with that constitutional standard. In addition, the Supreme Court's Bruin decision requires that modern firearms regulations be consistent with the nation's historical tradition of firearm regulation. Under this text, history, and tradition framework, the government must point to an analogous historical restrictions from the founding era to justify modern regulations. There is no historical tradition in early American law banning commonly possessed firearms for their potential conversion into illegal, dangerous devices, which raises serious constitutional concerns and prohibitions like those proposed by HB 5043. HB 5436 raises similar concerns by altering definitions and regulatory structures related to firearms, magazines, and transfers. The bill risks creating further complexity and unnecessary and uncertainty, really, in an already highly regulated area of Connecticut law. Connecticut already has some of the strictest firearms regulations in the country. Responsible gun owners must navigate extensive permitting requirements, training mandates, background checks, and registration systems. I just want to speak personally about the gun that most people have been speaking about, which is the Glock firearm. I've introduced several people in the state to the concept of using firearms for self-defense. And my go-to firearm for introduction for safe firearm use are Glocks. And the reasons why basically are just ease of use, dependability, reliability, and durability. And I just want to also just talk about one other thing is like the used gun market, the lawful purchase of used gun market in this state allows a lot of people, maybe when it's their first time buying a gun lawfully, to buy a gun that's a little more affordable for them. And, you know, this rule not only disallow the sale of new Glocks, but also will disallow the sale of used Glocks within the state. And so I think that really just kind of makes it even harder for people to kind of enter into the safe firearm possession world. And it's, I think, an unfortunate side effect of this legislation, which is really aimed at manufacturers, but really will affect the aftermarket as well.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us. Andrew Starzewski. Andrew Starzewski. Followed by Emily Mikalakis.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. So my name is Emily Mikalakis. I am the Associate Director of Government Affairs at Everytown for Gun Safety, and I'm testifying on behalf of Carly Corrigan, who is one of our Moms Demand Action volunteers. She is also a mom, a lifelong resident of Connecticut.
Just pull that mic a little closer. There you go.
She's a mom, a lifelong resident of Connecticut, the daughter of a police officer, and a very concerned citizen. Okay, so she's testifying on behalf of HB 5043. So in just the past few months, individuals in possession of Glock switches have been arrested in both Meriden and West Hartford. In 2023 and 2024, firearms modified with switches were involved in the heartbreaking murder of a 20-year-old Hartford woman and her 4-year-old son, a shooting on a New Haven street, and a gang-involved shooting in Bridgeport that injured a bystander in their own kitchen. This threat is very real, it's lethal, and it's in our communities. certain manufacturers have known for decades that their handguns can be turned into illegal machine guns with switches, and yet they continue to sell them. Why? The answer is simple: money. Instead of fixing this problem, gun makers would rather enjoy the profits they receive from criminals seeking pistols that are uniquely easy to convert into machine guns. The fact that some manufacturers are selling convertible pistols by design is egregious. We must require handgun manufacturers to design their products more responsibly so we can prevent violence before it happens. Since these gun manufacturers don't feel obligated to do what's necessary to protect the residents of Connecticut, we must pass legislation that will force them to. This is why I strongly urge you to support HB 5043. Please vote to move this bill forward for the safety of your families and the safety of all of your constituents. And I'm going to submit this as written testimony as well, just so it's on the record.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment? Not. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
George Austin.
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Welcome back.
Happy birthday. Oh, yes, that's right. Thank you.
You're missing someone.
Sorry?
You're missing someone this time.
No, he's
Okay.
someone.
All right.
Right
There he is. There he is. Okay.
Well, this subject matter is a little different. So I am George Austin. I am a candidate for U.S. House in the 2nd. I am a long-standing CCDL member, and I am not a Glock guy, for whatever that's worth. Anecdotally, for the sake of not citing legal precedent and repeating over and over previous testimony, I will keep my remarks anecdotal in nature. I have heard testimony in this chamber about getting to the root of problems. I contend that the overarching problem is not the Second Amendment or the proponents of the Second Amendment or defenders of the Second Amendment. It is actually an egregiously high propensity for prosecutorial leniency with regard to all violent crime, whether it be gun-related or maybe even cannibalistic in nature, which has been in the news, recently. Lots of my family are from Mexico, where there is no Second Amendment at all. Not even anything that remotely resembles it. And I've actually lost family members, presumably to the black market organ harvesting. And I've seen firsthand what a defenseless citizenry looks like, firsthand. I wonder, when will this body have had enough of seeing the Second Amendment eroded, not only in operational definition, but in spirit? The phrase common sense is uttered very frequently. And I ask this body, who is determining what common sense is? Who is defining what common sense is? Can we agree on what common sense is? And I will acquiesce that's a very tough question to answer. Even if the so-called gun community or the gun lobby were to acquiesce and get together in hopes of finding common ground and common sense and working together, unfortunately, this body and others like it have, in my opinion, overstepped, and they've set too high a precedent, too frequent a precedent of gaining ground how do I phrase this diplomatically, at gaining too much ground and overstepping into the domain of constitutional liberties. We always ask ourselves in the community, what's next? The proverbial they always ask for a mile, and we give an inch. That is why there is lots of mistrust, a lack of trust, in trying to come together for any kind of reform when it's always something else. Again, trying to be anecdotal about it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, and as I said, welcome back. Other comments or questions from members? Like the other day, I'm looking where no one is. Questions or comments from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you again for joining us and providing us with your testimony.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. James Townsley. James Townsley. To be followed by Elizabeth Miller. Who's Elizabeth Miller? And then Scott Wilcox. Scott Wilcox. Oh, are you?
Elizabeth Miller.
You're Elizabeth Miller? Okay.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon. I strongly oppose HB 5043. I have carried a Glock since I was 21 years old, so for over 17 years now. As a woman, I rely on Glocks to protect myself and my 3 kids. I'm a smaller woman, but I can easily conceal a Glock 42, which is a .380. I carry it almost daily, and no one has ever noticed. For home protection, I prefer a larger caliber Glock for the larger round and larger magazine capacity. Over the years, I've used Glock 17s, Glock 22s, and others. For friends that are interested in guns, especially women, I always recommend a Glock, and here's why. They're reliable, they very rarely jam, and when they do, it's easy to clear. I fired a gun before that wasn't a Glock, that jammed literally every couple rounds. That's not a concern with Glocks, and I've fired thousands of rounds over the years. Glocks are affordable. Why spend hundreds when why spend hundreds more when a Glock is one of the best guns out there at a reasonable price that is affordable to all? Glocks are user-friendly. I can't stress the fact enough, as a woman, that some guns can be intimidating. A Glock is easy to use, and once you're comfortable with it, you can get so many different models that all function the same. Banning Glocks would once again only punish law-abiding gun owners. It would not stop the criminals who already disregard our laws. I urge you to vote no.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you for joining us today. Scott Wilcox?
Yes, sir. I'm on Zoom.
Yes, you may testify.
Hi, my name is Scott Wilcox. I'm testifying today in strong opposition regarding the 2 bills, 5043 and HB 5436. 5043, now this appears to be kind of almost a modus operandi where lawyers will relabel a firearm something scary and ban it in the name of public safety. It takes terms like assault rifle, ghost gun, and now we have convertible pistol. Now, until that was actually just pulled out of thin air, no such classification ever existed. Pistol was not designed, advertised, or sold as a convertible pistol. A third party figured it out as an exploit. By law, as has been testified before, converting any firearm to fully automatic is already federally illegal. This bill is targeting the sale of Glocks and Glock-style pistols, and it seems how Glocks are the most popular handgun in the country, aka in common use. It's already covered by Heller and Bruin as far as in common use goes. Glock boasts they sell to 65% of law enforcement in this country, with over 5 million sold, according to their own data. And the single most popular legally owned firearm in the U.S. Criminals are not going to gun stores to purchase these firearms and being the most popular firearm in the country. They are everywhere. You can say, oh, I can't sell in Connecticut, but they're still sold everywhere else in the country. Criminals do not obtain these firearms lawfully. This infringement does not stop anything. It's not a prohibition. It's essentially an end-around ban, saying we can't go out. We can't purchase now a whole bevy of firearms because they're essentially banned because you can't buy them, you can't obtain them, and you can't sell them. I keep hearing the term upstream and completely ignoring the downstream effect, which is the common citizen. Well, essentially, again, like I said, won't be able to select by a large selection of firearms based on a potential for abuse. Now, this bill is similar to the California Glock ban, which is already being challenged, and the court has held the position that portions of it are likely unconstitutional. That's James versus Bonta, or James v. Bonta. What the state is doing by relabeling firearms and banning them is invariably creating a list of government-approved firearms. If it's not on the ban list, well, the government approves of it. This bill is making something illegal, which is already illegal. So what is this bill doing exactly? Making it double plus unlawful, to quote George Orwell, to do something which is already illegal? And who are the people converting firearms into machine guns? It's not the law-abiding citizen, it's the criminals. This law only affects people like myself and other CCDO members and the general public for being unable to purchase a most popular firearm, a firearm that they may want or actually use and prefer. So I'm going to close this out, this little rant out with a quote from Lysander Spooner. He says, "To ban guns because criminals use them is to tell the law-abiding that their rights and liberties depend not on their own conduct, on the conduct of the guilty and the lawless. Can I get a quick blurb in about 5436?
How long is it going to take?
30 seconds.
I'll give you 30 seconds.
Thank you, sir. Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you.
So now what we're doing is apparently we're relabeling individual parts of a firearm, like slides, barrels, etc. And this places a huge undue burden on lawful gun owners when it comes to maintenance, customization. When it passes and we have to replace these parts or we want to modify these things, we can't just go out and buy them. It has to go through an FFL. And we've already talked about serialization. We can't go to like cheaper than dirt.com to buy a replacement barrel or to upgrade a barrel. Because what's going to happen is invariably these places are going to no longer sell in Connecticut because of all the loopholes, because they have to go through background checks. One of the things they ask you in background checks is what's the serial number of the firearm being sold.
Okay, so I'm going to cut to 30 seconds at 30 seconds.
Thank you, sir. Just the road to hell is paved with good intention. That's all I've heard is not attention to these bills. Well, attention or not, it's what's happening.
Are there questions or comments? Questions or comments? And I don't mean to cut anybody off, but we are trying to give everybody about the same amount of time. So I'm trying.
And I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You too. Christopher DeBella.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christopher DeBella. I'm owner and proprietor of Tobacco Valley Gun in East Windsor, Connecticut. I'm also an FFL holder and an 07 manufacturer. Obviously, I oppose these two bills, 5043 and 5436. Reason being is, one thing I want to point out is our store, we do a lot to make sure that guns don't end up on the streets. We've had zero, to our knowledge, through ATF audits and everything else, that have ever ended up as a straw purchase. For anyone who doesn't know, straw purchases where firearms are purchased illegally for the intent to be given to someone who is unlawful to own them. Hence, we help keep guns off the street. One thing our store takes pride of is the fact that we are the front line of defense for our state to keep legal gun owners good, to keep illegal gun owners out of our store, and to make sure that firearms don't end up on the streets. One thing I see with this law, the 5436, I don't know if you guys have talked to the ATF or not, but as a dealer, I don't know how I can serialize parts and do a registration with them. The ATF doesn't allow that. So that's something I don't know if anyone's thought of, but it's something that we're not allowed to do. I can't put a barrel on a 4473. The ATF will shut that down. The other thing too is the gun industry has changed over the past few years. Our store recently, we have a pile of African American gun owners. We've even got sponsored by an organization. We have trans customers, LGBT customers. We have a female organization for new shooters. So we've been being a lot more progressive with the actual firearms owners in the state. I don't think a lot of people realize how much the demographic has changed over the years, and we've adapted and obviously have a good following because of all that. The other thing too is, like, we had an ATF audit 3 months ago. They checked through 2,900 4473s, that's the form that we use to sell firearms. They found only one clerical error. So that means all of our firearms were sold legally, sold with background checks. Everything we did was above and beyond board. Last year, even one of the ATF members was thinking about doing a handbook for new FFLs and using some of our policies and procedures because they liked how well we did. So as an FFL holder, we go above and beyond for this reason. And I'm held to a different standard than a lot of the people here. And as for the anti-gun community, one reason earlier, I think the commissioner was, saying how people were shouldn't be chuckling and stuff. We've never had the anti-gun community reach out to us just to even have a conversation. And that's one thing that we try to promote a lot in our stores, just have a sensible conversation. A lot of times,
You don't have to stop mid-sentence.
okay, sorry, I just want to make sure we're good. Can I finish up real quick?
20 seconds or so, please.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you.
So to make this
There's
quick,
a pattern here.
there is. So one thing to make this apparent is, as an FFL holder, and everything else. And with the anti-gun community, we actually have a lot of new firearms owners that at one point were anti-gun that are now pro-gun. And one thing I always advocate for the anti-gun community is why can't we sit down and have a conversation instead of just having this constant battle back and forth? I don't understand the disconnect between us. No one wants Glock switches on the street, and we just want to have our rights.
Okay. Question or comment from members of the committee. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over here. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Now, are you where is your store?
We're in East Windsor, Connecticut.
East Windsor?
Yes.
And what kind of stores? Do you sell guns and other things?
We sell firearms. We're primarily a firearm store. We've been in business for about 13 years now. We just recently moved to our new location about a year ago. We had our initial ATF audit to go to our new store, which we passed with flying colors, and then we had a compliancy audit 3 months ago, which we passed with flying colors. I don't think you were here when I said it, but they did a 2,950 transaction check on us going through our 4473s. They only found one clerical error, which is not an illegal sale or anything like that. So our percentages of having things done properly are extremely good. And I'm confident saying that here.
Now, are you the owner of the store?
Yes.
What is your background in firearms?
I've been in the industry 18 years. About 13 years ago, a man came up to me as a customer, asked me if I wanted to open up a gun store with him. We've been in business together for about 13 years now. We were in a location in Windsor Locks originally. We expanded our store into East Windsor. And then recently, a mutual friend of ours had a building for sale. We bought the building, moved in our store, and that's kind of going to be our forever home.
Okay. Are you obviously you're a businessman. Are you also expert in firearms? Like, do you tinker with the guts?
I do work on some firearms, yes.
Okay. If you've been here for a while, perhaps you've heard that I've asked a number of people about the cruciform trigger bar.
Yep.
Before this bill came out, had you ever heard of a cruciform trigger bar?
No, this was new. Even I had to look it up right when it came out just to get some level of education.
Okay.
And even the Glock switch and stuff like that, that's been something where, like the other gentleman before me said, we kind of had to look up kind of how it works because it was a 3D printed device that was made. I could tell you right now, there's not an FFL in the state that messes around with anything like that or would ever sell a firearm to someone who said they're going to openly put a switch in a gun. That doesn't happen. We'd be shut down or arrested.
So, since you've been in business now 18 years?
Been in the industry for 18, been in business for 13.
Okay, and you'd never heard of a cruciform trigger bar until this bill came out?
This was the first time. And I am and was a Glock armor at one point too, licensed, and we still work on Glocks at our store from a mild, work on them a little bit mildly, like the triggers and stuff like that. But we don't do anything, everything we do is above board with ATF and local state compliancy.
A normal Glock owner who is not an industry professional, how would they, or any firearms owner that owns a pistol of some sort, how would they know if their firearm had a cruciform trigger bar in it?
They wouldn't. Most of the time people I have to show people how to even disassemble the gun, much less the inner workings of how the gun works.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate your coming in. Oh, one other thing. Common household tool. When you hear the term common household tool, what comes to mind to you?
Pliers, hand drills, basic working tools, wrenches,
Scissors?
scissors, yeah.
But those aren't listed here as tools that you would use to alter a cruciform trigger bar. Does that seem odd to you?
Yes.
All right. So if you were you seem like a reasonable person to me. If you had to define common household tool, you probably wouldn't define it as in this statute, I'm guessing?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your
Thank you for
testimony.
your time, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Questions, Representative Howard?
Thank you, sir. In your store, do you work on and sell guns? We talked a lot about Glocks. Do you sell other pistols?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, were you here earlier when I was discussing with somebody? My concern is that while Glock may be the easiest one to convert as we sit here today, if the bill were to pass and Glock were to abide by the bill and make their pistol much more difficult to do, and they were, say, the second easiest, and I'll pick on Smith & Wesson M&P, become the first easiest, do you think that somebody could readily make a switch for like a Smith & Wesson M&P or any other sort of pistol?
Absolutely.
So were you here for that exchange earlier?
Yes,
Right.
I've been here since 10.
Thank you. Thank you for your commitment to our process. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
So would you agree with me then, being in the industry, that that if we do this, we're going to constantly be chasing that, right? Like it'll be Glock pistols, and I know it doesn't say Glock pistols in the bill, but essentially we're talking about the Glock pistols today, Smith & Wesson M&Ps, H&Ks next time. Is there validity to that concern?
So the biggest problem is the more that we're pushing, the more the criminal element is going to catch up.
Yeah.
And that's a big issue that a lot of people don't recognize. Is at the end of the day, the anti-gun people that are sitting here before me, their whole thing is they want to keep things like that off the street. I can tell you right now, as a gun store owner, I don't want Glock switches on the street.
Right.
Like we're on the same page with that.
Sure.
Getting rid of Glocks, or at least this blanket bill here, is not going to solve the initial issue. The initial thing that we have to think about is how do we get those off the street? How do we not only police ourselves as gun owners, but the anti-gunners also have to police this issue too. Banning this stuff is not policing it. We're not changing anything. At the end of the day, I would rather sit down and have a conversation with an anti-gunner about, hey, what can we do to keep the switches off the street and keep the 3D printing from happening on those things, than banning something. Because me as a dealer, as I was saying before, I don't know if you were here when I first started talking, I'm the first line of defense.
Sure.
Our store in 13 years has had 0 stolen guns out of our store. We've had 0 straw purchases, and I explained the straw purchase, obviously, I'm sure you know.
Familiar, yeah.
So there are other FFLs that are like that. You know, and we went through our ATF audits. We had the ATF in our store. Part of my job is ATF and state compliancy. And as I was explaining earlier, on a 4473 with this 5436, serializing parts, the big thing that we run into as FFL holders is the state will tell us to do one thing, the feds will tell us to do another. And the feds in some ways supersede the state, but it may conflict with what the state wants. So how are we supposed to do things 100%? And we are a store that is considered by the state and by the ATF to be one of those stores that is above board. Why am I focusing on something as simple as that, of how I'm going to serialize and register a barrel, when I should be focusing on making it strict so there's no straw sales, things like that? That's how we prevent this.
Thank you. And my final question, 5043, the first speaker of the day said multiple times, this doesn't affect FFLs, that it affects only manufacturers. Do you agree with that?
So I'm a manufacturer, and obviously I'm an 07 FFL, so I'm a manufacturer. Absolutely it does. The sale of Glocks, we sell to tons of law enforcement, we sell to civilians, we sell to military, we sell to everyone across the board except for prohibited people.
Sure.
And at the end of the day, does it affect business? Of course it does.
Okay.
I mean, we've heard that language all today about like how this is going to work, but the problem I have is the people that are doing the anti-gun bills, doesn't seem like they haven't really spent time in the gun industry learning about what they're trying to ban.
Sure.
And that's a problem, because I'm willing to educate myself on the anti-gun side. Why isn't the anti-gun side willing to come down to my store and have a conversation?
Yeah, and that's
show
right.
how to sell a gun and
Right,
how it
that's,
works.
that's kind of what we're hoping to get out of the public hearing, is bring all the sides. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. Thank you for joining us. Connor Webb.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Connor Webb.
Thank you, Chairman Winfield, Chairman Streff, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Connor Webb. I am an organizer for gun violence prevention from New Haven. I am also a supporter of the Connecticut chapter of Students Demand Action. I'm testifying today in support of HB 5043, protecting Connecticut from the sale of DIY machine guns. I'm a college student. I hear from fellow students about their feeling of safety from violence in this state. We have reasons to slouch toward this conventional wisdom. Our gun laws are the 5th strongest in the country. We have a competent, bold General Assembly. But that conventional wisdom is false. Machine gun conversion devices are proliferating across this state and making us less safe. We are less safe in our universities, our places of worship, our grocery stores, because people can 3D print devices in their living rooms that convert their Glocks into fully automatic firearms. Greg Lickenbach testified to this earlier, 1,200 rounds a minute, 20 rounds a second. And because this body has not yet prohibited the sale of guns that facilitate these conversion devices, manufacturers continue to sell guns designed with this defect in mind. This has rapidly become a crisis. ATF data shows that police recovered over 11,000 of these conversion devices between 2019 and 2023, but over half of that number were recovered in 2023. That is a 784% increase. Community violence intervention programs are noticing Glock switches filling their streets. Police departments are finding Glock switches attached to the pistols that they recover. Are we really asking them to outrun a machine gun? As long as the state continues to sell guns that accept these conversions, we are not safe. This bill closes that loophole, pulls these weapons off of our streets, and gives students like me a reason to feel safe in schools. Thanks.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Rep. Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for coming here today. What is your personal knowledge with regard to the Glock switches? You talked about the proliferation across the state. What is your knowledge?
Look, I have gun owners in my family. This is a personal crisis to me. My father's a survivor, so I'm here on behalf of those people who want to keep our streets protected.
Okay, so I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I asked you specifically about your knowledge about Glock switches, and I appreciate a lot of people have families, but do you have any knowledge with regard to what you represent to us to be a proliferation of Glock switches across our state?
I know the data on it, but I am not familiar with the architecture of Glocks.
Okay, so the data, because I heard a number in here, 11,000.
Yeah.
What is the 11,000?
Sure. So that data is from the ATF. I think Mr. Lickenbrock testified to a similar number. I'm representing the period from 2019 to 2023. That data indicates that law enforcement recovered about 11,500 guns that had Glock switches attached to it. What I was referencing that was important in that data was that about 5,000 of those were recovered in 2023, and that was where I got that 784% increase.
So the 11,500 firearms in Connecticut, or
this is ATF data, so it's federally.
Okay.
And I think the testimony earlier suggested that this is an aggregate number, so they don't have crosstabs for individual states.
Okay, so somewhere in this country, law enforcement has discovered firearms that had already been converted, or
Correct,
were in
over
the
a 4-year
process of
period.
being converted.
converted to with the Glock switches. That's correct.
Okay, and I'm just trying to put together. You said proliferating across our state. Do you have any data with regard to Connecticut in specific?
Well, we know, testified earlier, that police departments have recovered these in our streets. We don't have a specific number because, again, that ATF data is federally aggregated.
Okay.
But we do know that it is,
So,
in
like,
Connecticut.
last week in my town, 4 people were arrested for possession of fentanyl. But nobody was arrested for having a Glock switch. So, I guess utilizing that same sort of correlation, the possession of fentanyl is proliferating across the state. So already possession of the conversion device is illegal, right? You don't have to put it into the firearm to be illegal.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So how does this bill, and just to be clear, because we got a couple bills here, which one in specific?
I'm testifying for 5043.
Okay. So how would that bill prevent the already illegal activity in your mind?
Sure. I mean, because the sale of guns that can be readily converted into these machine guns with these attachments that have already been federally legal, you can 3D print them, would be rendered illegal until manufacturers like Glock change the architecture of their guns to prevent these easy conversions.
Okay, so are you aware that Glock attempted to change their handgun design into the V design?
That's correct, yes, I'm aware of that. And I believe Mr. Lickenbrock testified on this earlier, that does not fully satisfy the problem.
But I believe, unless somebody can prove me wrong, that development was done in conjunction with ATF to try to avail concerns. And I guess the concern, at least from this side of the aisle, is what's next? So when it's already an illegal activity. But anyway, I thank you for
Are you asking me what's next? I mean,
yeah,
I'm focused on the fact that these Glock switches are appearing in our streets in Connecticut, right? And I'm here testifying that there's legislative action on that matter.
Oh, I got it, but it's already illegal. So, but thank you.
The switches are illegal, but they're still being sold across the state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Ciccarella.
Thank you, and thank you for coming to testify. You said you were in college?
That's correct.
Awesome. I love seeing young people getting involved and advocating for what they feel is important or relevant to their community. So I commend you for that. Not a lot of young kids take the time to come up and do that. So I do commend you for that. When we're discussing these type of bills for gun legislation, I tend to do a lot of research to try to understand what the intended goal is of the legislation, right? And we're seeing the switches, Glocks with switches, found on criminals. Fair to say, right? You're saying that?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. And have you happened to ask any of the police departments or get any data to see how many of those firearms were owned by a legal gun owner?
Are you asking me if I've interviewed these police departments?
Or found any data? So I guess maybe I left this out. When I try to understand an issue, I didn't talk much up here. I don't talk much unless I'm doing my homework, unless I have a question, right?
Right.
And when I'm going to talk about something, I look at both sides of an issue. It doesn't need to be guns, doesn't need to be in this committee. I look at both sides and then try to find a middle ground. And lately, especially when it comes to gun legislation, I'm not finding that middle ground.
Sure.
So I've done the research to see, the argument from both sides, if you will. And I was just asking if you did, and if you did you happen to find any numbers of legal gun owners that have a permit and a registered Glock converting their firearm with a switch here in Connecticut?
Sure, and thank you for the question. So New York is pursuing similar legislation. I'm originally from New York, and so I have interviewed district attorneys from New York State on this matter, in addition to the Glock switch problem, but also extreme risk protection orders. So I've interviewed district attorneys who also serve on the board of the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association. So, I certainly agree with your assessment that it's important to consider both sides. To the extent of my knowledge on this bill, I know New York State's approach to it, and I've read this law, and that's kind of where I come from, and also hearing from previous testimony on the matter.
Sure. So you've talked to individuals in New York, prosecutors.
That's correct.
And have you asked them how many of these weapons that were found that were illegally modified belong to lawful gun owners in Connecticut or in New York for that matter?
How many what belong to gun owners? Glock switches or Glocks?
Nope. Glocks that were converted illegally, because Glocks are legal, right?
Correct.
If you have a pistol permit, went through the proper channels, you have a Glock, you could possess one, okay? The people that go through that process to get one legally, I have not found data to see that they are converting their legally owned gun into an illegal gun.
No,
And I
but
was
those
seeing-
are lawfully abiding gun owners. That's not in there. They wouldn't do that.
Okay.
We're referring to guns that are recovered on the streets, right?
Perfect. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's awesome. So that's where I'm going next with that is,
Okay.
How many other states passed legislation similar to this?
California, and then
Mhm.
New York's pursuing it right now.
Got it.
There's other states, I believe.
And do you know when California did that?
Within the past 5 years.
Okay.
It's worsened over the past 5 years. So that's when they addressed the problem.
And California also has very strict gun laws.
That's true. Yeah.
And there's still a ton of gun violence in California, correct?
That's true, but it is also, one of the safest states in the country on this issue too because of their gun laws. There's still going to be gun violence. This is a national problem inextricably intertwined with other afflictions in this country, mental health included. So there's
I
still going to
agree
be
with
gun
that.
violence in California, but
Yeah, I totally agree. Mental health does play a role in this, but this bill is specific, and it's addressing a specific population, in my opinion. This is addressing legal gun owners not being able to possess this weapon because bad actors can make it an automatic weapon. I would say that we would find laws to hold the people that are getting caught with these guns in Connecticut accountable for what they're doing, meaningfully accountable, so we don't continue to come after legal gun owners and their rights and go after the individuals that continue to break that law. Because some of the other research that I've seen in the past is a lot of these guns that are found on the streets didn't come from Connecticut. They were coming up either from up north down the 95 corridor, 91 corridor, or coming up south, South Carolina, and these other places. So I just don't know how this piece of legislation would actually make an effect on what we're seeing in the streets, which I am concerned about. I'm concerned about, our cities, our young kids that are getting their hands on these things. They're dangerous weapons, right? Kids shouldn't have guns anyway. 14, 15-year-old kids, we see it in New Haven. We need to address that problem. This doesn't address that, in my opinion, at all. That's my concern.
Senator, this legislation is focused on accountability for the gun industry, particularly Glock, that has produced this defect over several decades. This legislation is focused on that. I would reject respectfully the characterization that it targets law-abiding gun owners. We've already discussed that it doesn't target their possession of the guns, but rather future sale of guns that can continue to be readily converted like this.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I don't disagree with what this does, but what it is doing is now not allowing people that could rightfully and legally possess them from getting them again. What happens if they like them? What happens if their favorite gun? They like shooting it, they're comfortable with it, they trained with it, they know how to take it apart, put it together. Now they can't because you're trying to go after a group of people that are breaking the law, and now you're going to negatively impact law-abiding citizens. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I think that the targeting of people breaking the law is different from targeting the gun manufacturer, which is what this legislation is principally focused on. Of course, we're targeting people who are breaking the law, but this is also, in addition, pressuring companies like Glock to change the architecture of their guns.
And I think, and again, I was in another committee meeting, so I think this may have been said, but Glock is pulling off, I think it's the Glock 19. It's very hard to get Glock 19s now, so they're not going to be selling those certain types of weapons trying to combat what you are seeing and what you're talking about. So they're taking some action. But this really, if it's only in California and Connecticut, it's really not really going after a Glock. It's going after people that live in Connecticut and restricting what they can have. That's my opinion. And I'll just say one more thing. We passed a law restricting how many rounds could be carried in one magazine a few years back. Are you familiar?
I'm not.
Okay, so we did pass that law. And we're still seeing, I was just in Waterbury maybe 8 months ago, and we're seeing their facility. They do a great job. They have a lot of gun crime. They're finding tons of magazines that have way bigger capacity than 10. They're finding drum magazines that could go on a handgun, things that probably these people do not have. And we passed that law, and it's not reducing the amount of illegal weapons and weapons that have the ability to hold those size magazines and have those, amount of bullets in one gun. So when we're passing these laws, we're trying to address the gun violence, which I commend, and I agree with you that it is a little scary. Somebody goes out for dinner and, you're caught in the middle of something. That is really scary stuff. So I get that. But we need to find a real way to address gun violence. And every time we've talked about this for the 6 years that I've been up here, I haven't really seen much, except one bill that would give the judge discretion to raise the amount of bond on a second serious gun charge. 6 years, that's the only thing that I've seen that actually made a bit of difference with serious violent gun crimes in Connecticut. But again, we have this type of legislation that is not going to address the problem at its root cause, and I'd give you an opportunity just to speak on that.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity. I would point you to a law that was passed in New York State, which I'm happy to provide you on, from last year, that required that gun manufacturers take reasonable steps to address the architecture of their guns such that they cannot be readily converted. And that worked, because to your point, Glock did announce it was last year now, that they would adjust their guns. So I do think, to your point, I sincerely agree that legislative policy is sensitive and it's hard for it to be realized, despite our objectives, to see it impacting our communities. At least in New York State, it in part did. And so I think states like Connecticut can actually take action to address this affliction, and I would encourage this body to do so. So thanks.
Great. And again, thank you for coming up. Continue to stay involved and be active. I think it is great. I just think we could agree to disagree, because I still believe, as you said, New York passed this law and similar legislation, and gun violence is still a problem. And I think the main point is addressing it at its root cause, the people that break the law. And it's not just, again, with guns, but a lot of things. People break laws in businesses, and we go after the legal business owners to try to put more regulations in place to protect our constituents. But I think we have to find another way of doing it. I don't know if this will actually achieve the goal that it's intended to achieve. But thank you again so much for coming up and testifying.
Thank you, Senator. Are there further questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Dubitsky. And before Representative Dubitsky speaks, I just want to clarify that as we're having dialogues between members of the committee and the people testifying, let's make sure we talk one at a time and talk through the chair. Thank you. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in. Very much appreciate it. If I came up with a device that turned any semi-automatic firearm into a machine gun, regardless of brand, regardless of construction, could the Connecticut legislature ban all the guns?
I assume you're referring to this legislation. This legislation does not ban those guns. It prohibits the further sale of readily convertible pistols.
It does not ban the sale of convertible.
It prohibits the further sale of readily convertible pistols.
That is what it does.
Correct. Correct.
Right. So if I can, then that's because a Glock switch turns a Glock into a machine gun.
Correct.
Right? So if I invented a device that turned all semi-automatic pistols into machine guns, could the legislature ban the sale of all semi-automatic firearms?
I mean, I would defer also to, I don't want to draw assumptions about like the conclusions of certain laws just because I don't have a legal background. But I would defer to the earlier testimony of Mr. Luckenbrock and others that indicate that that Glock in particular has this defect. It's much harder, in other words, if not impossible, to convert other firearms in this particular way. So I think I would disagree with your characterization of, or your hypothetical that other guns can be converted in a similar way. I think it's particular to Glock and also commensurate guns.
Okay, well that's why it's a hypothetical, because I'm saying if I came up with the device that I could just slap on into any Smith & Wesson or Ruger or any brand of semi-automatic handgun, could the legislature then ban all semi-automatic handguns?
You would have to ask your counsel. I am just a student testifying on behalf of this bill, and knowing that these attachments are hurting our communities.
I'm hurting your community?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you just said.
We've established through this testimony, my own included, that these Glock switches we're seeing them increase in our communities in the state of Connecticut, and I'm testifying to make sure that we can get them out of our streets. And I'm supporting legislation that makes certain that that we can get Glock switches out of our communities. So I appreciate your hypothetical. I am not an expert on the minutia of the way in which laws are introduced or leveraged in this committee. I'm not testifying on that matter. You would have to talk to your policy counsel and people who would be responsible for implementing this law to hear more. I'm just focused on these Glock switches and on the legislation that affects them.
Okay, you referenced a similar law in California, right?
In New York. Oh, I'm sorry, yes. California did pass similar legislation, yes.
Okay, and the California, that's the California's Unsafe Handgun Act?
I believe so.
Okay, and that created a registry of safe handguns that people are allowed to buy, right?
Representative, I'm not an expert on California law. I'm specifically
Okay, well,
testifying on this bill.
You cited the law, so I'm
Because
asking you about
California did pass a commensurate law, but I don't need to know the mechanics of it to know that that was the case.
Okay.
I'm just going to, excuse me, Representative, I'm just going to ask one more time that there be a little space between each comment so that each person finishes their thought and the next person responds, and that's the way it goes, but try really hard not to talk over each other. I know there's very strong feelings on the testimony and the bills before us, but let's just make sure we don't talk over each other. Sorry, Representative, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you aware that the Connecticut Safe Registry has been found unconstitutional?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Well, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there further questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time and your testimony today.
Thanks.
Next, we will hear from Grayson Mott-Morin, who will be followed by Dom Basile, who will be followed by Derek Perrin. Is Grayson with us? Grayson, okay, take your time, don't worry. Grayson, when you're ready, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I just want to say first, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of, HB 5043. My name is Grayson Mott-Morin. I am a resident of Hampton, Connecticut, and I am a student at Southern Connecticut State University. And I'm here on behalf of speaking for and in support of HB 5043. I've read most of the written testimony that was submitted in opposition as of yesterday morning, and I noticed that there is one common factor in almost every single opposition letter, and that was that people were concerned about having their First Amendment rights taken away. And I get that. I totally get that. I want to stress that that is not the purpose of this bill. The purpose of this bill is to make sure that lawfully owned guns are okay. The purpose is to stop gun manufacturers in Connecticut from continuing to manufacture and sell guns that can easily be converted into machine guns, a gun that is legal, that we've all stated on record today, a gun that has been legal in Connecticut. And as a couple of my colleagues have mentioned, the ATF has had a steadily increase in recoveries in these guns, and of these guns that have had and already been converted. Specifically in 2003, I saw that there was 5,816 of these devices. And there were several mass shootings in the past couple of years with these devices being used on these guns. And there was recently, as one of my colleagues mentioned, there was recently a couple of shootings in Connecticut and Hartford and New Haven that had these guns as well. Civilians do not need access to these types of gun conversion devices. Automatic weapons and machine guns are meant to kill, plain and simple. Any animal you hunt will be mutilated and unable to use for anything. If you were to use it for protection, it could easily kill someone. I understand fear. I have feared for my life more times than I can remember. But that fear does not excuse taking a human life, especially when you cannot give it back. It is not a gateway to taking away our freedom. It is not a gateway to taking away the Second Amendment right. And it is definitely not a gateway meant to punish lawful gun owners. It is meant to be another added protection to prevent more people from being hurt and killed. And I ask you today, the people who can enact this bill, to approve it. I learn more about gun violence every day, and I see the effects of it often. I want CT to be as safe as possible, to protect me and my loved ones, my community, and the communities around me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your testimony. Next, we will hear from Dom Basile, who will be followed by Derek Perrin, who will be followed by Don Wilson. Dom, welcome. When you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. My name is Don Basil. I reside in Oakville, Connecticut. And I've submitted my testimony to you all, so rather than read it, I've been here all day, and I've taken some notes on things that people prior to me have said that I take some difference with. I'd like to address those first. It's been reported today by people that are proclaimed experts that machine guns are prohibited. That's not the whole truth. The reality is that there are many private individuals that legally own machine guns, and since the NFA of 1934, it's a 90-plus year law. To the best of my knowledge, no privately possessed machine guns have ever been used in the commission of a crime. There are people that legally possess Glocks with Glock switches installed in them. By federal law, it is the switch that is considered the machine gun device. The Glock pistol in and of itself is not considered the machine gun. Another person from Everytown this morning said that this bill would only affect, quote unquote, a small subset of the guns that are on the market. Glocks and Glock-style pistols have absolutely dominated and monopolized the marketplace, and they are without question in common use by the public. FRTs, force reset triggers, are not machine guns. Sears and switches are. A company was accused of selling 80% receivers solely to people that are prohibited from otherwise having a firearm. That is untrue as well. I personally know many, many people that have built their own firearms from an 80% receiver. I do not associate myself with any felons at all. I'm a firearms instructor. I've been one for 35 years. I always ask my students at the onset of every class, what is the primary reason why you're here? What is the number one reason why you seek to possess a firearm? 95% of the time, it is for defensive use, defensive purpose. I always tell my students or advise my students that when you're choosing your defensive weapon, that reliability and dependability are the most paramount criteria there is. It could be the nicest looking firearm, it could be the most accurate firearm, but it needs, if it goes, thank you for your time.
You can summarize.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that, and I'll be brief. But it must be dependable, it must be reliable. Glocks have proven themselves for decades now to be among the most reliable platforms ever created. Glocks have been exposed to every adverse condition on Earth. Okay, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the additional time.
You're welcome, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name, but don't run away just yet.
Okay.
Dom
Basil.
Basil,
Yeah.
and I'm sorry about that.
No
Um,
apology necessary.
Senator Kissel has a question for you.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir.
Oh, it's more of a statement and a friendly hello. Dominic Basil, it's been a few years since I was with you last out in Summers at that group of like-minded gun enthusiasts and Second Amendment folks. First of all, whenever I see you, I think of my late brother, Michael, and just you've been such a tremendous friend to our family and an advocate on behalf of folks who believe in the Second Amendment. Every year, we have a gun day here in this committee, and they're chipping away, and I don't feel upset with the advocates. They feel passionately. The vast majority aren't gun enthusiasts. They're not particularly adroit at the nuances of Second Amendment laws. But do you feel that above and beyond what you stated, the fundamentals, that laws such as this would have a slippery slope or a camel's nose under the tent effect by really trying to make Connecticut a very difficult state to sell lawful arms? And I don't look to California as a role model to follow on pretty much anything. People are leaving California in droves for a variety of reasons. And we can go down that path. But, you know, should Connecticut go down this path, will it, in your humble opinion, reduce crime, or will it just make it a more difficult state for law-abiding citizens to possess arms?
Well, thank you for the question, Senator. It is always a genuine honor to see you. And your brother Michael was a dear friend of mine, and I miss him. Yes, there's an old saying, as goes California, so goes Connecticut. And I've seen that for my 30-plus years being involved on the legislation that's going on under this gold dome. And in 30 years, all of that gun control legislation has been an abysmal failure. Our state is not safer, it's worse. We're on a worse footing than we've ever been before. I don't understand the logic of this legislation. And this is the way it was explained to me by someone else, so I can't take credit for it. A minor puts vodka in a glass of orange juice. That minor is now a prohibited person because of their age, and they are in possession of an alcoholic drink, okay? It is already illegal for that prohibited person to purchase, possess, and install that vodka. This legislation's solution to that is to ban orange juice. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. So, no, I don't think we're on a good footing at all, and I think we're going down the wrong path.
Oh, thank you. And Dominic, I think it's as simple as that. We chip away in our state, unfortunately. And I know I'm standing on a soapbox a little bit. And I am more than open to hearing a cogent argument how this is going to reduce crime or violence in our state. But I just don't see it. And actually, you know, I think the folks that are gun control advocates, you know, I've asked this over the years. We're probably second or third toughest state in the nation when it comes to gun laws. and not even like California, but like right up there with Illinois or New Jersey. So it's not like we're lagging behind. We're like way, way at the top of a state where the Second Amendment is like boxed in by so many rules, regulations, and controls. And again, I agree with Senator Ciccarella that when we had that portion of a bill a couple of years ago that said if you have gun violence and you've been into court more than a couple of times, then the judge can add to your sentence. That's the thing that got to the perpetrators of the crime, that reduced crime in our cities primarily, but throughout the state of Connecticut. And I actually, after that law was passed, talked to the head of the criminal side of the judicial branch, and he agreed. So there are things that we can do to reduce crime, but unfortunately, people that constantly want to reduce access to guns and people's Second Amendment constitutional right to bear arms, it doesn't often reduce crime at all. And so maybe it's virtue signaling, maybe it feels good, you feel like you're doing something, but these devices that get put on these Glock guns are already against federal law. It's already a crime to have those, even if they're not connected to the guns. So I don't know. I appreciate you taking the time and effort. I thought your name was called a couple of days ago too, but I didn't see it in the audience. Maybe it got signed up on a wrong, different bill. But it's always a pleasure having you come here. We both share, I think it's been about 8 years since we lost Michael, but your dedication to making this state a better state is not lost on me, and thank you for taking the time to testify. And thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you. Thanks for that orange juice analogy. I hope it's okay if I use it as well, because I think it's amazing. You seem to have technical knowledge about firearms. Do you? You have technical knowledge about firearms, pistols, and specifically. So
I wouldn't call myself an expert, but I'll happily answer to the geek. I'm a geek.
Okay, all right. You can call yourself that. If my father's watching and hears me call somebody older than me a geek, it'll be a rough visit there next time. But you hear earlier conversations with myself and other folks about if we pass this legislation today specific to these pistols that are referenced in the bill, that by next year we're going to have to add a bunch more pistols because the people who want to make these illegal guns are just going to find ways to do that. Do you think that that's true?
Human nature dictates absolutely it's true. If people have a strong enough desire, I mean, you can't pass legislation to uninvent something. The technology is there, the prints are there, the knowledge is there, and they'll just, right now it's the Glock, because I assume from conversations today that that design is the path of least resistance. If you take that away, well, what's the next one? And what's the next one? And again, if I could be frank, the reality of it is semi-automatic firearms in general are most of the way there. They're automatic. They do the function, most of the function automatically. The difference between a semi-auto and a full auto is very slight. A semi-auto, you pull the trigger, it goes bang, it will automatically eject and feed a fresh round in, making the gun ready to fire again if you want it to. A fully automatic will do the same cycle and then automatically fire the gun again and again and again and just repeat that process. A full auto will stop only if you let off the trigger, it runs out of ammo, or there's a malfunction. And that's the only thing that'll really stop it.
So thanks for that differentiation. So let me build upon that. So am I correct in hearing from you that realistically the difference between a semi-automatic and a full automatic is essentially the reset of the trigger mechanism and the firing pin, right?
Right, to drop that firing pin and to let it go forward while the trigger is still in the rearward position and has not come forward to reset again, and so you can squeeze it again. That is correct.
So do you think, with that in mind, that all semi-automatic pistols generally function enough in the same way through their cycle that you can create a switch, and it may not be as easy today,
as it is for Glocks for everything else, but essentially you could create a switch to bypass that for any semi-automatic pistol.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be hesitant to say any, but by and large, I would say yes.
Okay, and probably in 1981, somebody would have said you couldn't do it for a Glock until somebody did it, right?
Yeah, I mean, Glock did it for a Glock. I mean, the first Glock was the Glock 17, and that hit the market in the 80s. And then the next Glock was the Glock 18, and that was a full auto Glock. So it's been there for decades. I shot full auto Glocks with switches on them. I shot them like at machine gun shoots 10, 12, 15 years ago. They've been around for a long, long time.
Right.
Yeah.
So is Senator Winfield. Thank you,
I
Madam
can't even
Chair.
wish him happy birthday.
It's his birthday, too.
That I already did that to him personally. It's fine.
Thank you, Representative. Are there further comments or questions from members of the committee? Representative Jubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dom, for coming in. So you're a firearms instructor,
Yes, sir.
and you said that most of your students are there to learn about firearms for self-protection?
Oh, mass majority, well in the 90 percentile. If I can add to that. I've also, because I've been doing it for such a long time, I used to have hair when I started. Because I've been doing it for such a long time, I've seen the mindset change a little bit. Students used to come to me and always say, I always meant to do this, I always wanted to do this. And since COVID, I think that was the pivot point. I'm getting a lot of students that are saying, I never thought I'd be doing this, or I never thought I'd have to do this. Again, we're living in a more dangerous world. Crime is up. Connecticut's a much less safe place to be in.
And what percentage do you think, approximately, of your students that are there to learn how to use a firearm for self-protection, what percentage of them use Glocks?
A Tupperware striker-fired 9mm is the mass majority. The mass majority. What percentage? Great question. Let me think about that for a second. I'm going to say 60, 65%.
60 to 65%
Yeah.
of the 95% that are there for
Yes. Use a
self-defense.
Glock or a Glock style pistol. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there further questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your testimony.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good day.
Next, we will hear from Derek Perrin, who will be followed by Don Wilson, who will be followed by Bryant Mercado. Derek, welcome. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you. I'm Derek Perrin, currently a resident of Bridgeport. My predecessors did a very good job in their testimonies. So I'm in opposition to these bills 5436, 5435, and 5043. 5436, by redefining components of a firearm to be a firearm themselves, is a slippery slope, as has been said. The gentleman who is an FFL also stated that the ATF does not have a form that even accommodates for that. If we were to redefine components of things as the actual item themselves, then when does a pipe or a pressure cooker become a bomb? Also, the extra paperwork and the hoops people would need to jump through would create a burden on the citizens and on the state agencies that monitor the firearms. Moving away from that, regarding 5043, just because something can be easily modified does not make it inherently dangerous or wrong to possess. And we can look at gasoline in glass bottles, because you can modify those and have a Molotov cocktail pretty easily. the Glock switches are already illegal unless you have your tax stamp for the NFA. Yeah, it's it's kind of a silly argument. If public safety and violence is a concern, then educating and empowering the population and meeting their basic needs can help to prevent that. And I will just leave all of you with a thought. If there's one or more entities intent on your destruction and they cannot be reasoned with, how will you provide safety for yourself and those that you love? And then in regards to 5435, that's, I believe, regarding seized firearms that have gone, I think, a period of 2 years without being claimed or addressed. I don't think those should be destroyed. If those are never to be returned, they should at least be repurposed for training and education.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The last bill you talked about, I think you might be the first person, at least while I was in the room tonight, to talk about that. So that's on the RPO bill. I appreciate your testimony. And just let you know, just on the last one, just because it hasn't been talked about much, we're working really hard on that. The bottom line is right now, as the legislation sits, when somebody has their firearms taken from on an RPO and they never return, the police departments and state police are stuck with them forever. I will tell you, if it puts you at ease, the destruction process in Connecticut is one that when it goes to the state police can use those guns for appropriate use. They don't necessarily all get destroyed. They just become property of the state, and the state police use them, if that puts you at ease.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, sorry.
It's okay. Thank you,
It's a
Representative.
force of habit, Madam Chair.
It's okay. Representative Jubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in. I know it's a little stressful being up in front of us. Sometimes we're not too pleasant to people, so I admit that.
Speak for yourself, Representative.
You used with regard to calling the component parts of a firearm, calling those a firearm, you used the word slippery slope. Can you explain a little about what might be at the bottom of that slope?
When things are redefined constantly to move the goalposts for whatever ends to be achieved by whatever authority is in power, and if we allow it to happen, we can lose all of our rights. If we give up rights for what I perceive as a false sense of security, then we won't have security or rights.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further comments or questions, thank you again for your time and your testimony. Next, we will hear from Don Wilson, who will be followed by Bryant Mercado, who will be followed by Joshua Serafino. Welcome, Don. The floor is yours.
Hello, committee. I appreciate your opportunity to testify before you all today. I'm here in support of House Bill 5043. My name is Don Wilson, and I'm founder and president of Bridgeport Youth Lacrosse, a nonprofit organization here in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Protecting Connecticut youth requires a comprehensive approach. Community programs that provide opportunity and strong policies that reduce access to dangerous weapons, addressing the spread of DIY machine guns is a necessary step towards safer communities safer neighborhoods, safer school, and the future of our young people. If we are serious about protecting our communities and our young people, we must address the growing threat of DIY machine guns. These weapons have no place in our neighborhoods, our schools, or even on our streets where our children live and play. A small device the size of a Lego should never have the power to turn a handgun into a weapon capable of firing dozens of rounds in a second. When weapons like these appear in our communities, they don't just affect those directly involved in the violence. They put children, families, and innocent bystanders at risk, such as a gang-involved shooting in Bridgeport that injured a bystander in his kitchen. And they create trauma that impacts the entire community. In cities like Bridgeport, we are working every day to prevent violence and investing in youth development, mentorship, sports, and education. But our efforts are undermined when military-style firepower is allowed to reach our streets through easily convertible handguns. Prevention is not only about programs, it's about policy. This is the moment for leadership. By stopping the sale of handguns that can easily be converted into machine guns, Connecticut can take a meaningful step towards reducing violence, protecting law enforcement, and safeguarding our families. We need these weapons to be redesigned if they are going to be sold in Connecticut. Our communities should not have to wait for the next tragedy to act. The safety of our youth and the future of our neighborhoods depends on the decisions we make today. Now is the time to lead, to act, and to ensure that our streets are safer for the next generation. Connecticut needs to stop the flow of easily convertible handguns and DIY machine guns into our communities so we can better protect our youth and support violence prevention efforts in cities like Bridgeport. I thank you guys and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your testimony today.
Thank
Next,
you.
we will hear from Bryant Mercado, who will be followed by Joshua Serafino, who will be followed by Brandon Bodwin. Bryant, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Chairman and honorable members of this committee. My name is Bryant Mercado, and I am the membership coordinator of CCDL, and I am opposed to HB 5436 and HB 5043. I won't belabor the committee with the points previously made regarding HB 5436. I would like to instead raise a different concern regarding the collateral consequences from this bill. Subsection 19 of Section 53A-3 is widely referenced throughout the Connecticut general statutes. Some speakers have alluded to specific potential consequences, such as the illegality of storage of firearm parts in a vehicle without a complete understanding of these consequences, potentially in the form of a report from LCO. It's potentially dangerous to vote on this bill in its current form. In regards to HB 5043, this is not the targeted bill that its proponents claim it is. According to data from the ATF, Glock produced 345,119 pistols in 2023 alone. This bill is anything but targeted. This bill is gun control with a switch. Prior testimony focused on what proponents of this bill call preventing the upstream flow of commonly owned firearms from manufacturers to federally licensed firearms dealers. Connecticut already has a dam to prevent the flow of illegal firearms in the form of an onerous pistol permit application process. The only people who can currently buy a handgun legally in the state of Connecticut, including the handguns specified in this bill, are those that are pistol permit holders. The incidents cited by Mr. Lickenbrock do not feature legal Connecticut gun owners. The first incident out of Meriden that Mr. Lickenbrock cites to featured a convicted felon who would not be eligible for a pistol permit in Connecticut. The second, in West Hartford, had an active warrant, and he was also charged with violating a protective order. Lastly, the third one, who was charged federally, was also a convicted felon and therefore ineligible to obtain a pistol permit in the state of Connecticut. The people committing crimes and possessing converted handguns obtain them and will continue to obtain them illegally, regardless of whether or not lawful gun owners are allowed to obtain them in this state. Earlier today, there was a great deal of discussion about the illegality of conversion devices themselves and that this law was duplicitous. But this conversation here, this is about the people who are buying them themselves, that they're already committing an illegal act when they go to possess a pistol. To conclude, HB 5043 will prevent lawful gun owners from owning the most common handguns in the U.S. It will not prevent violent crime. For these reasons, I urge you to oppose these bills. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Flexer. I just want to commend the CCDL. Your organization, I've been lucky enough to be in the legislature as a state senator for several decades now, and the vast majority on this committee in various capacities. And since you guys have really mobilized and come on the scene, at least there's a counterweight to what I feel in this state is a really unfounded disdain for people's Second Amendment rights. And you have to do the legwork, and you guys are. And again, I don't begrudge people's fear of crime and the feel that, and their belief that it's the guns are at the root of it all and anything that we can do to stop guns. I get it. I get that feeling, but it's not really based on the nuanced facts that are really what's at work here. When you say that the guns that are involved in these crimes are not owned by law-abiding gun owners, you're exactly right. So we're talking about a group of individuals that are already outside the law. And we want to now superimpose on that group another law, which will not affect them because they're already not obeying the law. It will have a vast chilling effect on lawful gun sellers selling their wares in Connecticut. It's a thinly veiled attempt to get to the manufacturer of a product that is protected both federally and constitutionally. And that's the world that I live in here in Connecticut. And so I really want to thank you and your membership, because if we didn't have you out there doing the hard work, testifying, listening to the testimony, saying, yeah, I hear where they're coming from, but they're not articulating the concrete facts, then, you know, if the legislature, the majority, whomever wants to back these bills, the governor, want to go in that direction, as long as they know it's not based on fact, but it's just based on emotion, I can't stop them. There's only so many votes in the other direction. But at least the greater public, the people that watch on CTN, the people that actually live in certain dangerous areas of our state can say, you know, that all sounds good every year, because what's the deal with proposals that we have on an annual basis? Let's beat up on guns annually. If it has no impact on crime, then what are you doing? And if this is all about getting control of crime, let's pass some laws that go to the criminals as opposed to the lawful instrumentalities that they are using. And ultimately, it's only the law-abiding gun owners that have to pay the consequences. And as you so artfully pointed out, it is really, really hard in Connecticut to lawfully have a handgun. It just is. And, you know, for those of you folks out there that don't like guns, you should feel great, because we're like one of 3 states where it's super hard. We have the toughest gun laws in the country. But where does it end? I guess this is just an annual event that we're going to do forever. And that's sad. I just think it's sad. We could put our efforts in a direction that actually would have the consequence of making our state safer. And we're wasting our time trying to chase after manufacturers under the guise of solving crime. So thank you to you, and thank you to your membership. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your compliment, Senator Kissel. We're always happy to provide that counterweight, and I think that speaks to your concerns. Speak exactly to what two people testified to earlier today, a gun instructor from Hartford, and then the owner of Tobacco Valley Gun, that we already have these hurdles on people. They're particularly onerous for underrepresented minority groups in the gun owning space. And so when we stack those hurdles, and then we're going to take away very commonly owned firearms from very safe and reliable name brands that even non-gun owners can recognize, when these people are trying to express their Second Amendment rights in an environment of rising hate crime, then how are they going to do that effectively? We're just stacking layers and layers on top of that.
Thank you, Senator. Are there further questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing, Representative Howard.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. So you seem pretty well versed in the gun laws in Connecticut. Do you feel that's appropriate? That's fair?
A little bit, yes, sir.
So the testimony you referenced earlier, it seemed to be represented that by those individuals that even if this legislation were to pass, that it's FFLs that can't sell, right? But private people can sell to one another. Is your understanding of the Connecticut law that I can sell you a pistol without an FFL being involved?
So, as the law currently stands, you have to do a transfer through an FFL in Connecticut.
So if this law were to pass, and I wanted to sell you my Glock that I currently own, do you think I'd be able to do that?
I would have to revisit the text of the bill itself, but from my understanding, I'm not sure if even individuals would be able to hold out for sale these firearms, regardless of whether or not they use an FFL as an intermediary, and whether or not using an FFL as an intermediary to facilitate a transfer would be a distinction separate from, say, an FFL buying a Glock from a wholesaler or the manufacturer directly and then selling it to an individual. But I would have to revisit the text of the statute to be sure about that answer. I can follow up with you later if you'd like.
Yeah, no, I was just curious your interpretation of it, because I had the same concerns you did. I actually, as you may have heard me say if you were here, I have concerns over whether or not I can even leave these for my kids. So, all right, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chair? Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry I missed that.
Did a great job, Nick.
Thank you. Further question or comment from members of the committee? Further question or comment? If not, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you for your time, and happy birthday, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Brandon Bodwin. I'm sorry? Oh. Okay, Joshua Serafino. I'm sorry. Yeah, I accidentally, you are correct. Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the Judiciary. My name is Joshua Serafino. I own Lock and Load Firearms in Southington. I'm a federally licensed firearms dealer and a certified firearms instructor. Through my business, I work with hundreds of thousands of students, residents, every year who are going through the legal process to obtain their pistol permits and learn how to operate firearms safely. Today I'm here in opposition of HB 5043 and 5436 because both these bills create significant unintended consequences for law-abiding gun owners, firearm retailers, and small businesses like mine that are trying to operate within the law. Starting with 5043, this bill proposes banning manufacture and sale of so-called convertible pistols. In reality, the language of the bill targets one of the most commonly widely owned handgun designs in the United States, Glocks. These are the same firearms that are used by law-abiding citizens every day for self-defense, instructors for training, and law enforcement agencies across the country, including the Connecticut State Police. It's also important to point out that the devices used to illegally convert these semi-automatic pistols into machine guns are already illegal under federal law and under existing Connecticut law. This bill doesn't close a loophole. Instead, it attempts to ban a commonly owned firearm that has been in production since 1982 based on a theoretical possibility that somebody could illegally modify them. This doesn't target criminals, it targets law-abiding gun owners. HB 5436 raises a different concern, but just as problematic. Connecticut would redefine what are major firearm components, redefine what calls major firearm components such as barrel slides and cylinders. Under federal law, the only part of the firearm that is serialized is the frame or the receiver, and that is defined by the ATF. Barrels and slides are not serialized and are commonly replaced for maintenance or repairs. Just like any mechanical device, require replacement parts over time. If these parts were suddenly treated as firearms under Connecticut law, routine things like replacing a worn barrel, installing a new slide, or performing basic gunsmithing could legally be unclear for both the owners and the licensed dealers. Connecticut already has some of the most complex firearm laws in the country. Adding new definitions to this not only conflict with federal laws, but makes it just confusing for the general public to understand. The people I work with every day go through background checks, fingerprinting, training, and a lengthy pistol permit process to exercise a constitutional right. They are not the people committing violent crimes in our state. For these reasons, I urge the committee to oppose both of those bills. And on one side note, just on previous testimony, they've stated that 1,200 rounds per minute is what they claim a Glock switch can do. That statistic is from Everytown for Gun Safety, which is, they're referencing their own statistic. An M240 Bravo, which is a belt-fed machine gun that the U.S. military uses, fires 650 rounds per minute. So I find that a little implausible. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, Josh. Thanks for coming out today. I've got a quick question for you, if I may. You're a small business owner, one of my constituents. What does this do to somebody like you? I mean, this type of a, law, should it pass?
Yeah, so if you guys and the legislative body ends up basically banning Glocks here, significantly hurts my business, just like HB 6667 did when we banned CT others. That was about 25% of my business, and that hurt financially, and it hurts for my family because that's how I make my money, my income. I know, I believe it was Rep. Dubitsky earlier asked somebody how many Glocks are sold in the state of Connecticut. And while I can't speak to that, I have access to my federal book here, how I do all my paperwork. And I did a quick search, and it only pulled up the maximum amount that it'll pull up without me being at the store, but I've sold over 1,000 Glocks in the 5 years I've been in business. And I'm a small business, so that's a significant portion of the income. And it's a significant, Glocks are a major firearm brand that a lot of people use for self-defense.
I have to agree with you. All three of my girls actually carry Glocks and got them from their father, who's a police officer, I appreciate you coming out, appreciate your advocacy and working hard to make the point clear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming out. Now, you're you operate a gun store?
Yes.
Are you the owner?
Yes.
And you're also a firearms instructor?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any idea of, and the students that you teach, why do they come to learn how to get instruction?
So we teach anyone and everyone, very wide demographic, and a lot of them do it for personal safety. This is not my quote, this is something I've heard in the past, but you are your own first responder. You call 911 for the aftermath, right? That's why you have a fire extinguisher, hopefully in your kitchen, right? So it takes a long time for the police departments to get to your house, especially in rural parts of Connecticut. And even in Southington, we're a pretty large town, but it can certainly take some time. And waiting for somebody to go and defend me, it could cost you. And most people get their permits to go for self-protection.
Okay. And those that are there to get firearms instruction that is not for self-protection, what's the purpose of their instruction?
Some is recreational, they just want to go to the range with their friends. And then some are hunting. Some people have had their permits lapse and they need to go through the training again. And some never knew, they're a little bit older, gun laws were passed, they had no idea they needed a pistol permit to buy ammunition, or And now they're sitting in the class and going to do that because they can't buy any more shotgun ammo for field and skeet shooting.
Okay, and of your students, how long have you been training?
Been teaching for 9 years. I've had the retail store for about 5.5 years.
Okay, so during the time that you were a trainer, what percentage of your students do you think used Glocks or a firearm similar to a Glock?
A significant amount. The two most selling brands out of my store are SIGs and Glocks, and it's very equal on that. But a lot of them like it because of the simplistic aspect to it. I think Rep. Fishbein mentioned them earlier. They're not the prettiest looking gun out there, but they function very easily. They're easy to take apart. They're easy to clean, and it's one of the reasons they're the most common handgun out there.
Now, you say you have a wide demographic.
Yep.
What's the demographic generally?
Great people from all over. I think a lot of people think that a gun store, you're kind of like in your general area, but I've gotten students and customers from every corner of the state, from every part of the state, from every town, or probably every town or city of the state, and out-of-state residents too. They come in to get a non-resident permit.
Men and women?
Yeah, of course. So.
Now, as a FFL holder, what is the process when you get a firearm that comes into the store?
Yeah, so like for ordering from a wholesaler?
Yeah.
Okay. So order from the wholesaler. Once it arrives, we have to put it in our bound book, our A&D log. So we manufacturer, model, serial number, caliber, and then the FFL, who it came from. That gets logged in there. It's tagged for sale. And then it is out in the case for display. Once somebody comes in to go and buy it, they want to buy, say, a Glock 19. We take a copy of their pistol permit, their driver's license. We have an electronic system. It makes my life easier, makes the ATF's life easier. When they came in and did an audit, I think it was about 8 months ago. Perfect audit, which was very nice. And they go and do the 4473, the federal paperwork on a computer. They submit that to us. We check it over. We then run a background check with the Connecticut State Police through the SLFU, get an authorization number for their background check. Sometimes people get either temporarily denied. Sometimes they have a longer hold on that. That was mentioned earlier. Once they're clear, we finish up the paperwork, give them their Youth Handgun Safety Act in there, go over everything, and check them out.
Tell me about this bound book.
So we have an electronic bound book. It used to be called a bound book because it was a physical bound book. And we're in 2026. I like to use computers. It makes my life a lot easier. But that is the federal log that is required by the ATF on where a gun came in from and who it went out to. And the matching 4473 that goes with that.
Okay. And how would that system work with this bound book if every barrel and grip and slide was considered a firearm?
I have no idea, and that is certainly concerning. They are not serialized items. They are not regulated by the ATF. My only hypothesis is that the state would have to come up with some sort of system, and I think us as gun owners know how well that doesn't work. Going to 6667 again, which was the CT other ban, many of us, law-abiding gun owners, filed their registrations for our assault weapon certificates, and that has, the paper ones I heard are about 90-ish% complete, and the electronics are barely touched. That was past June 6, 2023. We're in March of 2026, and the state is severely lagging behind. And I'm not blaming the SLFU by any means. They only have so much money in their budget and can do things, but I think the legislative body as a whole needs to think about what the state side, the SLFU and state police need to do to make whatever you guys pass actually applicable. So,
Okay.
but going back to your point, I have no idea what the ATF could do or how I could accomplish that paperwork.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So when the legislature passed an assault weapons ban, what year was that?
June 6, 2023, HB 667 was signed into law.
2023, so that's 3 years ago.
Correct.
That required that people register certain firearms.
Yeah, I believe it was by, I think, May 1st, April 30th of 2024.
Okay, so approximately 2 years ago was a deadline to register them.
Correct.
And SLFU was supposed to process those registrations and notify people that they had, they'd been processed.
Correct.
And you're saying that many of those are still not processed after 2 years?
Correct. None of mine have been processed for examples. I submitted all of mine, and 0 of them have come back to me. I know of plenty of other people, probably sitting in this very audience, that is in the exact same boat.
Okay, so am I interpreting this correctly? Your fear is that the same thing would happen if you put an additional burden on SLFU to try to regulate every barrel, slide, frame, and grip?
Correct. 100%, because in my opinion, there's no way to do it on a federal level because the ATF does not define those as firearms.
Now, how would you deal with unserialized pieces? Barrel doesn't have a serial number very often. Sometimes a slide doesn't. Certainly a upper receiver wouldn't have one. Sometimes a lower receiver would. Sometimes it's on trigger assembly. How would you deal with something that was unserialized?
Currently, they're just parts, right? You as a person can go and order them online. Some retailers will ship them to you, some won't. It depends on their, internal policies. But there's no, currently there's no requirements for that. I think maybe an alternative to this is kind of, and I don't know if I necessarily agree with it, but I could, accept a middle ground here is making sure they have a pistol permit, right? You guys did that with body armor a couple years ago. Maybe that's a middle ground. But there's no regulation for them right now. So you could mail them to your house.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us. Sorry about mixing that up in the beginning. Let's see. Now Brandon Bowden. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Members of the committee, my name is Brandon Bodwin. I'm a Connecticut resident, the owner of Fundamental Firearms LLC. I'm a firearms instructor, and I'm an employee of FFL. I'm here in strong opposition of HB 5043 and 5436. I want to address directly what I expect will be said in support of these bills. You will hear that these are about public safety. You will hear that so-called convertible pistols are uniquely dangerous. You'll hear that expanding definitions will close loopholes. Let's examine that. Possessions of machine gun conversion devices, commonly called a Glock switch, is already illegal under both Connecticut and federal law. It is a felony. Law enforcement has reported seized illegal switches in Connecticut, but there is no evidence showing that a lawful Connecticut permit holder converted their legally owned semi-automatic handgun into a fully automatic firearm and then used it in a crime. In reported cases, the individuals arrested were already prohibited from possessing firearms or engaged in criminal activity. This is not a regulatory gap, this is a criminal behavior. Supporters may argue that these firearms are easily convertible, but virtually any mechanical device can be legally altered. A standard cannot be whether a crime could be modified or a criminal could modify something. If that becomes a test, then almost any semi-automatic firearm becomes vulnerable to prohibition based on hypothetical misuse. That is not how constitutional rights work. Under New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin, the government must demonstrate that firearm regulations are consistent with the nation's historical tradition. Firearms that are in common use for lawful purposes are protected. The principle was firmly established in District of Columbia versus Heller and applied in the state of McDonald's versus the city of Chicago. Glock pistols and similar striker fire handguns are common among most commonly owned firearms in the country. They are standard for law enforcement, self-defense, and even carried by law enforcement agencies around the world. They are not exotic weapons. They are ordinary, commonly owned, constitutionally protected arms. HB 5043 would restrict commonly owned firearms based on criminal misuse that is already illegal. HB 5436 expands the definition of a firearm to include unfinished frames, receivers, and components, dramatically broadening the criminal liability and regulatory complexity of lawful citizens and small businesses. Criminals do not obtain firearms through lawful serialized retail transactions. Expanding paperwork and definitions does not stop prohibited persons who are already operating under the law, or outside the law, rather. If the goal is public safety, then focus resources on enforcing existing statutes, prosecuting violent offenders, and targeting illegal trafficking. Do not expand restrictions on the very citizens who have followed every rule this state has imposed. Connecticut already regulates firearm ownership more strictly than most states in the country. Adding broader prohibitions without clear evidence that lawful owners are the source of this problem is not narrowly tailored policy, it is overreach. I respectfully urge the committee to reject HB 5043 and HB 5436 and instead prioritize law enforcement of substantial laws, or prioritize enforcement of substantial laws already on the books. Thank you for your time, and I'd love to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? If not, thank you very much. Very happy to see you today. Let's see. Brooke Cheney, come on down. Good to see you again.
I did not bring you any cupcakes, however.
That's okay.
You know.
That's all right.
Sorry,
Just happy
maybe-
to see you.
You made it to the gym lately?
All right.
Uh-huh.
Don't put me on the spot
All right,
publicly.
Well,
You
you're
may
doing so
testify.
good. Hi, everybody. My name is Brooke Cheney, and I am a firearms instructor. I also do a show every Saturday night for suicide prevention. I am a mom and a wife, and today I am here as an advocate for freedom in general, because I'm going to be like you guys for once, where I'm going to go from hearing to hearing to hearing. So I know how you feel now. Violence prevention starts long before a person has a gun in their hand. I do want to start by saying that I absolutely support Bill 5435 in giving people an opportunity to get their guns back after 2 years versus a single year, because the legislative process in Connecticut is rather arduous, and 12 months is not enough time for them to have their property returned to them. In science and in real problem solving, we start the same way and end the same way every time. First, identify the problem, then measure it, then apply a solution, and then test whether that solution actually worked. This is how serious people solve serious problems. My concern with these bills is simple. They create new criminals and broaden legal definitions without showing a clear, measurable problem in Connecticut that these specific bills will solve. Earlier today, we heard about the proliferation of Glocks and the switches, and I believe the number was 11,500 the ATF had gotten over the past years from 2018 to 2023. Of the roughly 4 million guns that are out there, that is a 0.00002% of the firearms that are lawfully owned in America, roughly. So, as a person who would love to see lives saved, as someone who is an anti-violence advocate by all means, from the bottom of my bones, in that when there are flies in my kitchen, I open the window and let them out. I don't squish them. And so I will do anything to save a life. Another bill, another law that confuses firearms owners is near impossible to pay attention to and understand. I am a competitive shooter, I've traveled all over the country, and like everyone has already discussed this morning, it's like I didn't know what this part inside of a Glock was, and I didn't know that I had a gun that was easily convertible. So, back to solving a problem that's actually solvable. 2 out of every 3 gun deaths are suicide. One of the things I say every Saturday night when I get on my YouTube channel and say, let's talk about mental health, is that if we start addressing the mental health issues that surround suicide prevention, we also manage to actually help prevent violence as well. Most violence is due to the fact of someone not feeling seen, heard, or understood. So all of the people in this room, I believe, have the exact same idea. I know I've heard that we're trying to punish gun companies for not having a good style of firearm that is easily convertible. However, my belief in this room is that our goal is to actually save lives, to actually make a difference. And when 2/3 of the gun deaths in America are from suicides, going after a piece of metal inside of a firearm that most gun owners don't even know existed is not the way to go. So, I do not support 5436 or 5043. And that's as much as I have for you. Ooh, what timing.
Well done
Woo!
on the timing.
Go in.
All right. Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Brooke. Nice to see you again. You know, Brooke, looking at 5435, which has to do with individuals getting their firearms back, would you find it to be acceptable if we had some sort of notice, like an attempt by law enforcement to notify, you know, in all of these cases, they have addresses because they're RPOs, right? But I didn't see in the language where it said, you know, certified mail had to be sent or anything like that. Would you find that to be acceptable in addition to this bill?
Yeah, one of the things that I've found, because I have students come to, I've been teaching for over 14 years now, and one of the challenges is when someone's having their stuff taken away from them, it's because they're in a situation where lots of things are going on all at once, and usually it's traumatic. So having to keep track of one more thing of when they're supposed to figure out when they're supposed to return their firearms is definitely would be helpful if they were reached out to, because there's too many things that occur. The legal system is not fast and swift, and so it would be lovely if gun owners were actually reached out to in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I mean, certainly you can never assure that that mail gets to the individual.
Correct.
But I think it would be good practice if there's at least that attempt, because it appears to be that vacuum. But thank you for your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Further, Representative Trubisky.
You turned it off, I think. I can't hear you. No, you
Your
turned it
microphone,
off.
Representative.
I hear myself.
There you go.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming out. Now, you're a firearms instructor?
I am.
And
I promote
what-
mostly women.
What is the demographic of your students? Mostly?
I have a large percentage of LGBTQ. I have a large percentage of females. I have a large percentage of people who come to me not so much for self-defense, but for connecting with families, starting new sports, learning confidence. I have battered women who come to me, and they have to get a permit in order to have a taser. And we have that discussion that firearms are not for self-defense always, but in Connecticut, they have to have a pistol permit to have a legally owned taser. So I have a wide variety. I have children. My youngest first-time child was 4 years old. My oldest first-time child was 86 years old. So I have a very large demographic.
And what type of firearm is, how common is a Glock firearm and that type of firearm in your in the demographic of your students?
So I actually have a class called Find Your Perfect Gun. I call it Speed Dating with Guns, actually. And we decide based on what the people are looking for. What are they doing? Sports, all of that sort of stuff. I am not going to answer like everyone else says, oh yes, it's a Glock, because my students are exposed to revolvers and semi-automatics, and sometimes it's for self-defense, sometimes it's for the sport. So I wouldn't be able to say, oh yes, they all go with Smith & Wessons. Although, to be fair, in my school, Smith & Wesson is kind of the preferred, because I just have more of those for them to try. So they generally like whatever they get to try before they buy.
So what, do you have any idea what the percentage is?
Not really, but to what Josh had said earlier, the idea of a semi-automatic plastic gun that is easily to take apart and put back together is definitely the favorite, because it's a reasonable price point between $400 and $600. And as the mom at the beginning of this talked about, it's easy to manipulate. And so it's simple. So simpler is easier, basically.
Well, thank you.
Mhm.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments? If not, thanks for being with us.
All right.
David Hubbs. David Hubbs with us. All right. Rob Sampson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Staffstrom, Ranking Member Representative Fishbein, and other distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. For the record, I'm State Senator Rob Sampson, and I'm here today in opposition to House Bills 5436 and House Bill 5043. Across most of the country, states are moving toward greater recognition of constitutional rights. Many states have actually adopted constitutional carry because they trust their citizens and recognize that the right to keep and bear arms belongs to free Americans. Here in Connecticut, however, it appears the Democratic majority seems determined to move in the opposite direction. Instead of trusting our citizens, these bills treat them with suspicion. Instead of focusing on criminals, they focus on the people who already follow the law. And that raises an important question for this body. Who exactly does the majority believe they are regulating? Because it is certainly not criminals. Criminals do not apply for permits, they do not pass background checks, and they certainly do not follow regulatory definitions that are written here at the state capitol. The people you are regulating are the very people we are supposed to represent. Veterans, hunters, sportsmen, small business owners, our neighbors. These are law-abiding citizens who simply want the ability to protect themselves and their families. So I would ask the proponents of these bills very directly, who exactly are you trying to stop with these laws? Because the people who will comply with them are not criminals. They are citizens who already follow the law. Let us also be honest about what these bills actually do. One of them targets pretty much ordinary semi-automatic pistols. The most common example would be something like a Glock handgun, as most of the other folks testifying have already described. These are among the most common firearms in America. They are used by police departments, security professionals, and most importantly, they are owned by millions of responsible Americans. The other bill goes even further by attempting to ban parts that are not even firearms. I fail to see how exactly banning non-firearms makes anyone safer, because the reality is that none of this will make any one of us safer or stop criminals. These firearms and components already exist by the millions across the country. They are legal in most states, and they will remain widely available. Passing bans here in Connecticut does not make them disappear. It simply burdens the law-abiding citizens that happen to live here. Supporters of these bills argue that a lawful firearm might be modified illegally. But that logic has no limit. Sawed-off shotguns have been illegal for decades, yet we still sell ordinary shotguns. Why? Because common sense says that we punish illegal conduct rather than banning lawful products. So if a lawful object can be banned because someone might misuse it, where does that lack of logic end? Bleach.
Thank you, Senator.
Pipe bombs.
Questions? Yes, Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. Senator Sampson, it is great to see you back. I hope you're happy being back before your old committee, the Judiciary Committee. And I heard your testimony from my office. And my heartbreak really with all this, because now after all the decades that I've been lucky enough to serve in the legislature, it's like there's always an annual gun day, and I think that we're missing opportunities each and every year to actually reduce crime, and I guess it's just easier to go after an object and make that the enemy, as opposed to all the behavior that goes behind a criminal activity. But with this instance where they're saying, oh, don't worry about you lawful gun owners, and they're really just blatantly saying we're going after Glock, the manufacturer. And so there's no hiding the goal of the legislature, of the legislation, in that we want to change that manufacturer's behavior in the construction of its guns. And so by moving forward with this, that'll force this company to change the kind of guns that it sells in Connecticut. And somebody behind you keeps shaking their head, but that's what I've heard, and I'm not an idiot. So that's what I'm hearing here over and over and over from the people in favor of this legislation. By going down this road, do we actually create an environment in Connecticut that endangers people's Second Amendment rights?
Thank you very much, Senator, and I'm very glad to be back. I mean, one of the side benefits of not being a member of the committee is I get to sit before you guys and testify, which I really appreciate the opportunity. The beginning of your question, actually, to me, is more important than the end, which is about the motivation behind why this legislation is before us. And I know we have to be careful about talking about the motives of our colleagues here in the legislature, but I don't know if there's another way to look at this other than the majority trying to make itself very clearly hostile to a portion of the population of this great state, and simply because of their desire to own firearms and express their right to keep and bear arms. To me, that's what it means when you come back year after year after year. I mean, allegedly, if you're trying to solve a problem that's associated with firearms, why does it take you every year you have to come back with a new bill? And I mean, are you just throwing darts at a dartboard to decide what new regulation you want to create? I don't think that your track record says that you've got any success, frankly, because if you have to come back every year with some new idea on how to do it, it shows that the previous ideas have failed. And yet none of those things have been repealed along the way, even though they probably should have. Most of this legislation is really irrelevant anyway, because the items in question are going to be available whether these laws pass or not. And criminals are the ones that are going to use these things, or rather misuse these things. The law-abiding people that actually pay taxes and go through the permitting process and keep up their pistol permit and go to a gun store to buy their firearms lawfully and so forth, they're going to comply with every ridiculous law this legislature passes. And ultimately, that's all these bills do, is inconvenience those folks. The criminals that are going to, use whatever items that they come across, whether they're firearms or something else illegally, they're still going to do that. And if somebody has their heart set on going to get an automatic weapon to commit their crime, they'll find a way to get one in another state. They'll travel across state lines to do that. If somebody wants to saw off a shotgun, like I mentioned, they will do it. If someone wants to modify a pistol, they will do it. There are going to be millions of Glock pistols in existence, whether this bill passes or not. Many of them are going to remain in Connecticut, whether this happens or not. So this is really just an assault on gun ownership, and it is a way for the majority to message that people that enjoy firearms and their rights are not welcome in Connecticut.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily majority, minority. It's certainly the group that favors gun control, pushes this legislation. And I think there's people in both parties on both sides of this issue, although it predominates in one area or the other. But I very much share your concerns about how our state approaches this. I've told people over and over again, we're one of the top 3 states in the country as far as gun control goes. If that's what you want to like plant your flag in, it's like we're already so super tough, and we're just making it tougher and tougher and tougher. But thank you for taking the time to come and testify, and thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom.
Further questions or comments? Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Senator. Nice to see you again, and I do appreciate us being able to have that exchange instead of me looking at the back of your head and going down there and talking to you. You know, last year we had FIRA, the Firearm Responsibility Act with the manufacturers. I believe you at least submitted written testimony with regard to that. You may have testified in person.
I did.
And that was characterized as a attack on Glock, essentially, and I think that was the position that was taken. Is it fair to say that that was the rally cry last year, was that was going to solve this problem, so to speak? Is that fair to say?
Right. Well, I think every year that we are back in the legislature, and good afternoon, Representative. Delighted to see you as well. I think every year that we come back here and yet there's another gun control bill or more than one, on an agenda, and we've come to joke about Gun Day, right? There's Gun Day every year, which tells us that, you know, the problem's not being solved. No one's actually attempting to solve the problem. All they're trying to do is make sure that there's a day every year where this legislature shows off that they're hostile to gun owners in the state. And I think today is that day this year.
Now, you mentioned very early in your remarks about other states. Are you aware that California has passed a few years ago, I believe it was, 3 to 5 years ago, a similar legislation to what's before us here today?
Yes, when it comes to the convertible pistol legislation, I am aware.
Okay. And, you know, I happened to access the website of the California Attorney General, and he or she, I have no idea what the gender is of that individual.
Knowing California, they may not either.
They,
Could be they. I left that for you. Guys, we're gonna get back to the bill before us. We're gonna knock off the snide comments, and we're gonna remind folks that, frankly, this start of this exchange is exactly why, starting next session, I believe this committee is actually going to go back to the way the rules require, which is that legislators are allowed to testify, but they will go at the very end of our agenda. Legislators have an opportunity to debate bills on the floor, to discuss bills on the floor, or better yet, legislators who have relationships with folks can pick up the phone or make an appointment to see them in their office to discuss legislations before a particular committee, rather than having to testify on the particular bills. If you have questions that this particular witness can answer, I will allow questions on the bills. What I'm not going to allow are extended political statements or debate on the bills back and forth between members, which should be reserved for the floor, so that we can get to the remaining 40-some-odd folks who have patiently waited their chance to testify today, when we can take this conversation up afterwards.
And Mr. Chairman, I await the debate on the change of rules next session, but this is this session. So, with that being said, the Attorney General of the state of California has said that California has one of the lowest rates of firearm mortality in the country, 44th out of 50. Only Hawaii, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Rhode Island, New York, and Connecticut have lower firearm mortality rates. So now we have a state, California, that's already had this law in place for in excess of 3 years, but we have a lower mortality rate than they do. So would you like to speak to the difference there, or do you know? I mean, you did mention other states.
I'm not really familiar with the statistics, Representative, but I can tell you that if there is a correlation between the gun control legislation passed in Connecticut or California with the mortality rate, I'd be very surprised. I don't believe one thing has anything to do with another. As I mentioned, most of this legislation is around the edges of the existence of firearms and crime. It is really nuisance legislation that diminishes the rights of the citizens of the states that live where it's being passed, but it doesn't stop criminals from engaging in criminal activity, robbery, murder, and so on. So those statistics for me are not really related to these particular policies.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for this witness? Representative Howard?
Thank you, Senator. Great to see you. You know, one of the things when people testify, I like to try to draw on their experience. You've been in this building 15 years, right? Or roughly that, significantly longer than me. You mentioned the shotgun thing. I actually talked with some folks about that earlier. My concern is, look, the sawed-off shotgun's illegal. With a hacksaw, you can modify that, right? And I brought that up because what I was talking to them about, and this is what I want to ask you, is today it's fairly simple to modify a Glock pistol. If this legislation passes and Glock changes their manufacturing and makes theirs more difficult to do, it's my belief that people who want to do ill are going to find a way to modify a different type of pistol. And we'll be back here again
to use your terms, in a subsequent gun day to outlaw those pistols. And pretty soon, we'll be outlawing all the pistols and probably the shotguns as well. As someone who's been in this building for 15 years, that is my concern. Do you think that is a legitimate concern?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for the question. The fact of the matter is, as I mentioned, these regulations are done in a certain way so they never achieve their stated goal. And if you never achieve your stated goal, you're able to come back year after year with more regulations and more impediments to freedom. And you're absolutely correct. If this passes and becomes law, several things will happen. First off, the existing Glock firearms that exist in Connecticut and throughout the country are still going to exist, and they will still be used by criminals if they choose to modify them in the way that the bill describes. They will not be used by law-abiding people who are very concerned about maintaining their right to bear arms, maintaining a clean record so they can hold on to their pistol permit, etc. Regulating objects is ridiculous. People can use different objects for harm or good. A firearm is a tool, much like a hammer. You can use a hammer to hammer a nail, or you could hit somebody with it. And to regulate the hammer is pointless. Guns are much the same. Automobiles. We've seen all sorts of terrible atrocities committed with random other objects. And when you start to limit the available objects to criminals, they just choose different objects. That's all. But meanwhile, what you're doing is you're telling the law-abiding people that need these tools to defend themselves and their families that they have less options. A few years ago, we banned large capacity magazines in this state, for example. And to me, it was one of the most ridiculous things on earth, because I've always asked myself, does a criminal, before he's about to go in and rob a store, count the bullets he's putting in his gun and stop at 10? It's absurd to even suggest that they would. But a law-abiding citizen who's very concerned with keeping themselves clean and above board and not having a criminal record, they're going to take every precaution, right? So that's the guy who's going to be in a situation defending himself against the criminals who have God knows what. And they're limited in their ability to defend themselves. That's why these bills are so unreasonable from a common sense perspective. They limit the rights of the good people that would actually prevent crime, that would go out of their way to stop crime, and certainly to use firearms to protect and defend themselves and their family and maybe other innocent citizens. And instead, they do nothing to stop the criminals.
Senator, it's always great to have you back here, and it's great to have you on our side on this bill if it moves through. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for the opportunity to answer some questions and have a voice in this committee.
Further questions on the bill? Further questions? If not, thanks for being with us, Senator. Next up will be Robert Blaine. Robert Blaine with us. All right. Then how about Michael Rapetsky?
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Rapetsky, and I have a prepared statement, but I just wanted to start to say I shouldn't even be here right now. I should be home with my family. The fact that I have to come and defend inalienable rights, is pretty disheartening. The Second Amendment's a line in the sand. It stops the government from what they can infringe upon us, not what I can prove that I need as a right. So my name is Michael Rapetsky. I'm a Connecticut resident writing in staunch opposition to HB 5043 and 5436. I'm testifying today because our inalienable rights are under attack yet again under the guise of safety. It seems like every year there are new schemes to violate our Second Amendment rights. They usually originate in New York or California, then Connecticut takes them up, even after lawsuits are filed in those states. We know the legal and constitutional culpability, yet these bills are rammed through anyway. This year is essentially California's Glock ban, a ban on the sale and manufacture of any pistol with a crucibar-style trigger bar. This is intended to stop people from illegally installing a device that is already illegal onto a pistol which may or may not be owned legally. The point being that by the time the Glock-style handgun comes into question, at least 2 felonies have already been committed: the possession of the illegal device, also known as a Glock switch, and the act of installing it. The intent of the individual to follow due law has already well passed by the time it gets to the firearm in question here today. No legislation is going to stop somebody who so flagrantly disrespects the law. It's only going to hurt the law-abiding citizens and the manufacturers who support them. The same manufacturers that supply the vast majority of law enforcement agencies and militaries around the world. The criminal will find a way to get a Glock, whether it be across state lines or in the black market. The single mom looking to protect her family will not. The 2022 Supreme Court decision in the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin stated that arms commonly used by citizens cannot be banned outright. This is expanded on a 2008 Heller decision that firearms could indeed be owned for self-defense. By banning the sale and manufacture of one of the most commonly owned firearms in America, this legislation seems to directly violate the Bruin decision and inevitably be challenged in court. California's Glock ban is currently being challenged with suit being filed just 3 days after being signed into law by Governor Newsom. I would expect the same here. Don't advance a blatantly unconstitutional bill. Please vote no on HB 5043 and 5436. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for
Thank you.
sticking
Have a
with
good
us. Jack McGuigan.
Chair Staffstrom, Chair Winfield, thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon on Bill 5043 and 5436. My name is Jake McGuigan. I'm Managing Director for the National Shooting Sports Foundation. We are the trade association for the firearms industry, representing ranges, manufacturers, and retailers across the country. Obviously, I've sat in the back of the room for most of the day listening to I guess we're the problem and we're the reason. Our manufacturers are the reason for specifically the Governor's Bill 5043. It's unfortunate, though, because this bill, as has been stated by many others, and I don't want to repeat it, I have pretty extensive written testimony that I have submitted, but this is targeting a design feature in a handgun and not the harmful behavior or the criminal behavior going into using that firearm. And I think that's the key we have to focus on here. I've stated this in front of this committee for many, many years that we need to focus on the actual individual and not the instrument. Again, we are now focusing on the instrument that will impact law-abiding gun owners, manufacturers, and retailers throughout the state. I continue to hear also that our manufacturers are doing this and circumventing laws in order to, basically sell firearms. And that's not the case. We only need to look back to a press release from Everytown that put out on October 28th claiming victory. And mind you, I know we've talked about the fact that the Protection of Lawful Commerce and Arms Act protects our industry. Well, Everytown has funded lawsuits against Glock and against our industry so far in Chicago, Baltimore, Seattle, in conjunction with both the Maryland AG, the Minnesota AG, and then the Attorney General in New Jersey, specifically dealing with this issue and the ability to convert Glocks. So this is part of a grander scheme or plan. As I talked about that press release on October 28th, they were claiming victory with the legislation that passed in California. So Glock introduced a new model in California, and 48 hours later, it was illegally converted to a full auto firearm. So where does this end, right? We passed this bill here, and there's only been one state in the country, that's California, to pass this legislation. It is pending in places like New York, Illinois, Maryland, and here in Connecticut. But again, where does that stop? I've been in this building over a decade ago where we were talking about we need to ban rifles, semi-automatic, modern sporting rifles. We need to ban them. We never care about handguns. We're never going to come for your handguns. That's personal protection. You use that for self-defense. Fast forward to 2026, And we're sitting here fighting a ban that will go and basically prohibit the sale of one of the most common firearms here in the state of Connecticut. So I appreciate the opportunity speaking to you and speaking to the chairs today. Thank you for the opportunity, and I will take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Go ahead, Representative Fishman.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. McGuigan. Your industry, the NSSF, represents whom?
So we are the trade association. We have about 10,000 members nationwide. We represent retailers, ranges, and manufacturers. Obviously, our larger members would be manufacturers both in the firearms industry and in the ammunition industry. So Glock is, in fact, a member of NSSF, along with Ruger, which actually has a handgun that would be banned here in Connecticut if this legislation were to pass.
And do you know how many of these firearms that have the cruciform trigger exist in Connecticut?
There would most likely be within thousands and thousands of firearms. Again, this is one of the most, we looked at it specifically here in Connecticut, you know, a little bit back of the envelope analysis based on firearm sales and NICS checks and what Glock and others make up. It could be as high as, you know, around a 55% of the handgun market would be impacted by this. I know we're talking specifically about different models. There are a lot of models that are what you would call Glock clones that have been created over the years that have this cruciform trigger. And as other people have stated earlier, I did not, you know, that term was, you know, nothing that I knew about until we started to see this introduced in legislation starting in California. So we do believe there's probably, we do have a list and we can provide it to you, but probably about 55% of the handguns specifically could be impacted by this.
Now, you've been here all day for this, and I do appreciate that. You heard the testimony from the proponents that language needed some massaging. There was an admission to that effect, and I don't want to rehash that, but it appears that Section 3 is the part of the problematic area. We've heard a lot today about Glocks that are sold like new, off the shelf.
Mm-hmm.
But members, FFLs in Connecticut, is fair to say, also resell.
Correct.
Handguns.
And a little known fact is that a lot of the profitability comes from selling secondhand, you know, firearms or used firearms that come through retailers. They make more money generally on the sale of a used firearm than a new firearm.
Okay, so the representation that we're only looking to get them to the manufacturer discounts the fact that as these firearms may exist at an FFL, not in the new box, that sale would also be affected by this legislation.
Correct, and I think they clearly define that they're not banning, quote unquote, the possession. So an individual that currently has it in their possession can keep said firearm, but there will be no more further retail sales, whether it's a used firearm or a new firearm manufactured from the manufacturer.
Yeah, I do recognize the representation and look forward to seeing perhaps, you know, revised language, but I do challenge the contention that it permits possession, because I think transport is
Correct.
Carrying. So
correct. You can have it in your home, but you probably can't go anywhere with it or carry it.
Yeah,
or go to the
understood.
range.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator.
Thank you. Just a quick question. So you mentioned in California when Glock started making this newer model to try to make it a little bit harder for individuals who are breaking the law and using these incorrectly, made a new model, and you said within 48 hours, someone found a way to just do the same thing.
Correct. Correct.
Is it fair to say that pretty much any handgun, besides maybe a revolver, can be turned into an automatic?
If people have enough expertise, enough time and effort, they probably could. And again, and I think that's what a lot of people have pointed out. If you start today, well, California, perfect example. Let's ban it based on the cruciform trigger. Okay, so Glock makes a decision, you know, business decision to let's try to comply with that. And now, what does every town do? They're still pushing something that the next model will probably be banned because it can be converted. It's, as people have said, it's a slippery slope where do you end, right? With the illegal activity, a criminal. There is probably, I don't know where to get a switch. I own numerous Glocks. I don't know where you would actually come up with that, where you order it. It is illegal. It is manufactured either through 3D printing or from outside of the country. No no retailers are selling it. It is a legally, federally, it is an illegal item, and the moment it goes onto the firearm, you have another charge. So again, we are trying to legislate human behavior and criminal behavior, and that can change, and that can morph and evolve depending on, what firearm they decide next to change.
Excellent. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that is a concern of mine as well, that it is possible that any handgun can be, modified in any way, and that is definitely a concern, and we have to really pay attention to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator.
Certainly, you mentioned legislating human behavior, but that's what we do every day, right? I mean, that's what criminal laws are. We legislate that you shouldn't walk into a grocery store and steal something, right? I mean,
Correct.
that's legislating human behavior. I guess what I kind of can't understand in this conversation is, I think we can all agree that you are never going to stop everyone who wants to convert a legal firearm into something that is illegal, right? I'll agree. I will stipulate to that you are never going to be able to prevent everyone in every instance from doing it. I think the concern here is you have a certain type of firearm that is much more readily able to be converted than other types of firearms, right? We've got a Glock model that can really very easily be converted. My question for you is, we heard testimony earlier that Glock is selling a different model in Germany that is not as easy to convert. Are you aware of that? Do you know what that was
I've heard
about?
of it. It was one specific model of firearm that not the entire line of Glock. See, Glock specifically, people purchase Glocks because of the dependability of the firearm. Many law enforcement use it. If obviously law enforcement use it, obviously you want to be able to use that to protect your family. So that is the reason why people do it. That was one specific model that they referenced that most likely was manufactured for a government contract or a defense contract in Germany. It is not a commercially available firearm.
But the point is, it would be possible for Glock to manufacture firearms that were not as easy to convert.
And they just did that this past fall, and then within 48 hours, someone else figured out how to do that, right? They have patents, right? And there are many companies that have copied Glock because of how successful they have been in capturing the law enforcement market and the self-defense market. So that's why there are a lot of quote-unquote Glock clones that this would also impact, because many people enjoy this firearm, enjoy the functionality and the dependability of the firearm. So they did try to do that, and all of a sudden, it was converted. And I think, as you pointed out before, I think the issue here is the actual switch itself is federally illegal. Listen, you could make possession of a federal switch in Connecticut with a 50-year mandatory sentence, which I know the judicial system will like that, and we'd be here supporting it fully, right? It's the possession of that. And then the moment you connect it to that Glock, you're committing another federal felony. So it's not the actual firearm that's doing anything wrong. It's that individual that's spending the time and effort to get.
No question who is most culpable, right? Nobody's saying that individual who does that is not the most culpable actor here. But, in my line of work, which is civil litigation, there are there's degrees of culpability sometimes, right? You have in a negligence case, you say somebody is 95% at fault and somebody else is 5% at fault, right? And I think the question here is on that 5%, on the manufacturer. If there is a fix to which they can make that would, if not eliminate the ability for somebody to convert what is otherwise a legal firearm into an illegal firearm, shouldn't they at least give it the old college try, so to speak?
And they have.
Okay.
And they did, and that's that, and they will continue to go down that road and try to put that fix into place. I think talking about the culpability is our industry continues to have to defend itself, right? In various situations, people talk about, and I know that the Protection of Lawful Commerce and Arms Act does protect us. It does not protect us. It's almost we're getting. From a litigation standpoint, we're spending a lot of time and effort because they know. Like I said, Glock has been sued, and they have probably about 10 pending lawsuits because of the Glock switch issue. And then the
Well,
next
you
step was-
anticipated my next question,
Yeah.
right? Or my next thought. I think I brought this up very early in the day. But I mean, okay, fine. So maybe you're successful and this legislation doesn't pass this year. I can almost guarantee you what the next venue for this effort is going to be. It's going to be the court system.
Correct.
Under the legislation we passed last year. And
Correct.
so, I don't know. To me, it seems like if we could put in place some parameters in the law, and maybe we can work on this together, but it would seem to me that if you put in place some parameters and Glock knew, okay, we can manufacture this type of device, but not that type of device, and it deals with the concern folks have about the easy conversion of the current models of Glock with a Glock switch, that might actually provide a shield for us because we're now complying with the specific Connecticut statute on the books when this inevitably ends up in a state court. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but again, I think like a civil litigator. And so I hear your opposition to this. I hear the folks who are here opposed to this today. I guess from a legal perspective, from a risk management perspective, if I was Glock, I might think differently on it. But that's just one guy's opinion.
And if you give me a second to
Yeah,
kind
please.
of opine on that, I think we have to look at the fact that they have tried to comply and what it has happened to, and many people that are Glock aficionados have pushed back against the company. Glock made a very difficult decision to, these are steps by, let's say, anti-gun organizations that are trying to force, an agenda on the manufacturers. They took a step and did something in order to try to comply with a California piece of legislation, and they got a lot of pushback, right? They have a lot of pushback from gun owners and a lot of people that love the Glocks, love the functionality, the dependability over many, many years. It very rarely changes the Glock per se. They make some, cosmetic issues, outside issues, grip changes to it. But they made a very calculated risk to try to comply to that, and have gotten a lot of negative pushback because of that. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong either way, but they are actually trying to make the attempt. They made the attempt in California because California is a large market, as you know, whether it's no matter what you're dealing with, or it's firearms or selling cars. It's a large market. So they did what they thought was right in that situation, a business decision, and I'm not entirely sure. And then, needless to say, we're still back here arguing because it still can be converted.
All right. Well, I want to take my own advice and shut up now and let the rest of the public testify. But I do, I do think we should continue this conversation as this bill moves forward, because I think, I don't know, the longer I sit here today, the more I think there is at least a path, whether folks want to go down it or not, a path to which I think the advocacy behind this bill sort of accomplishes what they want. And you could mollify some of the biggest concerns maybe from the manufacturers, particularly given the prospect of litigation under what is the law in Connecticut now under the Firearm Accountability Act.
And we are waiting for those lawsuits. I mean, that's essentially what they
Yeah.
will be coming. And
Right.
we were here to testify against that bill last year because it became a
Yeah, and we don't need to
gift trial
relitigate
us.
that,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying
Yeah.
that is the law of the state now.
Mhm.
When whether folks like it or not, that's the law, and so the suits are going to come under that. And so it would seem to me that there's a conversation to be had, and I offer you that opportunity as we move forward. So, further questions or comments on this? If not, Representative Howard.
Yeah, I want to move along, but just one quick question, and I hope we can make it quick. Following up on the chairman's question is,
Because you said a couple of times to Chairman Sasham that Glock made that attempt and within 48 hours somebody overcame it.
Yes.
Do you think there's a world in which they can make something that nobody can overcome?
In today's
With today's ingenuity,
in
3D
today's
printers. That's
society,
my question.
Yeah, I doubt it. With the artificial intelligence and the ability to 3D print, I mean, there's legislation in New York right now that is trying to address 3D printing and wants to license owners of 3D printers,
Right.
because of what possibly could come out of that. So I think, at the end of the day, probably not, as we continue to go down this road of technology with artificial intelligence and 3D printing.
Yeah, so that's a challenge for me. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Winfield?
Yep. Let's see. I got to pull up my list. What you have the list? Okay. Next.
I didn't know if there was a question.
Oh, no.
I didn't either. Thank you.
I was just taking over.
Appreciate it.
Sorry about that. Good to see you, by the way. Rebecca Bagnaki.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Dolly. I am a resident of Montville, a wife, a mother, a veteran, a business owner, a firearms instructor, and the Connecticut State Director representing Women for Gun Rights. I submit this testimony in strong opposition to HB 5043. Often I work with women who come to me because they are afraid. Some have been stalked, some have survived violence, some are simply mothers who want to feel safe walking to their car at night. These women are not looking for confrontation, they are looking for the ability to protect themselves when no one else is there. And the tools they trust the most are the reliable striker-fired pistols that this bill threatens to restrict. These firearms are not unusual. They are the most common defensive pistols chosen by women because they are simple, safe, and dependable under stress. When a woman is shaking during her first lesson, she needs a tool she can operate confidently. HB 5043 puts that confidence at risk. This bill also threatens the livelihood of small, locally owned gun shops and training businesses, people who pour their hearts into serving their communities. These are not large corporations. These are families, veterans, instructors who spend countless hours teaching safety, responsibility, and respect for the law. Connecticut already has some of the strictest firearm regulations in the country. Law-abiding residents comply with fingerprinting, background checks, mandatory training, renewals, and storage requirements. We do all of this because we take safety seriously. But the reality is that Connecticut does not consistently prosecute the gun crimes that already exist on the books. Public reporting has shown that a significant percentage of firearm-related charges, especially illegal possession, are reduced, dropped, or plea bargained away. When the state fails to enforce the laws it already has, adding new restrictions on the people who follow the rules does not make anyone safer. It is also important to acknowledge that strict gun laws does not automatically equal low crime. States like Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont all have fewer firearm restrictions than Connecticut, yet consistently report lower violent crime rates. This does not mean their laws should be copied. It simply shows that crime is complex and that restricting lawful ownership is not the determining factor in public safety. If the threshold for prohibition becomes the hypothetical potential for illegal alteration, then this framework would not be limited to firearms. It would open the door to restricting numerous common products that pose no issue when used responsibly. As a mother, I cannot treat safety as an abstract policy debate. It is personal. HB 5043 continues a pattern of placing new restrictions on responsible citizens while failing to address the real causes of violence: repeat offenders, illegal possession, and the lack of consistent prosecution. I urge this committee to reject HB 5043 and instead focus on enforcing existing laws, addressing criminal misuse, and preserving the constitutional rights of Connecticut residents who are doing everything right. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in. So, you mentioned that a lot of your students are women. Could you give me an idea of the demographic that you serve?
Yes, so it's a large demographic. I've trained youth, both men and women. Primarily where I instruct, I am the only female, so primarily women are my main demographic.
And approximately how many women do you teach a year?
I have been an instructor for just over a year now, certified, so A few hundred.
And do you have any idea what percentage of those women tend to use a Glock or something similar?
So when I instruct permit classes, that's all I use are Glocks to train on. They're super easy to understand. As far as when they get past that point, when they're training on their own, I'll say a good 70 to 80% choose Glock. It's a very large percentage.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Chairman Winfield, Ranking Member Kissel, Chairman Staffstrom and Fishbein, wherever they may be. I'm here to testify in opposition to House Bill 5043, which would likely violate the U.S. Constitution and fail to make our state safer. Connecticut already has the second strictest gun laws in the nation, and they have only gotten stricter recently. Yet over the last 6 years for which the CDC published data, Connecticut's homicide rate went up while the national rate has gone down slightly. Connecticut has been safer than the rest of the nation for generations, but in recent years it has become less so. Our laws are strict for law-abiding citizens, but rarely enforced for repeat offenders who commit the majority of the lethal violence. Most Connecticut residents believe in balance. Most of them back smart public safety policies, like background checks, bans on automatic rifles, proactive policing policies, and the guarantees of the Second Amendment for law-abiding citizens as well. This proposal would not make us safer, but would almost certainly be found unconstitutional in federal court based on U.S. Supreme Court precedent. The Heller decision codified the plain text of the Second Amendment and found that there is an individual right to own common use firearms. The McDonald decision 2 years later incorporated the same right to state and local governments and overturned a de facto, not de jure, handgun ban in Chicago. This proposal would most likely be litigated and probably struck down by those federal courts, which would waste time and money even for those who support it. This proposal would ban one of, if not the most common use pistols at the state level, which would be contested under precedent. Bills like this have and will push jobs, small businesses, and manufacturing out of our state for an industry that has historically provided thousands of good-paying, blue-collar jobs, and indeed armed our Union Army during the Civil War. It would make much more sense to go after switches and conversion kits in certain cases rather than this approach. Most urgently, we should support our law enforcement and proactively police the laws on the books that can effectively keep us safe. We should reinstate consent searches, give police ability to do their job that was eroded in previous legislative sessions, support school resource officers, strengthen our background check system, and do more to improve public safety. Let's put safety and common sense above ideological agendas. Please stop this bill, support our constitutional liberties, and support law enforcement to keep our state safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Comment or question from members of the committee? Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Senator Fazio, it's always great to see you, and I really appreciate your well-thought-out testimony. This proposal, to my understanding, was put forward by Governor Lamont. Do you feel that, I don't want to get into motivation because that's an inappropriate line of questioning, but do you feel that it would have any positive impact on crime that is occurring in the state of Connecticut, or would actually just be an additional burden on law-abiding gun owners?
I think it would very clearly be an additional burden on law-abiding gun owners. While there isn't a lot of data, and there probably should be better data kept, I think by some measures most gun crimes are committed with illegally owned and obtained firearms in the first place. You know, this is creating an enormous burden on a pistol that is the most commonly owned, if not one of the most commonly owned in the state as is. I think there are, I asked I think a police officer, maybe it was in one of our major cities a year or two ago, about all the gun laws in the books, and that detective laughed that we don't enforce the vast majority of them. I think that we can protect the public safety while focusing on enforcing existing laws on the books rather than creating more, especially if they are like this one.
And I appreciate that answer to my question. The other thing I think is difficult for folks on both sides of these issues is that when there is a crime, it usually involves multiple charges, and if someone is injured or property is damaged, and there's also gun laws being violated as well, ultimately, since I would say far in excess of 90% of cases are plea bargained, very few cases go to trial, that the charges that typically are plea bargained out are the gun charges, because they, for whatever reason, they may carry a lesser sentence, or the prosecutors, for whatever reason, and I'm sure they're well motivated, want to actually prosecute the individual on the charge that most accurately reflects the totality of the situation. So that when we go back and we try to get the data may not actually be accurately reflecting of what is going on outside in society and in these criminal behaviors. So thank you for your hard work on this and so many other issues. And thank you, Chairman Winfield.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Comment or question from other members of the committee. Representative Howard, followed by Representative Dubinsky.
Thank you, Senator, for being here. One of the concerns, so to your point, there was a press conference that the governor did, and the police chief, I think in West Hartford, was at it, and he said exactly that the problems that they're having in law enforcement with these are with people who can't possess guns in the first place, which I think was your point, right?
Yes.
So I've asked others and I asked other legislators, do you think that the worst part of this bill is the fact that we're banning a pistol that can be converted? And if we do that, and Glock makes the change, that the evildoers behind all this are just going to keep up with the times, and we'll end up going down a road of banning all pistols and then potentially shotguns after that?
Yeah, I think the previous testimony, I think illustrated that very well, that we're going to be chasing our tail. Meanwhile, law-abiding residents who mean well are going to be caught up in it. The people who break the law are not.
So as somebody who's worked in this building for 5-6 years, something like that, you would agree that that's, in your experience, as legislation works, it starts at that point, and then that's where we end up going, right?
Yep, intention and result are two very different things in this building.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. You started off your remarks with a recitation of some of the legal precedent that's involved in the firearms world. Are you familiar enough with those cases to talk about, for example, whether or not the state can constitutionally ban the most popular handgun in the country?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Representative, and I think that's exactly why this proposal, if it were passed into law, would probably be caught up in federal litigation, because the first Second Amendment case in this century, Heller, specifically said that there is a right to common use type firearms, to keep and own them legally. The Glock, pistol handgun that is contemplated in this legislation is one of, if not the most common use pistols in the state of Connecticut or the country. So that gets caught up in the Heller decision. And then the McDonald decision, which was the later case, which incorporated the Second Amendment rights to state and local governments, found that not a de facto straight out handgun ban, but a de facto handgun ban, not a de jure explicit handgun ban, was unconstitutional. And I think this kind of qualifies under both of those precedents and would very, very likely be caught up in federal litigation and could easily be struck down.
Well, thank you for that. We heard some testimony earlier about the California ban. Are you familiar at all with that?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I
Well,
did hear the testimony, but I had not been familiar with it beforehand.
Okay, well, I note that I'm just, while during the testimony, I was looking at the California Attorney General's website, and they do have a list of certified for sale handguns that people are allowed to buy, and I see at least 15, maybe more, models of Glock handguns available for sale in California under the Attorney General's certified for sale list. So anybody who said that they banned Glocks in California has not read the memo. But I thank you for your help and on this in your testimony. Was there anything else that you wanted to say about this issue?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Ciccarello.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator, for coming to testify. Just a quick question. I'm sure you've been listening in on the public hearing today, and the intended purpose, and we talk about, there's always good intentions. You want to kind of solve a problem, but you want to look out for the unintended consequence. And the problem that we're trying to solve is we do see a lot of people that are possessing these guns illegally and using them to commit crimes.
Yep.
And violent crimes. That's something that we are concerned about. And we do want to do something to address that. But if this were to pass and we can no longer purchase new or used Glocks, do you believe that it will have any effect on the amount of illegal weapons that our police officers are finding and seeing used in crimes? And in any way, do you see this helping?
I think, if anything, it would increase the amount of illegal guns in circulation because, you would have a lot more guns firearms that were previously legal that would become illegal to resell into the market unless it was to an FFL who sold it out of state. And we know that a large portion, if not a large majority, of all gun crimes are being committed with illegally obtained and owned firearms in the first place. What we do know is that this would make it harder on law-abiding residents. And just this past week in Darien, we had a home invasion where, by virtue of, and thankfully, there being a law-abiding gun owner in the home, that attack, which could have been deadly, was thwarted. So I think that this could have unintended consequences. I think it would be unlikely to make our state less safe.
Excellent, and thank you for that answer. And I do agree, as we've seen that a majority of the illegal guns are coming in from other states.
Yeah.
We are a small state. We see how the bottle bill affects us, and many other legislation passed here in Connecticut. We don't take into consideration that we are a small state surrounded by so many other states. And simply put, the guns that are being modified with these switches, the majority aren't even coming from Connecticut. The main origin is not coming from Connecticut. It's from, again, down south or up north, where we see that illegal activity, and it's working its way up here. But I want to thank you for testifying and answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Zach Melee.
Good afternoon, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Zachary Mealy, and I'm in opposition to all of these bills. Do you guys remember a few years ago we were doing HB 6667? We were talking about safe storage. I'd like to remind you guys, all the legal, law-abiding citizens we all compromised to have safe storage for our firearms to prevent them from being stolen and getting on the streets. These bills almost suggest that law-abiding gun owners are the reason why crime exists and gun violence is happening in our state. That's not the fact. Criminals are always going to find a way to do harm when they have ill intent. I'm a machinist by trade for the last 17 years. I understand how manufacturing works, and I know that any pistol can be converted to a fully automatic pistol. So what does this bill say about the future? It's going to set precedents to ban all handguns, and it's very dangerous to the Second Amendment rights that we have. Another thing I'd like to say is magazine limit. We only have 10 rounds. I mean, even if, like law-abiding citizens, we're not counting, criminals aren't counting the bullets like somebody mentioned earlier. Law-abiding citizens, that's another compromise we have. So with the Glock switch, a guy mentioned earlier, it'll shoot 20 rounds a second. Well, we only have 10 rounds anyways, legally that we can carry. I mean, year after year, we compromise and we compromise, and it's a lot of take, but there's no give. I'm asking that the people seek a new way to solve gun violence. Prosecute the criminals, put them in jail. If they're old enough to commit a crime, then they're dangerous and they need to be off the street. These are the effective ways of solving violence and gun violence. Now, we can have conversations back and forth about how guns always end up in the wrong hands, but the fact of the matter is, it's our Second Amendment right. Legal gun owners, we do everything in good faith to the law. We go and obtain a pistol permit. We go and buy an expensive safe to keep everything safe. We take all these classes. We invest in ammunition. We train to make sure that we can handle a firearm properly. So, for this bill to come in and suggest that, Glocks are the reason why, the gun violence exists, it's ridiculous, The switches are already illegal. They're already illegal, right? On a federal level, you can't have them. So, what is that going to change?
Okay. Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? If not, thanks for sticking with us.
Thank you.
Audrey Nichols.
Good morning, or good afternoon, and thank you to the Judiciary Committee for this opportunity to speak in support of HB 5043. My name is Audrey Nichols, and I'm a current student at the University of Connecticut, and my hometown is Newtown, Connecticut. On December 14th, 2012, when I was 7 years old, I survived the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting. Pardon me, I still get a little choked up talking about my experience. I was in second grade, and I was supposed to be celebrating the holiday season like all other elementary-age children in the United States. Little did I know that it would be a day that would change the trajectory of my life. I will not go into detail of my experience of that day, but it has, of course, altered me. I am blessed to have walked out of there that day, eyes squeezed shut, as we exited the building with our hands on the shoulders of our classmates in front of us. Some of my peers were not as lucky. My mission ever since has been to end gun violence. After Sandy Hook, Connecticut gun laws were strengthened to a point where today we are ranked 5th overall in terms of gun safety laws according to Everytown for gun safety. I've always been proud of our state and our past and present legislators for doing what matters to keep our residents and our kids safe. As the 14th anniversary of Sandy Hook approaches this year, it pains me to continue to see gun violence plague our nation. It pains me to see my 7-year-old self reflected back in the eyes of new survivors. HB 5043 is another step that we, as Connecticut residents, can take to secure our place as leaders in gun safety laws. Machine guns and machine gun conversion devices are already illegal in Connecticut, yet these devices continue to proliferate. That's why we need to stop this problem at the source and hold gun manufacturers accountable for the damage they wreak across our communities. These devices are useless without the firearms that they can so easily attach to. I urge this committee to pass HB 5043 as it would continue the fight to end gun violence and to protect our citizens. Just recently in Hartford, firearms modified with switches were involved in the murder of a 20-year-old woman and her son. We must take action now to end gun violence. I thank this committee for considering my testimony, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Senator Kissel?
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. I may not necessarily agree with your position on this bill, but I want to compliment you and commend you for your bravery. I was one of a group of legislators that year that was tasked with going down and having a public hearing at Newtown High School within a few weeks of the incident that took place. And that was a devastated community. It was quite interesting to hear from the parents and the public in Newtown. They took various positions on gun control law proposals. But the bravery that you're showing this afternoon by taking that incident and turning it into something that you're advocating for, I think is extraordinarily commendable. And I just want to say thank you for your bravery and wish you the very best of success as you march into the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well said, Senator. Well said. Representative Howard.
Thank you. Briefly, Mr. Chairman, the House Republican ranking member is not here, so I'll speak on his behalf and echo the comments of the senator. I don't have any questions for you. I fear questions may be difficult because of your experience, but I also commend you for your bravery, maybe on different sides of an issue, but I listened to you intently. And to add some levity to the situation, I was outside my son's preschool room when I learned of the incident at your school. And the fact that elementary school kids that were involved in that are now in college makes me feel old. So my joke at Senator Winfield earlier, you just got even with him. So I'm sure he thanks you for that too. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Great job. Mark Brault.
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I've been here listening to a lot of the testimony. And when I first heard about this bill, a lot of things came to mind about the rights of lawful citizens. And I don't think you can legislate public safety from guns by putting restrictions on guns. I think the only way to do that is to pass legislation on crime and sentencing for crime, which the state is deficient at. And living in a rural area and owning guns all my life, it has become concerning to me at how dangerous the state of Connecticut has become since 2020. I used to work at the Air National Guard base, and I watched plane after plane after plane come in with illegal aliens, mostly middle-aged men, and they were not vetted, and they're here in Connecticut. And I've had them at my property in recent years. And so I realize it's becoming a dangerous state. And so to restrict my gun rights, I don't feel safe. And an armed populace is a safe populace. And I think Sandy Hook, as tragic as it was a mental health issue, not a gun issue. And I also think that I had a discussion with my senator, and he said, well, Mark, if you feel in trouble, you have the state police you can call. That they should have guns, but the public should not have these type of weapons. And I thought about that, and the only thing that came to mind was Argentina in 1976. And I think about Iran and what they're facing, and what they just faced a few weeks ago of 40,000 people murdered who didn't have guns, but their government did. So as we keep pushing gun laws, we need to think about all these things. And the only way to legislate safety is through addressing the crime and mental illness, not restricting guns. Because the reason why America is safe is because of the guns. Okay? It's when the government is armed and the people are not, we're in danger. So as I look at my state who have been born here and watched the transformation, I have to say that Karl Marx would be very, very proud of what our legislatures are doing. And that goes for a lot of the laws. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for sticking with us. Roy Downey?
Hi, good evening. Roy Downey, Haddam, Connecticut. Come in opposition to 5043 and 5436. A lot of what I have to say here has been said already as far as convertible pistols. It's already prohibited, the Glock switch. Just things that, being here all day. Regarding the Glock, it's not an attractive pistol, but it's reliable, very, very popular, very reliable. It's almost like the Toyota Corolla of the gun industry. But sending it back to them and saying, okay, well, it could be modified, somebody can, like a hacker can get into things. Constant battle there. You have to redesign it. So they go and they redesign it. Well, they already have a stable design. Now we tell them, well, you have to redesign it. So they redesign it, and, well, maybe something doesn't work quite as well. But now, you've introduced a manufacturing problem. Somebody hacks into it, they figure out how to defeat it. You got to redesign it again. Well, now it's even farther away from that pedigree design. Now you're going to introduce more potential for errors or safety issues with that design. So just things I've been bouncing around in my head here as I'm listening to this. I like the analogy of banning OJ. It's almost like trying to stop texting by banning cars. 5436. It's what's the real public benefit of requiring the background and the whole process of buying subcomponents as firearms, and it seems kind of like what if with the DMV you have to put a new radiator in your car, are you going to have to report that radiator to the DMV? How about an alternator? What if you have to have a new alternator put in? And also, okay, the frame of the firearm is serialized per the ATF, but now these other subcomponents, they have to be they're unserialized. Well, now it's kind of like contradicting the ghost gun things, where okay, now you have parts that aren't serialized, but you're requiring serialization of other parts. So anyway, so there's some of the observations I made tonight.
Thanks, sir.
That's all I got.
Appreciate it. Questions or comments from the committee? If not, thanks for being with us.
Okay.
Colby Lawson. Colby Lawson, all right. Michelle Lenk. Michelle Lenk. Susan Zabansky. Susan Zabansky. Kessel Bissett.
Hi, I'm here. Sorry, I was trying to unmute.
All right, you know what we're gonna do then? We're gonna let Mr. Bissett testify because he's sitting here in front
Okay,
of us.
sure,
We'll let you
no
go ahead.
problem. Thank you.
So, long-time listener, first-time caller here.
Yeah, it's
Little
not
on,
that good.
little on the nervous side. So, chairperson's member of the committee, thank you for your time. My name's Diazil Bissett. I'm speaking to you today in my personal capacity. These comments are my own opinions, not the opinions of any employer, organization, affiliation that I may have. I own Self-Defense Academy in Enfield, Connecticut. I've been a firearms instructor for over the last 17 years. I'm also an account executive with Delta Defense and the USCCA. I'm here in strong opposition to HB 5043 and HB 5436. I'm going to be blunt. We keep writing new gun laws that the criminals are not going to follow. And when criminals do get caught, the gun-related charge is often the first one that gets reduced or dropped. So what are we doing? Besides stacking more rules on the people who already obey the rules. If a law only works on the people who follow it, it's not public safety. It's a punishment for compliance, and criminals are going to criminal. These bills make normal life harder for law-abiding citizens, and the people I train, moms, dads, working people, are trying to stay safe and stay lawful. But these bills use vague language like readily and marketed. That's not a standard. That's an opinion. You should not need a lawyer to figure out what you're allowed to own. And here's something I'm not hearing enough in this conversation. When you make law confusing and risky, you don't just create a paperwork problem, you also create a training problem. People who are trying to comply start asking, is it even worth going to the range? Is it even worth taking another class? Is it worth transporting my firearm and parts everywhere if I might get jammed over a decision or a definition? Is this worth protecting our families? That's how you get less training, not more, not less instruction, less safe handling reps, less supervised learning. And that's the exact opposite of what we should want. When you punish compliance, you discourage training, and that's what makes everyone less safe. Now, what we're talking about is regulating barrels and slides, core components of a firearm's function. In the real world, people replace worn parts, bring firearms to gunsmiths, and order replacements for safety and reliability issues. That's responsible gun ownership. You're now turning routine maintenance into a legal risk. You're turning the trying to be responsible into hope I don't commit a felony today. And if people are worried about a repair, a replacement, or a trip to a gunsmith, could be misunderstood, they will completely avoid it. They avoid the shop, they avoid the range, they avoid classes. The person who follows the rules ends up staying home and guessing instead of getting trained and getting answers. Fear doesn't create safety. Training creates safety. And I want to talk about the implementation because this is where it always falls apart. When HB 6667 went into effect 2 years ago, the state wasn't ready. The state is only now getting around to processing the online submissions to approve or deny assault weapons. If the state can't manage what's already passed, it has no business expanding the system.
Thank you, sir. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. Well, you had mentioned right at the outset that you have a business in Enfield, my hometown and the heart of my district. I'm just wondering if you're a constituent.
I am.
Okay, I just want to say thank you for being with us all day today, and I share your concerns, and thank you for sharing your opinions with our committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions or comments, Representative Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, you handle Glocks regularly?
Say that again, sir?
You handle Glocks regularly as part of your job?
Yes, I own 23 of them.
Oh, wow. Okay. And are you familiar with the Glock switch and how it works?
So, yes, I am.
Not because you've used one, but
Correct.
because you've seen videos.
Yes.
So when the Glock switch is installed and then it's removed, the gun will still function without that back plate, won't it?
Correct.
So I'm wondering, as I'm sitting here and I'm listening to folks and I'm learning a bit more about it. So if I'm a police officer, if I were to pull somebody over and they had a Glock on them and it had a Glock switch on it, they could easily pop that thing off and I wouldn't see it, right?
Yes. I would say reasonably in a normal, let's say, I didn't stop at a stop sign. Sure, I think it would be reasonable by the time you walk up to my vehicle and I tell you I have a firearm.
You would have removed it,
Absolutely.
and the gun will still function.
Yes, it will function.
It will function as a semi-automatic at that point.
Depending on the style, and there's the switches are like guns. There's so many different variations of these, and I can't, I don't know which one you're specifically speaking to, but
I
there
don't
are
either.
some that will allow the gun to function where it gets added on with the backplate on, and there's ones that are added onto the firearm with the backplates off. If the backplate is off, it's only going to allow you to pull the trigger once. It's not going to allow you for the gun to articulate.
Heard a cycle, right? So yeah, I'm just the reason. Thank you for that. I'm just curious if there's an answer in here somewhere about a possession of a gun that appears to have been modified or has been modified, and it's something maybe we could talk about. But all right, thank you for that. That was helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions? If not, thanks for being with us. Let's return to Susan Zabansky.
Zabahansky. Hi, thank you. I'm sorry about the earlier issue. So today, I'm testifying in 3 different committees. So the first thing I like to say is that I find it disingenuous to public testimony to have so many bills on one day that people have to bounce back and forth and try and get in between. I'm obviously here in opposition of HB 5043 and HB 5436. And I think many of the bills today in public testimony are just basic freedom blocking bills. I mean, they're just blocking our freedom as citizens, free citizens of the United States. I am a Glock owner, and I want to tell, my testimony has been submitted, but I want to tell a little bit about my personal history with guns. My family never owned guns. I've never owned a gun until I was an adult single mom, living home alone with my daughter. Had a vehicle stolen right out of my own driveway. The vehicle was recovered, and the criminals were let out the very next day after they had been caught with the vehicle and had done some stuff with guns. So the vehicle was detained for a little while. And it was that kind of made me realize that, if that could happen in the middle of the night, right next to my bedroom window, that I could be in trouble. So, and the reason I chose a Glock was because it was the gun that I could handle the best and accurately shoot with. So I was given multiple guns to try. And as a female who had never operated a gun before, I was accurate with it. And I had heard that it was super reliable and it was affordable for me as a single income mom. And I just think, Connecticut has a crime problem. We don't have, we keep banning things and creating legislation for law-abiding citizens that blocks them. And, you can say that you're targeting manufacturers as much as you want, but that's going to cause that manufacturer to obviously not produce for law-abiding citizens in Connecticut. So it does affect us. And I don't know what I'm going to do. I have 2 Glocks now, one that I can carry and one that I can keep at home. I don't, if I have to sell them or choose to want to get a different gun. I mean, what's going to happen? I don't even know about, I don't know nothing about these issues of changing it as a law-abiding citizen. I don't know how to make it into a machine gun. I've never researched how to make it into a machine gun. I just know how to operate my own gun. And I just think it's disingenuous to the public to continue creating legislation under the guise of safety when you're not even serious about locking criminals up and keeping them in jail for crimes with guns, illegal guns. And you continue to see that those gun charges are let go. If you're really serious about safety and gun violence, then you would be creating legislation that puts people away who commits crime with illegal guns. I mean, that's the bottom line. That's all I have to say.
Further questions or comments, Representative Reach?
Hello, Susan. It's nice to
Hi.
see you, and I just wanted to point out, I appreciate you waiting all day and juggling back and forth. You're absolutely right. Intentional confusion. Thank you so much again for testifying. Nice to see you.
You know what, Senator Veach, I also forgot that, I also had an incident where I came home and 4 hooded kids came running through my backyard. I had just stepped out of my car and we came face to face. And in that moment, I was terrified. I ran into my house and locked my door, and I called my police officer neighbor who was 2 doors down to come and, see who they were. And the police were chasing them, but the police weren't at my house at that moment. And, that also made me want to get a gun. It's just unbelievable that we're not going after these criminals and, we're going after law abiding citizens. Really, that's what this legislation is. It's just in the guise, and it's always during a political year. And for any Democrat to say that they care about the police is just ridiculous to me. I mean, with the legislation that's been created, the police accountability bill
Stay
first.
on the bill before us, ma'am. Thank
I
you.
will stay on the bill before us with that.
Further
With
questions or comments on the bill before us? Further questions or comments for Representative Veach?
Thank you, Susan, for coming out. We appreciate it. Have a great
No
afternoon.
problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, we are going to turn to Andrew Weinsteiger. Andrew Weinsteiger. Benjamin Purdy. Benjamin Purdy. Walt Cupson.
Good evening. Good evening, Representative Veach, Representative Dubitsky, Representative Fishbein, Senator Kissel, Representative Staffstrom, and Representative Blumenthal. I'm Dr. Walt Cupson, the Outreach Coordinator for Connecticut Citizens Defense League, and obviously I'm here to testify in opposition to both HB 5043 and 5436. I would ask the Governor and the Attorney General and all the members, not only of this judiciary, but of the entire legislative body, to consider our forefathers. Our forefathers believed in English common law and the rights of all Englishmen, including the right of self-defense and self-preservation from the evils of both men and government. A wonderful idea from the Enlightenment, I think. When that oppressive government from the mother country intended to gain control over a populace, one of the actions taken was to seize their personal arms, powder, and ball. These were in common use, neither dangerous nor unusual. And as many, many speakers before me have clearly pointed out, handguns, in particular Glocks and Glock clones, really all firearms, including AR-15s, are in common use. Common use, disarmament, oppressive government. The British Crown went about this with seizure. Modernity has employed an incrementalism which has long since crossed over into the absurd. And I think we can all agree on that. We argue about hunks of metal. And that absurdity has become blindly partisan, just as John Adams had feared. He had said, "There is nothing which I dread so much as a division of the Republic into two great parties, each arranged under its leader, and concerting measures in opposition to each other. This, in my humble apprehension, is to be dreaded as the greatest political evil under our Constitution." That is all that HB 5043 is about, and 5436. Disarmament on a scale that even rivals Connecticut's ban on so-called assault weapons. And certainly 5436 is disarmament via deconstructionalism. I won't repeat the things that everybody testifies with year after year. I think it was last year or the year before I pointed out to Senator Winfield, we come here year after year saying the exact same thing, arguing over the same details. So I'm not going to go over that. You have heard us legal gun owners say this year after year after year. Are you listening? Our forefathers are listening. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? If not, thanks for being with us. Thanks for sticking with us. Tim Rogers. Tim Rogers with us. All right. Kimberly Audette. Kimberly Audette. David Hers. the microphone got turned off there on you. Should be a button there. There you go.
There we go. Good evening. David Hertz. I'm from Bridgeport. I'm a lawyer there, state planning and probate. I'm also was a two-time candidate for mayor in the same election, only in Bridgeport. I also caucus with the CCDL. I'm here, I don't want to get into the technicalities, I'm here against the spirit inherent in and the waste that is that comes with these types of bills. I see this as a form of, how should we say, creeping totalitarianism. As Aldous Huxley said, the purpose of propaganda is to make one set of people forget that other sets of people are humans. Guns help us remember them. I'd guess the supporters of 5043 and 5436 would have no problem with a United Kingdom, Australia type of confiscation and prohibition here. Maybe they think that we're after our revolution, that as a nation of laws we don't need guns anymore, that time is past. Maybe they just believe we know better, that we've evolved. I suggest that we stop second-guessing the drafters of our Constitution who gave us the best nation we've ever had. The idea behind the Second Amendment was that we should be able to stand against government gone awry. In other words, that we should be able to arm ourselves with the same ordnance available to our military. That would make this irrelevant completely. A government, I say, is only afraid of an armed public when it's not free, when politicians want to impose their enlightened will on the rabble who cling to their guns and religion, etc. I get the loss. I lost a cousin to a gun incident 45 years ago. I was in Israel and lost another 1,200 cousins on October 7th. After 30 years with a permit, that was the incident that caused me to start carrying a weapon again. As was suggested earlier, I lost as many as tens of thousands of cousins to Khomeini. I did the math the other day. If just 1 in 20 Iranians had a weapon, they'd have 2 to 3 times the people under arms that the Iranian government could muster altogether. Language matters. Lies and propaganda have become dis and misinformation. We're trying to turn the most common arm we have into a convertible machine gun now. Common rifles became assault weapons. I invite us to be honest. I think this is all just an attempt at disarming those of us, the legal gun-owning public. And I ask that you guys look in the mirror and tell us, why is this so important to you to restrict the gun rights that are here in our Constitution? Thank you.
Well done on timing. Questions or comments from the committee? If not, good luck with the drive back to Bridgeport. Send me a text. Let me know how the traffic is. Ian Johnson.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the Judiciary. My name is Ian, and I was born in Milford, Connecticut. I went to Pumpkin Delight Elementary and Goodwin High, and I love this state. I oppose HB 5043 and 5436, and so should all of you. I am the least political person here, and yet your major blunder with this bill has penetrated the rock I would have liked to live under. As the bill stands written today, it is impossible to comply with, and with its passage will undercut the very foundation of gun regulation itself. Listen carefully. A part identified to allow a gun to function as a machine gun by existing laws today is the very machine gun regulated. The combination of parts in this bill being the cruciform trigger bar, which allows the full auto switch to function. You are about to lose the common use test in front of SCOTUS in the next year regarding your assault weapons ban, and yet you're about to set the national trend of classifying common semi-automatic handguns as a combination of machine gun parts. This makes unregistered post-86 Hughes Amendment barred machine guns the most common firearms owned by the American and Connecticut public. The negligent proposal you want to become law will undercut every effort you have made to regulate guns within the next 10 years. 65% of all handguns sold in the United States are Glocks. Many more use the machine gun part in this bill as a cruciform trigger bar. Over 23% of Connecticut residents are gun owners. Even if you allowed registration of these new post-86 machine guns, it would add a minimum of 500,000 machine guns to the registry from just this state. By banning considerably over half of all handguns sold in Connecticut as a combination of machine gun parts, is Connecticut really going to be the ones to make machine guns common use? Will you go as far as confiscating all these to avoid the legal conflict you've created? There's a single word correction you can make to this bill. It's just modified. A modified cruciform trigger bar, by installing the switch, you are modifying its function. If you make that change to the draft, I think it's line 22, you make it so you can regulate machine guns, converted pistols, without endangering your average person's ability to obtain a Glock and use it lawfully.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Questions or comments? If not, thanks for sticking with us. Let's see. What was after? I think it was up to Chad Jengris. Chad Jengris with us. Okay. How about Tom Maloney?
Good afternoon, I guess maybe evening now. Chairs, staff's room, members of this esteemed committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm Tom Maloney from North Stonington, and I oppose HB 5043 and HB 5436. I do have a number of real-world examples of how the language of 5436 could have so many unintended consequences, but I don't want to dive down into that. Based on, my testimony, you have my written testimony. What I'm going to speak now is really to what I've heard a lot this afternoon. The Giffords rep, CAGV, and every town all stated that the only way to solve this clock switch problem is to reduce access to the components. And yet there's no mention of reducing availability of the switch. They're illegal, but there doesn't seem to be any targeting of the switch itself, nor, and more importantly, and we've heard this point made over and over, making it more risky to actually commit that act of turning that legal gun into a fully automatic. It is legal. We see these gun crimes dropped at a rate of like 70% where they're not prosecuted. And yet there's not a mention from the anti-gun groups to try and work on the downstream side of the people actually committing these crimes. It's all focusing on that orange juice, as we heard. We've heard that there's no Connecticut Police Department supporting these bills, and we know why, because it doesn't actually stop criminals. In the past, in this very room, we've heard police chiefs testify in previous gun bills that the overwhelming majority of crime in their cities is caused by a very small number of actors. They know who they are, they know those areas, and yet we don't seem to be able to target that. We look elsewhere to the thousands of legal Glock owners. All day we kept hearing that support for these bills, or from those who support these bills, that they don't affect gun owners. And talk about being a little frustrated. I'm a little frustrated about hearing another group tell me whether it impacts me and fellow gun owners. It does impact us. We understand why we live this stuff, and it's frustrating to have to constantly try and toe the line on these ambiguous laws. We heard over and over that the language says one thing, but those supporting it are saying, no, that's not what it really means. It's not intended for gun owners, not intended to impact you. I know down the road, if I get jammed up legally, I'm not going to be able to say, well, somebody in a public hearing said I could do this. What the law says, the language of the law is important. And I commend Representative Fishbein for drilling down into that, because that language is what concerns many of us. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Let me just correct
Yeah.
one small thing that you said. You said no police departments had submitted testimony on the bill. I just want to be clear for the record, there is testimony submitted both by the Connecticut Police Chiefs Association as well as by DESP in support of the legislation. So
Okay.
those,
So I stand corrected on
those
that
did get
point.
submitted.
I haven't heard any today, though.
Yep. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't going to say anything, but, I'm looking at what represents to be a document of testimony from the Connecticut Police Chiefs Association. I'm going to be texting the president of the group very shortly to ask about the legitimacy of the document, but the document ends with the sentence, CPCA is supportive of the increase in penalties. Can you tell me, sir, does the legislation, in particular 5043, address any increase in penalties?
I did not see that. There's probably others better versed with having read that language, but to me, as an average gun owner, I did not see any of that, what we heard downstream actors.
Yeah, so
Only
I-
the manufacturers and sales.
Certainly, I recognize there is no increase in penalties in 5043.
Okay,
So I question who wrote this, whether or not they even saw the bill.
Right.
But clearly, there is no increase in penalty. I'm all for increase in penalties. Please, bring me increase in penalties,
Full
right?
support.
And I'll support it, and Chiefs of Police Association can support it, but that's not what this bill says. So, thank you, sir, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions, Representative Howard?
Thank you. Hi, Tom. Thanks for being here. First thing this morning, first guy at the door, being here all day. I appreciate it. What's that?
Go Bears.
Go Bears. That's it, man. Thanks for coming from North Stonington. Some of these guys don't appreciate the ride we have to get here, right? You mentioned
I
that.
just commended the guy from Bridgeport. I mean,
Yeah.
that's just as far. Come on.
Fair enough.
I know that ride.
Is that New York or?
Pretty close.
Tom, thank you. But I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming here every year. You're a great advocate. You mentioned that. I think you surmised to the fact that you're not in favor of Glock switches. Is that fair?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And you sort of said that the legislation doesn't do anything to really address the real problem, to either stop the manufacture of Glock switches or disincentivize people. What are your suggestions to the committee of things, conceptually, not language, not lawyer language, just conceptually? What sort of things are you, as a gun owner who's been frustrated, as you said, looking for in legislation to actually address this real problem that we both agree that we don't want fully automatic pistols on the street? What suggestions would you have?
So the old saying, you get the behavior you tolerate. And we tolerate, we see people arrested over and over for gun crimes. And, they drop the charges, they release them. Well, somebody that you caught carrying handguns illegally is demonstrating a trend. They're going to go out and do it again. Obviously, you know this. And it's only a matter of time before the right situation turns into a tragedy. So I don't understand why we don't disincentivize that behavior where someone going out the door at night says, I could carry a gun, but the risk became a lot higher. Maybe I shouldn't.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments of this witness? If not, thanks
All right.
for sticking
I
with us.
didn't get a chance to wish the good senator happy birthday.
You
I feel
know,
like
he tried to stick it out as long as he could, but come 5 o'clock, I told him he had to go have dinner with his family. I kicked him out.
I feel
so.
like we've wished him happy birthday in previous hearings too.
We did. It seems to come around this time every year. Chris Pettinella. Chris Pettinella. Okay. How about Chaz Catania?
I'm here.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate your opportunity to testify. I made it through about 6 hours in the room and came home, since I live almost on the New York line, had a bit of a ride, and have been watching and listening since. I am here to testify in opposition to 5043 and 5436. I am a certified firearm instructor in pistols, rifles, and shotguns. I'm a hunter safety instructor for the state in firearms and archery. Longtime hunter, gun owner, instructor, and I think I'll speak more about 5436. You've heard a lot of testimony today. 5436 adds barrels, cylinders, and slides to the definition of firearms. This is a chart that I use when I instruct and teach the basic pistol class. Adding to the frame or receiver, which is now considered a firearm, additional parts doesn't make them firearms. If your standard 6-shooter or revolver has a cylinder, a barrel, and a frame, is it now 3 firearms? Why not add triggers? Why not trigger guards, grips, magazines, magazine releases, safeties, slide locks? As you see, this semi-automatic firearm can be 14 different firearms if we just change the definition. It creates a problem that we don't now have and solves no problems at all. We heard very compelling testimony from the young lady from Newtown, the UConn student, who was at Sandy Hook when the shooting occurred. And she pointed out that that's what got her involved in this issue. And she's very proud of the fact that Connecticut is ranked 5th in terms of gun laws by the groups she's representing and working with. Yet since that time, Connecticut's gotten less safe. So what are we to take from that? Perhaps additional firearm laws, additional restrictions of firearm rights on law-abiding citizens is having the opposite effect that it's intended. Or perhaps the effect that it's having is exactly what's intended. You've heard a lot of testimony on both sides of the issues today. We've heard some really detailed testimony about Glock switches, about the technical parts of firearms, about degrees of culpability. One of the things we know, whether the Glock organization has even 5% culpability, what we do know is that legal firearm owners have 0% culpability in these problems, in these issues, and yet they're the only ones affected negatively. Certainly not criminals. Charges are nollied and dropped on a regular basis. So I would strongly urge that we begin to hold the perpetrators responsible. Thank you guys very much for your time and appreciate your sitting through a long day of testimony as well.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? If not, glad you got home safe.
Thanks.
Peter Swan. Peter Swan with us. Okay. How about Sandra Garay? Sandra Garay. Joseph Ruggiero. I think that microphone got shut off again. If you could just turn it back on. No, the red light's not on. There you go.
There we go?
You're good.
Okay, very
Yep.
good. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Joe Ruggiero, and I'm from Southbury, Connecticut, and I appreciate being able to testify and wanted to express my strong opposition to Connecticut Bill 5043 and Bill 5436 that you're considering. I'm not part of any organized group of firearms advocates. I'm only representing myself. My opposition to the bill revolves around the notion that this particular design of firearm, a Glock-style semi-automatic handgun, is being considered for specific restriction. I'm probably unusual in that it's the only weapon I own and happens to be this style. I built the weapon myself. I'm one of those people who built one of those ghost gun kits. It became, I wanted to pick something that was easy to develop, popular design that's easy to maintain and reliable. I'm a retired engineer and tinkerer. When I set out to possess a firearm, I wanted to wait until my children were grown and out of the house, decided to build one to better understand and appreciate its operation and function, and to build something that common parts could be found for. So far, I've only used it a handful of times and continue to try to be proficient in its use and do that in a safe and lawful manner. When I built this, I followed all the rules concerning it at the time. When the rules changed, I modified the gun and made it serialized and registered it with the state. One of my biggest concerns is that if you pass this legislation in its current form, and it is grandfathered, it's available to me at home, but I may no longer be able to transport it anywhere. My reading of the bill says it would prohibit my being able to take it anywhere or practice with it. And my ability to improve my proficiency will be compromised, and that results in less, not more safety. It's incongruous to me that you're potentially punishing me for weapons owners like me who have devices like this just for the potential that they might be misused. It's not the item that's the problem, it's the malicious act of the conversion and any other item of destruction that can also be converted. These things should be severely punished. If you want to make changes, make stricter laws and make sure that they're applied and enforced. I consider myself to be one of the good law-abiding citizens of the state. I have lived here for 40 years. I'm a justice of the peace, active and participant in following and enforcing rules on my town ethics commission. I help craft municipal legislation in my town and participate in local government to try to make things better throughout. I would ask that you think about the 4 C's: careful, cautious, collaborative, and conscientious in your actions on this matter as well, and craft any new firearms legislation in the same manner, being careful to consider all citizens in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? If not, thanks for sticking with us. Brian D'Angelo.
Hello. Can you see me?
Yep, go ahead, sir.
All right, hold on. All right, I'm testifying against HB 5043 and 5436. I'm Brian from Bristol, but the Pettit family murders happened in my hometown of Cheshire. This bill is a further attempt to criminalize normal gun owners with an overboard draconian response pushed by people who have a twisted moral agenda. The fact that such a poorly worded proposal is being presented points to no meaningful consideration for who is committing this violence or its underlying causes, i.e. repeat felons and inadequate social resources. Rate of fire enhancements are increasingly common, yet there isn't data showing a tidal wave of violence caused by easily accessible machine pistols and forced reset triggers. Just like we didn't see a tidal wave of drunk driving that the anti-drug people claimed with pot legalization. This will stifle design and lead to a feedback loop whereby an industry standard design that the civilian market has embraced for both self-defense and sport shooting becomes harder and harder to find and less affordable. The total amount of pistols for sale isn't really relevant. It's the popularity and extent of them. There are tons of $1,000 to $10,000 1911s that wouldn't be affected by the ban, but don't really count as an alternative option. The FBI quietly revises 2022 crime data to show a 4.5% increase, and there was a major crime underreporting scandal erupting in Buffalo's public schools. Yet we are expected to blindly trust those who are willing to manipulate us or ignore the data and tell us we're safer without guns. This is not like a car without seatbelts, but more like cars without a speed limiter. And those car companies have been focused on safety. Kia's kept getting carjacked. Companies fudging emissions tests. These companies are allowed to shut your car down remotely. The police and their chiefs have sometimes illegal and always unconstitutional double standards, as in no official state punishment for when their guns get stolen. For HB 5436, why is it that I should face charges for having a barrel not locked up in my car, but my mother can starve me, force me onto multiple psychiatric medications using a discredited theory of mental illness in a hoarding environment, all while isolated and trapped with no recourse? It is assumed that children deserve to be hit or scared, that they must have done something to earn it. Yet we have all this energy spent restricting and demonizing regular gun owners instead of bad parents, made even worse because these anti-gun cowards would never stand up for a child truly in need, especially boys. Both my handgun, fixed mag rifle, and assault weapons would be affected by this. My pistol has a competition lake slide. My fixed mag rifle can take multiple calibers with QD barrel that I can swap in 5 minutes, and I have spare assault weapon parts that I might want to barter for a gun club membership. This would harm me financially, as well as my ability to participate in this craft, to gain skill, and harm my partner FFL's ability to process inventory. We should clamp down on felons and bad mothers. Stop passing redundant legislation like this in the left lane camping laws, and demand prosecutors do their jobs. Focus on the externalized costs of those who harm children. We need a social work industry responsibility act, not more anti-gun prattle. We've lived through the fallout caused by the beliefs of a generation of folks who hid under desks fearing nuclear war. Now we have a generation of misguided young whippersnappers scared of their own shadow, claiming the proliferation of switches across the street without referencing any data about Connecticut.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate being with us.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Silvana Apicella?
Hello. Yep, Silvana Apicella. Thank you for having me, and you guys are almost done because I'm number 76. I live in a city. First of all, I'm here in opposition to HB 5043 and HB 5436. I live in a city with approximately 55,000 residents. We have 9 officers on all shifts. So in a time of an emergency, it could take 5 to 20 minutes for an officer to respond. So I am my own first responder. I feel that this bill is hindering my ability to protect my home and my family. I'm a single mom. I have a household filled with, I'm a great aunt too, so I have 2 babies that live with me. I'm a guardian to my 17-year-old niece. I have my son who lives with me still. He's 22 and he's also a permit holder and he loves Glock. He has about 3 or 4 of them. I'm also like really surprised that today people didn't bring up the fact of the state of the world. Like we're literally at war and you guys are trying to you want to ban a very popular pistol for home protection, self-protection. And we're at war. I don't think that this is the best time to be trying to remove these things from our homes. My mom was born in Italy and during World War II, her house was bombed and they had to ride to safety. My grandmother would smuggle food to to help. That's not happening here, and I think that that's why people aren't really scared or nervous about war. But I'd rather be prepared, and the fact that you guys are trying to ban these pistols it's not great. It makes me very nervous. And HB 5046, it impacts hobbyists as well as gun owners. A barrel is not a weapon. Having FFLs having to come up with more money, people having to pay more. It's just another tax. We certainly don't need another tax here in Connecticut. We need to punish criminals. We need to be tougher on crime. That's what needs to happen. People always say, "Oh, they're not coming for your guns. They're not coming from your guns for your guns." But you guys, it's happening right now. It's happening right now, and it's going to start with this one, the Glock. Next, it's going to be Walter. It's going to be Ruger. Anything that can be changed. So, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Silvana. Thank you for coming and expressing your story with regard to these handguns. You know, listening to your testimony as well as others here today, you've actually made a decision in my mind. This weekend, Saturday, I'm going to buy a Glock. So, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maybe I'll come with you.
Do it. Buy them all.
Brooke Cheney's next. Oh, that's what she did. Matthew Strasser.
Good evening, Chair Staffstrom.
I prepared a statement for Winfield, but he's not here today, so, or anymore. Ranking Member Kissel and the rest of the distinguished committee. My name is Matthew Strasser, and I am a father, a husband, the vice president, and legislative coordinator of the CCDL. Beyond that, I'm a Glock enthusiast, which brings me here today to oppose House Bill 5043 and 5436. I've submitted written testimony on these bills, but I'm going to use my time today to counter several falsehoods claimed today in an effort not to regurgitate previously claimed points made in today's hearing. First, I'd like to address a term I've heard many times today here in the committee and on social media in the last week by proponents of this Glock ban. Glock is not a do-it-yourself machine gun. Glock is a semi-automatic handgun with a safe action trigger system manufactured nearly a decade before the secondary market provided a switch for it. The issue before us is not a design flaw by Glock, but a product of criminals after 45 years of Glock being on the market. Convertible handguns do not exist unless you are willing to define all handguns as convertible. Professionally, I'm a toolmaker by trade. I can tell you that any semi-automatic handgun can be converted, sorry, I'm losing myself here, into full auto with a little reverse engineering and ill intent. We talked today about Glock making a fix to eliminate this possibility of the conversion, but you cannot eliminate that possibility. If anyone with a little manufacturing knowledge sat down with the intent to violate federal law, they can convert any handgun. They just proved that with the V model. Connecticut's permit holders do not violate these statutes as they either care about remaining law-abiding or they care about the safety of their dog. The Glock switch, which is a conversion device never manufactured by Glock, is evidence of that. At some point, these high engineers we heard about earlier who designed the switch made these technologies information available to the public. We're only one step away from the next conversion device. All it's going to take is one person to do the research and post the results on Reddit. We heard a lot of opinions today, but I fear we're missing a lot of data. I've tried to track how many of these conversion devices were found in our state that come from individuals who legally own their host firearm. And it seems like we're not tracking that. However, when I see these switches in the news, it's someone of not of legal age to own a handgun, or they're already prohibited as a felon. Just this morning, a guy was found guilty, and he's awaiting a sentence of possession of a switch and drugs and other things. But he was a felon with priors, yet he had this switch and a Glock handgun in his car. They are in illegal possession of the host firearm, and they bypass the safeguards established by this body. Targeting Glock pistols cannot lead to a reduction in the conversion device-related crime if the individuals committing the crimes are illegally obtaining the gun. There are no statistics available by the proponents of the bill that highlight the firearms found in crime scenes that come when the firearms come from out of state.
Great, thank you. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. I just want to thank you for spending all day with us and testifying. And it's really helpful when you respond to things that came up during the hearing. And again, I want to commend everybody with the CCDL, because having a group that comes forward to protect Second Amendment rights is very helpful in this legislature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Representative Howard.
Thank you. Hi, Matt. So just want to clarify one thing that you said. So I think I heard you right, that you said that it's not just Glocks, right? Which is what you've heard me be sort of asking and
Yes.
wondering most of the day, that it wouldn't be any semi-automatic pistol, right? Because it would be much more difficult to do that. That's something that's not striker fired if it actually had a hammer, right? Or am I wrong?
I would argue that you were wrong, actually.
Okay, tell me why then.
So, like, probably the most commonly well-known hammer-fired handgun might be the 1911.
Yep, okay.
And if somebody sat down with ill intent and a little bit of time, it's happened before. It's not. You can absolutely convert 1911 a hammer-fired gun to be full auto.
Okay, it would look different than the switchblade.
You're not going to add a switch to it,
Right.
But with common household tools, you can absolutely make that conversion.
Right, because anytime you can bypass a trigger and firing pin reset, you could do that, right?
Right,
Either way.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
All right,
absolutely.
yep. It would probably be a bit more difficult, but it certainly could be done.
So, I mean, these switches, if there wasn't a PDF on the internet coming from, the team you manufacture that are bringing these things into the country, the people that are converting their Glocks right now with these switches wouldn't know how to do it either, right?
Right.
So now that these, this is proposed for these Glocks to go away, we're just a couple years out from the next, TMU order of, buy this and here's an instruction manual on how to make your 1911 full auto.
So for any person who has gone on YouTube in the last 10 years to figure out how to change their brakes or fix their dryer or reprogram their phone or their iPad or change the smoke detector in the house or any of the millions and millions of tasks that we can now figure out, for those listening, this is no different, right? So
No.
you heard earlier, Jake said that, they went to the V, 48 hours later somebody did it, posted a YouTube video, now everybody can do it. Fair?
Yes, and that
Right.
V was definitely designed to subvert this issue. It's not like you can't say that that's not what it was for. When you Google it, it's the first thing. Glock made this to get around their lawsuit from California, and it wasn't 2 days later that that switch was redesigned, and somebody had made that full auto.
Right.
This is going to be an issue that we're going to face, and we're chasing it the wrong way, because we're only a few years away from banning all of the handguns in the state of Connecticut. And I can say that from testifying on assault weapons bans for the last decade.
Yeah, that's what I've been concerned about all day. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate all you do.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Further questions or comments? Further questions or comments? If not, thanks for being with us. Megan.
Thank you very much.
Call the.
Good evening. My name is Megan Caldwell. If you could bear with me, I'm very nervous today. My name is Megan, and I'm a previous founder of a college firearms educational organization. I've also recently obtained my concealed carry permit, which is an exciting moment in its own. I'm here in opposition of these bills and to tell a story that happened to me that I've spent my life trying to unlive. But now is more important time than ever to live that again, so that I can urge you also to oppose these. 8 years ago, I attended a university here in Connecticut. Before classes started, I was raped in my dorm room. I was held down, roughed up, and hit multiple times, trying to protect myself. For 4 years, I tried to get justice, but was failed by a system that was meant to protect me, a system that 8 years later is still failing to do so. When I heard about these bills trying to be passed, it wasn't just frustration I felt, but it was anger and sadness as well. Anger because how could a system that failed me once do it again? And sadness because the reality of passing bills like the ones you are sitting here trying to do means that many other women like myself will begin to feel scared to even leave their homes. The truth is that this could happen to anybody at any time, and a system designed to protect is failing. When it happened, my father brought me back to a gun range like he did as I grew up, with a Glock to be exact, to show myself that I'm still capable of protecting myself, and that despite it feeling like it, I didn't fail myself. A system failed me, and it's continuing to do so. The ability to carry the firearms we choose to is not just a luxury or a privilege. For many of us, it feels like life or death, knowing that we live in a world where such hateful things happen. To those who vote in support of these bills, I urge you to think about the reality of this. You are not just disarming people or limiting them on choices of what they can carry. You are assisting in the taking away of one's ability to protect themselves and their sense of safety, leaving us alone and vulnerable by ourselves. So I ask you as someone's sister and as someone's daughter to consider the safety risks of these bills that we sit here so calmly speaking about today.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing that. Senator Kissel.
Thank you, Chairman Staffstrom. Yeah, I want to associate myself with the remarks of Representative Staffstrom. That was a really brave, hard thing to do. And I think that putting a personal spin on this issue is really important, both to us as legislators, but to folks watching at home on CTN. I know, I was just talking to some people in the hallway, and I said, all the years that I've been here as a state senator, I occasionally will testify before other committees, and I still get nervous like crazy. And these are people that I joke with if I'm up here, but if I'm down there, it's scary. And to talk about what you did, such a scary, horrific event in your life, and to use it in a positive way, congratulations. That was good. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, and thank you as well. I tend to not ask people who have experienced this questions, but I'm going to take a chance here, so I hope you don't mind. Victims such as yourself often have trouble feeling safe in the world. Are you telling us today that your ability to carry that firearm makes you feel safe in the world?
100%. I can tell you the day after it happened was actually when my father brought me back to that range, because I went to University of New Haven where they refused to help me with a no trespass order. I was penalized for not being back at school 2 days later and was threatened to be taken out of my classes. I went through a court here in the state that told me I said no and stop in the wrong order and did nothing to help me. So that gun at that point was the only way I felt I could protect myself and feel safe.
Is that still true today?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments, Representative Beach?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make it very brief. I want to thank you for coming out today as a mother of 3 daughters that all carry Glocks. I completely relate to what you're saying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? If not, thanks for
Thank you.
thanks for being with us. Thomas Bonanno. Thomas Bonanno with us. All right. If not, I think we have 2 folks who had signed up who were not here when they were initially called. That would be Andrew
Present.
How do I pronounce the last name? I butchered it a couple times today.
It's real easy, just the way you spell it. It's Starchevsky.
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 All right.
Thank you and good afternoon. Senator Howard, to your question about the ancient and venerable.
Don't demote him to the Senate.
Yes, sir. I didn't insult you at all.
I'm sorry.
We're just kidding. We're just kidding.
I beg your pardon. Regarding the venerable and ancient 1911 that you asked about, there's a well-known method to defeat the leaf spring in the 1911. It works on engaging the sear. That will go full auto with that. I come from the engineering environment, the engineering world by training. I can tell you that any mechanism that is capable of repetitive cyclic motion can be turned into a perpetual motion machine or a near facsimile of that. Anything that exists that pretty much that you see move can be made to do that. I'm here today. I'm not a highly overpaid gun ban lobbyist in the gun ban industrial complex. I'm not part of the nationwide Bill 5043 cut and paste campaign designed to attack Connecticut and the other 49 states. I've been coming here since 1993. 33 years, that's the age of Christ, in a foolish exercise, hoping logic and reason and good sense will somehow prevail against committed enemies of liberty. I oppose Bill 5043. I oppose also Bill 5436. The stupid gun ban bill 5043 prevents me from conveying my firearms property to my heirs. All Connecticut transfers are now necessarily through Connecticut FFLs. Connecticut FFLs cannot receive or accept or transfer anything that is illegal to stock, inventory, or resell. Duh. This bill hurts dozens of manufacturers, including Connecticut companies like Ruger, who have adopted the safest trigger design known in firearms, probably up to today's date. Glock is here being singled out for creating the safest firearm known to date. This bill is also vague and poorly written, which includes banning the transport, meaning that carrying it for your self-defense is now going to make thousands of lawful Connecticut citizens unwitting felons. Are we all going to get a postcard in the mail that says, oh, by the way, you can't walk around with a Glock in your pocket anymore to protect yourself? Thank you.
Good job on the timing. Representative Jubitsky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in. So you've been coming up here to testify since 1993?
Yes, and actually that was when, I don't know if you remember Rich Tulisano. Anybody been here around since Rich Tulisano was here? I'm gonna call him a great man for the reason that he was responsive to logic. He was responsive to reason. Okay, and this is sadly, this is a quality that I've seen disappear in this building since that time.
And since that time, how have your constitutional rights changed in Connecticut?
Well, completely eroded. Year after year, we get painted, more and more into a corner. We get painted like by a mosaic of overlapping laws, where really no one knows if they are actually legally in possession of certain firearms. We were registered 10 years ago. We were registered 5 years ago. We were registered 2 years ago. God only knows, did my email get there? Did their return email, did that wind up in my spam? Did my postcard, not show up in my mailbox? This is a case of agita for anybody, who's involved in firearms ownership. It's a potential life-altering event to have unwittingly crossed some line or not dotted or crossed some T's somewhere.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much for coming in and giving us the story.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. All right, finally, we have Kimberly Audette.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I apologize for missing when my name was first called. It's a busy day going to several committees, and testimonies are falling all within the same hour. So thank you for your time. My name is Kimberly Audette, and I'm a resident of East Windsor. I'm a wife and a mother, and I hold a Connecticut carry permit. I respectfully express my opposition to HB 5043 and HB 5036. HB 5043 would effectively ban commonly owned semi-automatic pistols, turning many law-abiding citizens into criminals. HB 5436 equates semi-automatic firearm components to fully automatic machine guns and sawed-off shotguns. So a barrel would now be considered the same as a machine gun. To me, it is like calling a muffler a car. Additional firearm laws do not make me feel safer, and they will not keep me safer. This won't stop crime. I respectfully urge you to oppose HB 5043 and HB 5436. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. And that is the end of our list for today. I want to, before everybody runs, I do want to say, I know oftentimes on the gun bills, and on many of the bills before this committee, tensions can get a little high. I actually thought this hearing went very well today. I want to thank everybody for their attention to it. I want to thank the crowd in particular for keeping the applause and the outbursts and stuff as I asked to a minimum. I want to thank the members for generally keeping the questions direct and to the point and getting through this. And I also want to thank everybody who testified today. We sort of I don't want to say admonish, but we certainly recommend that folks come up here and not just read their testimony into the record, which we have before us, but they summarize salient points, that they maybe comment on stuff they've heard earlier if it's been a long hearing. And folks genuinely did that today, and I think it was a more informative and more productive hearing as a result of that. So I do want to thank everybody who participated today. And with that, members, good news. We are not meeting on Friday, but we will be back with a more robust agenda on Monday than I think we had initially anticipated for Monday. A couple of the bills we thought were going to be ready for Friday were not, so stuff got pushed to Monday. So so take Friday off or go back to your day jobs on Friday, but expect a little bit meatier hearing on Monday. All right? Have a good weekend, everybody.